Hi team, good morning, good evening, if anyone joining from US, Canada. Hi sir, we can start the session. It's a class anyway, it's recording. We can start the class.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey, hi everyone. Good morning, guys. So we have Raj, Pavan, hi Bharat, hey Rishi, hi Rajkumar, hey Santosh. Good morning, everyone. Hi Shiva, hey Ganesh. Morning. Hi Amrita, hi Pallavi, hi Aziz. Morning. Hi Kishore. Hey, hi Sai. Good morning, guys. Thank you so much for joining. So, hi Azir. Morning. Good. So, guys, we'll start the session. So, most probably in a couple of minutes. So, just be with us. So, we have few more students who are going to join for the session. We're just waiting for them to join. Hi, everyone. Good morning, guys. Thanks for joining. So, we'll start the session most probably in a couple of minutes, guys. We have other students who are going to join for the session. We're just waiting for them to join. Once we have the crowd, so then we will start the
So
session.
meanwhile, we can just interact with each other. How many people heard of data ops previously? Or else completely new? Anyone who already working in data field or also some DevOps field, the combination of data plus ops. Anyone have already little bit idea about data ops?
Dataops you don't know, but DevOps we know the beginner level.
Okay, okay.
Dataops yeah, the first time you are hearing that information.
Okay. So in funny way, maybe I will tell you, if a DevOps engineer and a data engineer get married, right? So the product will be Dataops.
Means data engineer plus DevOps
DevOps
is
engineer.
equal to data apps. Huh?
Yeah, together. So maybe
Okay,
just in
yeah.
a funny way, I'm saying maybe in depth that trainer will take care. Shaan, he was working in a DevOps and data almost from 15 years. So in a high level, I'm just explaining like all these two people together work will be data ops. Essentially.
So you mean to say in future there is no DevOps, there is no data
No, no,
engineer,
no.
is a
It
data
will
apps
be.
only.
No, no,
Yeah,
not like
means
that.
see,
It will be.
yeah, see, it's a combination of the roles. The data apps engineers will become a DevOps plus a data engineer will become a data apps engineer, right?
Some
So
topics.
yeah, in future there is no DevOps rules and data engineer
Nowadays,
rules.
companies expecting multi skills from one guy, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason the new topics are coming up here in this way. Even
Uh,
here, people are working in Power BI. Previously, you no need to clean the data, but nowadays you need to work on Azure and you need to do the ETL process, right?
yes, yes. But
Simple.
while giving interview, to expect for all that technology, but in the real time, right? It's only for project required, right? It's only DevOps. It's only
Hmm.
for Docker. It's only Docker.
Yes.
Nothing from other, right? That's what I'm asking. Okay, fine.
Anyone previously here, like I have any idea a little bit on data ops? Like any in your current organization, they are looking for these kind of profiles, or else they are asking you to work on the data ops. Any people faced previously, or else a CI/CD pipeline. Any data engineers here, maybe they are hearing about CI/CD pipelines, particularly in US people. In their interviews, also they are asking about CI/CD pipelines, right? Anyone here, guys, on CI/CD particularly?
Yes, yes. We are
Yeah.
CI/CD
So
pipelines.
that is the main part here on data ops also. Yes, sir. We can start. We can continue. Let's the people will join slowly. They will go with the record. If anyone missed, we can continue.
Yeah. Okay, Mahesh. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, please confirm once you see my screen. Hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, yes.
Okay, cool then. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself to you guys since we have a wider range of audience. Right. So, my name is Sean. So, I have around 15 years of IT experience, guys, where currently I work as a DevOps architect. So, I have a wide range of knowledge on multiple tools and multiple platforms, which includes, AWS, Azure, GCP in terms of your cloud. And in terms of your end-to-end application automation, I dealt with the different platforms like your Jenkins, Circle CI, your GitLab, as well as your Azure DevOps platform, as well as the customized tools which in-house we have developed. So not only these things, but also whatever the tools and technologies which we have as part of our DevOps. So I have worked on almost all the tools. So today we are coming up with something fresh, guys. So where as per the current trend, what is happening, so this trend, it's not only in India, so this trend across the globe, like you take the US market, you take a UK market, or you go ahead and see the Singapore market or UAE market or Canada market. So where whatever the knowledge that you guys are going to gain as part of a today's session, so it will give you a good overview, as well as it will give you good confidence that what will be your starting point, and what will be your learning path that you have to set for yourself. So as part of our KSR Datavision, so we are going to have our outlined delivery for today's session. So it is going to be the end-to-end workflow of your CI/CD, that what you guys are going to implement in real time. How do we do, and what should be knowing in order to implement this in terms of your DevOps, and in terms of your data engineering, like how are we going to integrate our data engineering end-to-end work? What will be the data engineering workflow? So how a DevOps engineer is going to be helpful in the field of data engineering. It's not only the data engineering part which we are going to discuss, it is the total data world, like your data scientist or your AI engineers or your ML ops or the development team. So where and all these DevOps engineers are going to fit, so everything we are going to learn practically. Okay, so this is a small intro, guys, about myself, and the outline. What is the exact essence that you guys are going to gain as part of a today's session? Okay, so let me start the session, guys. So the outline is like a quite simple. So this is what we are going to learn. So you guys are going to see like what is a Kubernetes, how do we work with the Kubernetes, what is an application components, how you are going to work with them, what are the pods, what are the services, and ultimately after completing this end-to-end workshop, you will be designing your own CI/CD pipelines for your entire application in the enterprise level. So this is the architecture that which we are going to design today and implement today. Likewise, the following session is going to be onto your data ops, like whatever the knowledge that you have learned in your CI/CD, that knowledge how we are going to apply on the data sources. So all these things we will be covering as part of today's session, guys. So it is going to be quite interesting. Just make sure that you guys are little bit attentive and try to grab the knowledge as much as possible. Okay, wherever you are having some issues, you can just raise your hand so that I'll pick it up and we can interact more on this part, right? So let's start the session, guys. So let's try to understand the meaning of a process or a daemon. So in specific, what is a process, and what is a need to have a daemon? So whenever I am having some work, let's say like I want to execute a task. So this task, I want to run it continuously. What I want to do, I want to run this part or this particular task continuously. So hence, I am going to create a process. So this is a generic meaning of our process, guys.
So now let's talk about IT. So in an IT, we develop code. So this code is nothing but an application. So in reality, what exactly we need to do is like we need to run this application. Whenever we say like we need to run this application is going to run as a process. So now there is a major ask here. Ask is like this process, where it need to learn or where it need to run. So is this process going to run on our laptops, or is this process going to run on our servers, or is this process going to run on some platform as a service items, or is this process going to run on platforms such as our Kubernetes? So ultimately, guys, the end-to-end work of an IT guy is to run an application. Why we are getting paid for the work? So the work what we are doing is like developing the application. So now this application, where are we going to run? This is a big question. So if we can understand where we are running this application process, then we are good to go. Okay, let's try to understand our process. So process is nothing but what? Process is nothing but my code. So this code, I need to run it continuously. So what are the different platforms that which we have seen where we can run? So we can run this guy onto our virtual machines. This is what? This is my virtual machine. And where I can run this guy? This I can run it on my containerization platforms. What is this one, guys? This is my containerization platform like Kubernetes. And I can run this one in my application service as well. So I can go ahead, I will say like I can run it in some PaaS services. Just say like PaaS platforms. So I can run it here, I can run it here, and I can run it here. Earlier days, when we say like earlier days, guys, so maybe like in 2012, 2014, so we tend to run our applications on a virtual machines. Now, for a lightweight applications, we go and we run our applications on the PaaS platforms. So now the current trend is your containerization platforms like your Kubernetes. Where we go, how do we install, how do we manage, how do we configure, how do we build, and how do we automate everything you are going to learn as part of our today's class. Okay, so let me see, guys, if someone is having any doubts till now. If you have any doubts, guys, please let me know. Okay, so let's keep it quite simple, guys. Whenever you guys are having doubts, right, please ensure that you guys are raising it. After completing each and every topic, we will interact, we will take the queries, and then we will try to address the answers for your questions. Okay,
Yeah.
we will keep
Hi
this
there. I
one
just
as
had
a
a small doubt, if that's okay.
yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Can you give us just examples of what process that we examples in what we process where we use a virtual machine and a process where containerization is preferred and a process where PaaS is preferred. That would be great for us to just understand. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's good, sir. See, when we say like a process, it is entirely up to us where we want to run it. So you can choose any of your platforms. but our ultimate goal is like comfort. Let's say like I want to travel to a destination. Let's say I live in Hyderabad and I want to go to, let's say like Bangalore, or let's say I want to go to Goa. So how many ways I can go? I can go via bus. I can take my car if I want to have a comfort. If I feel like no, I can't waste the time, then I can take the flight. But what is our ultimate goal? Ultimate goal is going to Goa. This is my ultimate goal. So now, how fast are we going to reach the destination defines our comfortness. Let's say like if you are going with your virtual machine, it is like opting for a bus. You will go slowly, build the infra, configure the infra, maintain the infra, automate the infrastructure. Let's say like past platform will be like your cars. You sign up the contract with the vendor, take his services up, they develop the code, deploy the code, maintain the code, manage the code. So going on to a Kubernetes is like your flight journey. In a matter of 5 minutes, you can build your application and deploy your application, and you can go live in the Kubernetes platform. Now, this entirely depends upon the nature of your urgency. If you feel like no, I cannot run the show with a late, or I just want to make everything to happen on a seconds, then go with the Kubernetes. And this is not only depending upon the urgency, guys, but it also depends upon the nature of your application. Your application is like a heavy application, so where you can't run them on a microservices. Containerization platform is your microservices. You have a monolithic application, you cannot run a monolithic application in a containerization platform. So based upon the type of application, based upon the need of our application, we will choose the platform. But whatever the application you have, you can run it anywhere. End of the day, our main goal is to run the application, which is nothing but creating a process. Is that clear, sir? Okay, I'll take it as a yes.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. That actually clarified a lot. I had. Thank you so much for this, that explanation. Thank you so
Very
much.
nice, sir. Good, good. Fine then. So, guys, just a moment. Okay, cool. Yeah, fine then. So let's continue the session, guys. So now we understand, like whenever we are having our code, so this code we are going to run it as a process. Now this process is going to run on many platforms. You can run it on a server, or on a cloud service. You can run it, or else you can run it on a containerization platform. It is entirely up to us. Okay. So now let's talk about a word called Kubernetes, or we talk more about our containerization platform. So now market is flooded with our containerization platforms, guys. So we have many platforms which supports containers. Like we have the major vendor, which is Kubernetes, and you guys have OpenShift, and we do have Apache Mesos, and we have Docker Swarm. So now under the Kubernetes, so Kubernetes is a open source, guys. So what is the meaning of a open source? The meaning of open source is quite simple. So this platform can be used by anyone without paying the money. You don't need to pay any money. You can directly go ahead and consume the platform directly. You just need to have a server. You start using the Kubernetes. So now Kubernetes is divided into multiple parts. So where we can say like, since this is an open source platform, there are many vendors in the market like AWS, like your Azure, and we have our GCP, or we can say like Google Cloud. So now what exactly these guys have done? So AWS consuming this open source platform, they have built their own service called Elastic Kubernetes Service. Azure have done the same thing where they named it as Azure Kubernetes Service. Likewise, Google have done the same where they call it as a Google Kubernetes engine. Okay. So guys, for those who are interested or for those who are planning for the interviews, or already you guys might have a knowledge on the DevOps where you guys are already preparing for the interviews. Next 30 minutes session, we are going to cover most of the theory which is required for us to learn the Kubernetes platform. So out of this end-to-end theory session, guys, you will be getting at least 3 to 4 interview questions. So just make sure that you guys are marking down the major points or the bullet points, whatever is required, so that you can answer the same in the interview. Okay. So now in a short words, we call it as a EKS, and we call this one as a AKS, and we call this one as a GKE. So now how exactly the difference that we can find here? Like, sir, we have a Kubernetes and we do have a AWS, Azure and Google. So these guys are also providing the Kubernetes only. So whether you go with the open Kubernetes or you go with the cloud provided vendors, end of the day, everything is the same. So end of the day, Kubernetes is same. So Kubernetes in general, we call it as a K8s, K8s. So why we call it as a K? Sir, why we are having 8? If you observe, so you are going to have 8 characters between K and S. So hence, in the short words, we call it as K8s. So now Kubernetes, you can go with open source or you can go with the cloud. But there is a small gap that which we need to understand. The gap is quite simple, guys. When you are going with a open Kubernetes, then you have to maintain, you have to manage, and you have to patch everything you have to handle. So you are responsible for what? For everything. But whenever you are going with your cloud provided Kubernetes platform, we call this one as managed services. So cloud will manage the end-to-end platform. You don't need to do anything. So your vendor, he will ensure that whatever is required, he will take care of. So now it is up to you and your project or your company whether you guys are going to take the end-to-end responsibility of your Kubernetes platform, or else you leave that ownership to the cloud and just consume the platform. So this defines whether you want to go with the AWS or Azure platform or Google platform or open source Kubernetes. It's entirely up to you and your project. Generally, people don't go out of it, guys. People ensure that they go with the cloud services only, even though it is costly, because already they are having infrastructure running in the cloud platform. Hence, they always tend to go with the same flow, right? But ultimate goal is like if you are learning Kubernetes, then you guys are good to go. So whether it is AKS or EKS or GK, it doesn't matter for us. What matters is Kubernetes platform. Now, with regards to your other vendors, like we have OpenShift, you have Apache Mesos, you have Docker Swarm, right? So OpenShift is a very costly product, guys. So this product is coming from IBM. Earlier it was with Red Hat. IBM acquired Red Hat, so hence the product is coming under the IBM boundary now. So Apache Mesos under Docker Swarm, so they are not enterprise graded tools, guys. So where you don't see them much. But your Kubernetes is a end-to-end a good competitor to the OpenShift, because if you see here, the end-to-end OpenShift behind the scenes, OpenShift is consuming your Kubernetes platform only. OpenShift entirely runs on Kubernetes, but as a layer, the vendor is selling it as a managed product to the customers. But it is one of the stable product, guys. But license cost is too much. Unless or until your company is having so much money, you can't afford the license cost of your OpenShift. But EKS is bit cheaper, or AKS is bit cheaper, where you can go ahead and you can do your installation and configuration, or you can have your own platform. Right? Any doubts, guys, before we proceed further from anyone? Good to go there.
Can you please explain more about the containerization?
Yeah, sure. Today's entire session is on that, sir. We will start slowly. We will understand what is a containerization, why we need to go towards it, what is the reason for that, how we were and how we are. All those things we will be covering today. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Cool. So let's try to understand the architecture of our Kubernetes, guys. So how exactly this Kubernetes is going to work? What are the different components that we are going to have? And how the nature of this end-to-end Kubernetes platform is going to be. We'll try to learn it. So Kubernetes is consisting of two different components, guys. So the first component is your control plane, or we can call them as cluster components. And second thing is your application components. So you have two categories. One is your control plane, or we call it as a cluster components. And second one is your application components. Okay. So let's start with your control plane components. So Kubernetes architecture is very, very important, guys. Try to grab the knowledge as much as possible. So in the Kubernetes control plane components, you're going to have two categories of nodes. One is your master node, and second category is your worker nodes. So now you can have as many worker nodes as you want as part of your requirement. You can have as many worker nodes as possible. So maximum nodes you can have is 1024 per cluster. So now this is my end-to-end pool of my worker nodes, where your master will ensure that it is always governing the worker nodes. So now in the master node, we are having multiple components. Components like controller, scheduler, API service, as well as etcd. Likewise, your worker nodes are going to have different components like runtime, as well as your kube, proxy, and you guys are going to have your components. Let's see here, guys. So these are all our different components that which we are going to have as part of our cluster. So in detail, if you see the architecture, so we are going to have our complete Kubernetes architecture, guys, where we are going to have our different components like controller, we have scheduler, API service, as well as our etcd. Likewise, in the worker nodes, you are going to have your container runtime, and you're going to have your kubelet and a kube proxy. So what are the components, guys? Let me see here. So you're going to have your container runtime, and you are going to have your kubelet, and you're going to have your kube proxy. So this is one of the important interview question, guys. They'll ask you, okay, what are the different components that we have in the Kubernetes cluster? So master nodes are going to have components like your controller, scheduler, API service, and etcd. And your worker nodes are going to have a components like your container runtime, kubelet, and kubeproxy. When we say like a container runtime, you can use softwares like Podman, or you can use Docker, or you can use Containerd as your container runtimes. So it is or, guys, it is not and. Means you can use any of these platforms, or you can use any of these softwares. You, if you want, you go with the Docker. You otherwise you can go with Podman. Otherwise you can go with your Containerd. Anything is fine. But the holistic view of your control plane is like this, guys. You're going to have your master nodes and you're going to have your worker nodes. So now, how exactly this end-to-end workflow is going to happen? So master node is fine, component is fine. And we have worker nodes. Worker node, they are also having their own services, which is doing this entire work. Let's try to figure it out how this holistic work of communication is happening between them. Okay. So let's say like I'm having my master server. I'll go ahead and I'll say like this is my master node, and these are all my workers. So let's call this one as worker 1, worker 2, worker 3, and let's call this one as my master node. So now let's say like this is me. I have my application code. Whenever you want to work with your Kubernetes platform, you have to ensure that you are converting this code into a Docker image. What you want to do, you have to convert this code into a Docker image. Now what I will do is like I will go ahead and I will start communicating with my master node. So this communication, I can do it with the help of a utility called kubectl. So whenever I want to speak with my cluster, I have to use a utility called a kubectl, or we call this as a kubectl. Some people will say kubectl, someone will say like a kubectl, based upon the conversation or based upon the comfort. Okay. So now when we try to interact with the master node, I have to tell my master node certain information. So what is the information? Information is like, what is a Docker image? So how many containers that I need to have? What is the name of the containers that I want to have? What is the CPU I need it? What is the memory that I need it? And any disk I need to have. So this entire information I need to supply it to my master node. Whenever I want to supply this information, so this information we call it as manifest. So whenever I want to speak with my Kubernetes, I have to ensure that I am providing the information called a manifest. So this manifest you can supply it with or in terms of your YAML or in terms of your JSON. So Kubernetes supports both YAML as well as it supports JSON format. You can give any of the format, guys. This is one of the important interview question where they will ask you, let's say like I'm having some JSON data, can I apply that JSON data in Kubernetes? Is it possible? So answer is yes. I have an YAML. So can I apply my YAML directly? Will it work in Kubernetes? Yes, it will work. So you don't need to worry, guys. So where you know how this AML is going to look like, what this AML is, how we are going to generate. But since this is a workshop, I might not explain you in detail like what exactly is that. But as part of our KSR, we are going to start a new batch. So where you guys are going to learn end-to-end platforms, end-to-end tools and implementations. So as part of the course, we might help you. But since this is a workshop, I will try to cover as much as possible. Okay, keep a note on that, guys. So now this manifest information, what am I going to do, guys? I will go ahead and I will inform to my Kubernetes. I'll say like, hey, this is what I needed. So now my master is having multiple components. So what are the different components that my master node is having? So it is having etcd, API service or API server. It have controller. It have scheduler. So soon after we inform our master that this is the work that I needed. So what your master will do is like, it will go and it will ask, hey, scheduler, can you go and schedule the work in any of the worker nodes? What your scheduler will do, guys, your scheduler will go and it will say like, hey, worker 1, worker 2, worker 3, this is the work. You guys have enough capacity to take this work. So now this interaction scheduler is going to do with our service called kubelet. So as part of my worker nodes, we have services like kubelet, kubeproxy, and then container runtime. So these are all the different services. So scheduler will go and it will start speaking with the kubelet that whether you can take this capacity, you have capacity to take this load. Let's say like worker 2 is telling, okay, I have enough capacity. So then scheduler will tell to the kubelet saying like, okay, you schedule the pod. What is the terminology, guys? Terminology is a pod. So now your kubelet, guys, please mute yourself. So now what is going to happen? Now your scheduler will go ahead and it will inform the kubelet where this kubelet, it will consume the container runtime, and this container runtime, it will go ahead and it will create a container in the worker node. So once the kubelet, it is done with the work, then kubelet, what it will do, it will go ahead and it will inform the master saying that I am done with the work. Whatever the work you have asked, I fulfilled it. So here, if you observe carefully, master is going and communicating to the scheduler. Scheduler go to the kubelet. Kubelet will communicate with container runtime. Container communicate with the master again. So now this holistic end-to-end communication, how it is happening. So this end-to-end communication is going to happen via your API server. So this is acting like a bridge of communication between multiple components inside the cluster. Now we have told kubelet that to create a container. It did its work. So now this is me, or this is my development team. They told like application is very slow. Shaan, can you do something? Can you increase the capacity for the infrastructure? Right now I am running only one container. Now what I need to tell to Kubernetes is like, hey Kubernetes, do one thing, man. I need more capacity. You run more number of pods. You run more number of pods. So then in the Kubernetes manifest, I will go ahead and I will provide a word called replica. Let's say like right now I'm telling replica count to 2. So then what will happen? Then my second pod will go and my pod or a container, guys. You can call this either as a pod or a container. So now I'm having 2 pods. So we understand about our kubelet, container runtime, and then we are having our API service and then the scheduler. Imagine a situation that this is my worker 1. Now my worker 1 is down. Then can any one of you tell me total number of pods, how many it will be running, guys?
2.
2 My worker is down, right?
Yes.
Then how many will be running?
One pod.
Only one pod. But what Kubernetes promised me?
Uh, Two pod.
Two pods. So now these pods will get killed because worker one is not available, right? So hence, what Kubernetes will do is Kubernetes have a component called controller, where this controller will ensure that it is giving you the capacity what you asked for. So I asked for two pods. Ideally, I should be having two pods, but I don't have it. So hence, what controller will do is controller will go ahead and it will inform the scheduler, hey, this guy is supposed to have two pods, man, but I see only one. Now there is a big question here. How come controller is knowing that this application have to have two pods only? So this entire information, like, okay, which application, how many number of pods, where those pods are running, what are the pod IP addresses, in which worker node that this particular pod is running, this entire information will be stored in the component called etcd. So your controller will fetch the information from the etcd and it will go and it will see, hey, this application is supposed to have a two pods. Do we have two pods for this? If it is a showing two pods, then controller will leave it. Oh, okay, two pods are there. If in case if this guy is not having two pods, then what controller will do? Controller will go and it will say like, hey, scheduler, do one thing, man. This pod is not available. You go ahead and you schedule the other pod in another available worker node. So we have worker 3. So again, the same communication. Scheduler will go to the kubelet of all the worker nodes to the worker 3. It will go and it will ask worker 3, you don't have any workload. Just make sure that you are scheduling this pod. Kubelet will go and it will start communicating with the container runtime. And this container runtime, what it will do, it will go ahead and it will schedule the pod in the worker 3. Now we are having two pods, even though one worker node is down. So which means like here we are having our high availability, guys. Means even though if one worker node is down in the cluster, it doesn't affect anything to me. Why? Because immediately a pod is getting scheduled in the worker 3. So where I can close my eyes and I can trust this platform, where I can clearly say like, okay, we are having high availability for our infrastructure. Right. So now there is only one component which is left over, guys. That is my kube proxy. So now total number of pods, how many we have, guys, in the cluster? Anyone in the class? Total, how many we have now?
Two.
We have two pods. Good. So this is my pod 1 and this is my pod 2. Are they running in the same node or are they running in a different node?
A different node.
Different node. So now if these two pods are running in the different nodes, then how they can communicate?
So you're using proxy.
Good. So here comes our kube proxy. So whenever there is a intercommunication that which you need to have among your pods, then we use a component called kube proxy. So this is a glance view of you guys, for you, like where and how your end-to-end communication between different components of a clusters is going to happen. If you have any doubts, guys, please let me know.
If master node goes down, what will we do?
Sorry, Azhar, coming in.
If master node goes down, what will we do?
We will be having high availability at master node as well. You can build odd number of master nodes. So whenever your infrastructure is more, you cannot run your entire show with only one master. You can build 1, 3, 5, 7. So odd number of master nodes you can have it. So where this end-to-end communication among the master nodes will be going to take care by the cluster component itself. So there also you're going to have your high availability.
So one doubt I have. So you told that the controller will get to know from the etcd that one of the node has failed, right?
Mhm.
But how it will get updated in the etcd? Is there a heartbeat which is getting sent from the worker to the master?
Yes, sir. So here the end-to-end heartbeat and the end-to-end communication is going to happen via your API service. So the kubelet main workflow, why we are having kubelet is taking the responsibility of creating a pods in the worker node, and the kubelet is going to inform your master components continuously. If you see the workflow, what is the workflow that I have explained? Whenever the kubelet done with the pod scheduling, what it is doing, it is going back and it is informing that, hey, I done my work. So now your master components continuously keep in sync with your kubelet, and they ensure that this end-to-end communication is happening and the workloads are running in the cluster.
Okay, thanks.
Uh, One quick question.
Please.
If the worker node one, when it got collapsed or something, so the etcd will have information that it collapsed, and but we have to maintain a replica too. So where exactly it picks up? The worker node 3 was assigned the task of doing the duty of pod 1, which was closed now. So the processing, whichever has happened, do we have any exact point, fail point from where it restarts or something that in that
It is, see sir, if you want to know the administration of your Kubernetes, yes, everything is getting logged. So whenever we are having a auto schedule, see this end-to-end workflow, it will happen in a fraction of a second. Maybe like in 2 milliseconds, a new pod schedule will happen. But I will show you anyhow when we do the rollouts and when we do the deployment. So now in a fraction of a millisecond, if this change is happening, everything is tracked in the logs, where you can go ahead and see what is happening, why it went down, or what made the down, or what make it down. All these things we can go ahead and we can see it. It's available as part of your logging.
Yeah, hi. I have one more doubt, if that's okay. You
Uh-huh.
mentioned that manifest is how we communicate using the name of Docker image, container number, everything. But you've also mentioned kubectl. So is kubectl the tool that we use to manifest, or how does that work between kubectl and manifest? Like, how's the wordplay over there?
Exactly. See, I am planning to speak with Kubernetes. I cannot speak directly.
Mhm,
I need a mediator. That is
mhm,
my kubectl.
mhm,
So now kubectl is a single word, right?
mhm,
Which is a command line utility. So now what is the
mhm,
information I need to give it to the Kubernetes? I need to pass that information, right?
mhm,
So to whom I will pass? I'll pass it to my kubectl. So
mhm,
whatever the information that I need to pass, I have to pass in a way that my cluster understands. My cluster
mhm.
understands JSON or ML,
Okay, okay. Got it. Thank you so much. Thanks so
right?
much. I'm so sorry.
So this is how it is.
Thank
No problem. No problem. It's part of a learning, guys. You're open to ask, no issues. Cool. See here, guys.
Yeah,
We have
yeah,
our uh-huh.
I have one more question here. So as you told, right? So one node is killed, right? So
Mhm.
simultaneously, is it two node killed, right? So automatically one more node will be created or what?
That's a good question. That is the reason company is paying salary to us, right?
Yeah.
So if you, if you are going out of hands, means like you already know your infra, that you are running your infra with the 3 nodes. If in case of 2 nodes are down, so for the first node you will get a notification that server went or a server is deleted. But that's a nice question which I should address it. At the cluster level, when you are going with your cloud platform, you have a concept of auto scaling. The way how at the cluster level, when I say like I need a 2 replicas, it is giving me 2, right? Likewise in the AWS platform or your Azure platform, I can clearly define like, okay, minimum number of nodes I need is a 2, maximum number of nodes I need is a 30. So as the load increase, your worker nodes will automatically get increased, but the minimum number, since I told it as a 2, if in case like if you're destroying or if one worker node is going down, automatically another worker node will get it replaced. So it's part of your automation journey. But This is how it is. Nice question, sir. Good one. But anyhow, see, like one of our friend have asked, right, sir, how I can track it, all these details, sir? Like, okay, it is going down, work is happening, pod is getting scheduled. So how exactly this thing is happening? So everything is properly tracked. Everything you have to ensure that you are having proper monitoring in place. Okay, let's see here, guys. So we have many things to learn today. Let's keep it simple. Whenever you're going with your Kubernetes platform, especially with the open source, you have to maintain and you have to manage your master components and then the worker nodes. When you go with your open source, you have to manage your master and you have to manage your worker nodes. But whenever you are going with cloud vendors, we call it as managed services. In the managed services, you manage only your worker nodes. Master will be managed by vendor. So now, when you are going with your managed services, we no more have a concept of worker nodes. We call it as node pools or node groups. If you are with the Azure, we call it as a node pool. If you are with the AWS, we call it as a node groups. So the only difference, important interview question, guys. In an interview panel, people will ask you, okay, tell me the difference between managed and unmanaged. So in unmanaged, you manage everything. You manage masters, you manage workers. In managed, you don't need to manage your master component. Master component like your etcd or your API service controller and the scheduler, all these components will be taken care by your vendor itself. So literally, you're not going to have any headache of maintenance and management of your cluster. The only headache what you will have is like maintaining a pool of worker nodes. So now let's talk about your application components, guys. In an application components, we are going to learn the first one as a pod. The second component is your deployment. The third component is your service. And in order to run all these things, I have to ensure that I'm having namespace. And we have other mini components, right? So which I cannot cover as part of a today's session because it's so lengthy. Okay, but whatever is required for us to start our process, right? So our standpoint is always a process, guys. Today we started our session with a process. We will ensure that this process is running on all the platforms whatever we discussed. So in order to run that process, you need to have a knowledge on what is a pod deployment service and namespace. I will give you a glance view, guys. So this is my application code. So from the application code, what we have to do, we have to build the image. This is what? This is my image. What is my ultimate goal? Ultimate goal is to run a process. So in terms of a containerization platform, we call this as a container. So what is a container, guys? A container is nothing but a process where my application is continuously running. This is my application code. This is my image. From this image, I will go ahead and I'll create a container where this container will ensure that my process is running. So what is that process? That process is nothing but my application code. Now, whenever I want to run this container in the Kubernetes platform, so this container will run as a pod. So inside this pod, this container is going to run. Everyone, please make a note. We have an interview question, guys, over here. Is it possible for me to run multiple containers inside a pod? The answer
Yes.
is yes. Inside a pod, I can run multiple containers from multiple images. It's not the same image. Let's say like this is image 1, this is my image 2. I can run it. This might be your application code 1, this might be your application code 2. But please make a note, guys. Generally, we don't do it. Because what is a container? Container is a small process. So now pod is what? Pod is also a process, which is running a small sub process called a container one. Now in the main process, how many sub processes are you going to run? So it will give you performance issues. It will give you performance issues. But practically, theoretically, it's possible. If you want, you can create it. But generally, it's not an industry practice which we follow it. So now we understand what is a pod. Pod is nothing but a container which will run my application. Now, let's say like my application, I want to increase the capacity. I want to run more number of pods. So then I cannot directly run a pod. So hence, I'm going to have a component called deployment. This is what? This is my deployment. So this is my pod 1. This is my pod 1. So now, whenever I want to increase to my deployment, I will go ahead and I will say, hey, deployment, I need a replica count to 2. Then what it will do? It will go ahead and it will create one more pod for me. This is my pod 2, my container. So now we have our deployment who is going to help me in increasing the capacity of my application anytime. It's just a matter of changing one variable. If I change the replica count to 2 or 4 or 8 or a 10, automatically the pods will start scheduling.
Same
Now,
image only create, right? Same image only we create multiple pods.
yes. Yeah. So
Okay.
I'll just remove this one. Okay. I'll just remove this one just for the understanding purpose. H2. Or else we'll do one thing. So since we understand the multi-container part, let me remove this one. It won't make sense having this one anymore. Okay. So now it's the same image. It's coming from the same image. Because at the end of the day, it is the same application, right? So since it is the same application, we'll ensure that the application is getting the containers from the same image. Okay. So now pod 1 is going to have an IP address of 1015, let's say like a 1020. Pod 2 is going to have 1015, 1025. Now, whenever I say like a pod is helping me with the application, which means like this is my end user. This end user, on what IP he need to hit, guys? What do you feel? So this guy is here. So now he need to access the application. Where he's going to hit? Will he hit 1015, 1020 or 1015, 1025?
Does the
Any guess?
deployment have an IP address?
No, deployment will not have an IP. Deployment will have pods and pods will have an IP address.
Report.
Okay,
Then
got it.
can I say like to this user, okay, no, go ahead and hit pod 1 only, this IP only? Then do we have a high availability?
Load balancer.
Good. So then we need to have a component called load balancer. So this load balancer, we call it as service, where service will have its own IP address. So now this service will go ahead and it will map to the pods. So we understand what is a deployment, we understand what is a service. So now this end-to-end entire work is happening for my application code one. Am I going to have only one application in the entire company, or do we have multiple applications? I might have a students, guys. So sorry for that. So hope you guys are not aware like what is an application. So let me explain you that as well. So how many guys are familiar with HDFC Bank or any banking? Can any one of you tell me? Can any one of you tell me what are the services that this HDFC Bank is
Yeah,
providing?
credit card service, debit card service, SB
Debit
account
card,
service, SB
uh,
account, current
savings
account,
banking account, and then
Loans.
current account,
loans.
loan.
Then that's it.
So
Online
many
bank,
service.
Online banking,
mobile banking,
mobile banking,
Net banking,
Mutual funds.
banking, mutual funds. Good. Mutual funds.
insurance,
It's an option.
Demat account.
Demat account. Very nice.
insurance,
Insurance they provide. Good.
Being
But
that also.
end of the day here, if you see guys, who is the vendor? This is my company. In this company, what are the products that this company is selling? He is selling you debit card, home loans, and he is selling you car loans or auto finance. He's giving you gold loans. He's giving you online banking, net banking, debit cards, demat accounts, insurance. All these all are what? All these all are applications. Application one, application two, application three, and then your application N. Let's say like you guys are having a personal loan with HDFC Bank. Now you are calling to credit card department and asking your personal loan EMI. Is credit card department is going to reveal the information? They will say like, no, sir, thanks for coming to the HDFC Bank. Just wait for 2 minutes. I will give you the information. Are they going to give you?
No.
No.
they
Why?
will direct to
Yes,
the
them company.
consultation.
Ah. So as a company, they are one, but as a product, it is what? It is a different product, different applications. But end of the day, when HDFC Bank is a selling, HDFC Bank will sell everything under a single roof. Means if I go ahead and if I see HDFC Bank here, what is happening? So HDFC Bank sells everything in a single portal. So this is my company. These are all my different applications that what HDFC Bank is selling to the customers. So whenever I say like an application, guys, you have to think in this way. Okay, one of the application. Let's say like you guys are taking your Netflix. In Netflix, what are the different categories that I have? I have a kids movies. I have action movies. I have a regional movies. I have a series. And again, if I classify, let's say like a Uber, you have outstation, which is a different application. You have Uber local, which is a different workstation. Okay.
Excuse me,
So
can you call this as microservices, this application, or that's
no. I
different?
don't want to. I know again. The
I'm so
story
sorry.
of no problem, no problem. Okay, nothing to sorry. Right? It's a good doubt actually. So here, an application again might have multiple subdivisions because, for example, let's say like this is my HDFC Bank. So whenever I'm clicking on a net banking, what is happening? Are we on the same URL, guys, or a different URL?
Different URL.
It's a different URL, which means like again this will be a different. So this is what this is one application. Now to this application, what I have a front end, I have a back end, I have a DB. Again, different layers will come. So now each and everything we can call it as a microservice, but as a whole, this is one application. Is that clear, sir?
Yes.
Good. So now let's try to understand about our namespace, guys. So this is the screen, right? So here, if you observe carefully, what do we have? We are having our pod. Pod, whenever I want to scale, I will go with a deployment. Whenever I'm having more than one pod, I can go with a service. So where service acts like my load balancer. Now this entire work related to whom? This entire work related to my single application. which means inside the cluster, I might have multiple applications running. So let's say like this is my cluster. This is my cluster. So in this cluster, I will have my application 1, application 2, application 3 like this, so on up to application n I will be having. Then how am I going to maintain multiple applications? So I need to have a proper segregation. So hence I will go with a concept called namespace. This is what? This is namespace. Namespace 1, namespace 2, namespace 3. And again, you have a component called, what is the component guys that you have here? Any guess?
This pod.
Deployment.
Deployment. And
Deployment.
inside
Inside a
pod.
deployment, what you will have?
Pod.
Pod. Now, how you will access a pod?
kubectl.
How you
Service.
will access a pod? Good.
Service.
That's a
Service.
Now, same thing applies for other applications. This is for application 1. This is for application 2. This is for application 3. And so on. But as a whole, this is a single product which we are selling to the customer. So this is a detailed view of your end-to-end architecture of your Kubernetes, guys. Okay. So before we proceed with our application, please let me know if you guys are having any doubts so that I can clear and then I can proceed. Any doubts from any?
Yeah, I have one question here. So please go that architect for yes.
This one, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me, sir.
See, one single cluster, we have multiple application created a multiple application, multiple namespace, right? So the different application, different cluster we need to create, right? Is the that approach is better or this approach is better? How? So can you explain me something?
It depends upon how your functionality is there, sir. Let's say like I'm going as an Amazon, right? Right now I took an example for you as a HDFC bank. So now HDFC bank is going to have a different buildings for a different departments, right? So let's say like I want to go to the home loans. So home loan will be living with the savings banks only. Let's say like I want to go for insurance. Is insurance is part of your same building or it will be a different building? Let's
It
say
may be
like I
same
want to deal
building.
with the credit card. It might be same building, but there is a scope that we'll be having in a different building as well.
Yeah.
And they do have a different department itself for the entire home loans. So they might not have the guys present in the same building. So they will simply say like, sir, this branch don't support the credit card, sir. You go and you pay the credit card bill in another branch. This is the location. They'll send you. Now the same thing, let's compare with your Amazon.com. So when I go with Amazon, let's say like this is my Amazon, okay? So I'll go ahead and I'll log in. So in Amazon, what are all the different services that we are having? We have electronics, we have mobiles, we have Amazon Prime, and then we have MX Player, or we have they sell home, kitchen, and home appliances. Multiple things are there. But as a body, all these guys are living in the same cluster. But in the HDFC Bank, it depends. There might be a chance that they want to go with a different cluster. But in case of your Amazon, they don't need to have a different clusters. In the same cluster itself, they all can live. Are you getting my answer, sir? Is that
What
clear?
is the advantage of having different cluster and the same cluster?
We'll take your question. Wait, Raj.
Yeah,
Sir, are
yeah.
we clear on your question, sir?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
thank
I
you.
got it. Yeah, but different cluster for each application, for each and every application, cluster, right? That performance is more, right? Its performance is more, and then easy to manage for each and every application, for each and every cluster, right? Is a
Okay.
one cluster, multiple applications, some ambiguity will happen, right?
See, let's say like I'll take one more classic example for you. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say like I'm having 3-bedroom apartment. Me, my brother is living, and my second brother is also living in the same apartment. So it's a 3-bedroom flat. We all live in the same flat. So now, how is the communication between us? Is it going to be good, faster?
Yeah, it's faster. Yes.
It's faster. Okay. Let's distribute it. Let's say like we three are living in a community, gated community, where my first brother is living in a separate building, second brother is living in a separate building, third guy is living in third building. Now tell me the communication. How is it?
Yeah, it's bit late. You need to go out. You need to call them through phone.
Ah, there you
Yes.
are.
Yeah.
So now in the first case, you have advantages and disadvantages. What are the disadvantages? More number of a crowd, you don't have a privacy, and
Yeah.
then quarrels will happen. All these things are there. But end of
Yes.
the day, you will live together and you can share everything with your family. You have advantages and disadvantages.
Yes.
Now, with regards to the second one, like distributed. In the distributed, what is the advantage? You will have privacy. You will have everything except a family. Okay. So now, which one I need to opt is entirely my decision.
Okay. So based on the
The nature of application decides how you want to have. You want to have a distributed system, but when you are going with your distributed system, you have to be ready for the performance issues. Is your application is capable enough to take that much latency? Then go with the distributed. If your application is not enough to take the load of a latency, or they cannot withstand the latency related issues, then go as a single cluster with the multiple namespaces.
yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that clear, Chandan?
Yes, I got it. Yeah. Clearly, I got it.
Cool. Yeah, Ravi, sorry, Ravi, you're asking something, please tell me. Ravi or someone else was raising it. Okay, cool then. Fine, guys. So now let's try to understand about our application, guys. So till now, what we understand about a platform. Now let's talk about our application. So guys, I am not going to cover you the other applications like your Python, Node.js, AngularJS, React.js, Spring Boot. So all these things, I cannot pick it. But out of all, I'm picking a Spring Boot application. But as I have told you, so as part of our KSR, we are going to start a batch where you will be learning end-to-end, skills, whatever is required for you to gain a confidence and gain a job in a DevOps domain. Everything we will teach you as part of the course. So, but since this is a workshop, I'll just pick a only one application, that is your Java. So Java, especially, we are going to take a Spring Boot. Spring Boot is just a framework, guys. It is a one of the framework with the Java. So now let's try to understand how we are going to work with the Java based applications and how we are going to deal with it. As a DevOps engineer, or as an operations guy, or a cloud engineer, you don't need to learn any coding. You don't need to learn what is a Java, how to develop a Java, what are the classes, what are the functions, and how to develop a Java code. Nothing is required for us. You don't need to learn anything. If you guys can remember this simple screenshot or the data which I'm going to write, it's more than enough for you to become a DevOps engineer. Because in DevOps, we don't have a concept of programming. You don't need to learn programming. But you have to work with the developers, hence you need to know some basics. So the first question is like, how do we identify a Java code? So let's say like in an interview panel, what they will do is like they will say like, okay, this is my code, go ahead and build the code and deploy the code. This is the scenario what they are going to give you. Now soon after they give the code, you should be understanding what code they have given, right? So whenever you get any code which is having a folder with a name called src and a file with a name called pom.xml. So how do you identify a Java code, guys? Whenever you are getting any code which is having a folder with the src and a file with a name called pom.xml, you can close your eyes and you can say that it has a Java code. Now, whenever we are getting a Java code, this is in a plain text format. Can any one of you tell me how do you install a software in your Windows? How you guys are installing a software in your Windows operating system, guys?
exe file.
Exe file. Good. So anyone is aware what is the format in a Linux? In Linux, what is the format?
Batch file. Batch file.
Batch file. Batch file is also comes with the Windows only. In PowerShell, you can run the batch file. Okay. In Linux, we get a RPMs. Very nice. In Linux, you get a RPMs. So now, whenever I say like I want to run my application, application should be in executable format, right? I cannot run a text file. I can open a text file. Hence, what you need? You need build tools. So what is the use case of having a build tool, guys? The use case of having your build tool is to convert your application code into an executable format. So what are the different build tools that we have? We have a Maven and a AND. These days we are not using AND, guys. Mostly people will be using Maven. Now the question is like, how are we going to convert a plain application code into an executable? We know that Maven is the tool which we are going to use it, but what is the command? So command to build Java code. So we use mvn clean package. So now just now I told you that okay, in Windows you guys are using .exe, in Linux you guys are using .rpm. So now whenever I say like I'm going to build a software, what is the format? So the format is you are going to get either a jar file or a var file or an EAR file. So now who will define this? We are not going to define this. This is end-to-end developers call. Whatever the format that they want, they will develop it. It's none of our business. So you understand about your code, build tools, build command, and then the format. Now what is the default port number to run your Java code? So the default port number which your Java runs is 8080. Now how do we run a Java application? Whenever you want to run your Java application, you need to give a command Java followed by -jar followed by, let's say like a KSR workshop.jar. What are we going to get? We are going to get our jar file. So how I can run a Java application? I can run a Java application by giving this command. So Java followed by -jar followed by my jar file name. Now, since this is a Java, what are the different softwares that I needed? Right? Since it's a Java code, you need to have a Java to be available. That's it. And in the build tools, you need to have your Maven. And you have to ensure that you are having an operating system, which is a default. Either it is a Windows or it is your Linux, you have to have an operating system. So if you guys can remember this simple screen, then you're good to go to handle your Java based applications. Please let me know if anyone is having any doubts. We can discuss further.
The build tools Maven actually converts the Java code like with the pom.xml to a format with .jar, right?
Perfect, sir. You're right.
Okay.
Okay. So guys, what we have learned today? So we have learned about our Kubernetes architecture. So guys, this content you can get it from our website. So just make sure that you guys are signing up for our website. Whatever the logs that you want, whatever the execution that we are going to have, whatever the architecture that you guys are going to learn today, just make sure that you guys are signing up in our website. You can go ahead and you can sign up yourself. So where you can log in your student account, go and click your sign in. So let me log in and show you guys where you are going to get it. So whatever the details of the commands or the architecture diagrams, whatever we are learning as part of our today's course, everything you can simply go here and click on explore courses. And here is our workshop. And this is the workshop guys which we are conducting, and it's a free workshop. So where once you register yourself with the KSR, then you guys can have access to this one. So where all the logs, materials, your architecture diagrams, implementation log, whatever is required, everything will be providing you. Okay, just to ensure that you guys are signing up. Fine. So now this is the architecture, guys, that which we have learned. Yeah, madam, please tell me.
I have a question. Just now you explained about the Java application code, right? Can you just make a differentiation between the Python application code? Like if someone is providing us a Python application code, how will I be able to distinguish that?
Yeah, okay. Madam, Python code, soon after we seeing, the extension of your file itself will be like a .py.
Okay.
And there is no build tool for a Python because Python is a direct runtime. So you just go ahead and just give Python followed by your application code. Whatever the file that which you have, your application code, you can directly run it. You don't need any intermediate tool to convert your code into a compilable format. But better we will take this discussion, madam, since because this is out of context for the content what we are learning today. I request you to please stay back till we complete the session, and then I will explain you a bit better.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Is that clear, madam? Yeah, cool. Okay, so guys, this is your end-to-end application components, guys. Here if you see, so what do we have? We have our namespace, we have our deployment, we have a service, and we have a pods. So all these pods are getting communicated via your service, and this entire deployment is going to take its a Docker image from the container registry. So what is a container registry, how we are going to deal with it, all those things we will see it in a while. So this is a small introduction about your Java application. So till now, whatever is required for us to start our practical session, everything you have learned, including your infrastructure and including your application related things, right? So now what we need is like we are in need of a Java code, and to run this Java code, so we will take our first platform is server. I will show you how you guys are going to build your code in a server. How do we deploy our code in a server? How do we run our application in a server? We will see. And then we will move the same application code to a microservice platform like your Kubernetes. And then we will see what is there in it. So now I have my Java code, guys. So in order to run my Java code, I need to have a different softwares. Like I have to have my Maven, I have to have my Java. And in order to take this code, I need to have a software like my Git. So let me write down what are the prerequisites that I need to have. So prerequisite is like you need to have one server. Second thing is like you need to have a softwares. Softwares like what I need to have my Git, I have to have my Java, and I have to have my Maven because I need to build the code, I need to run the code. So let's try to build one server, guys. So for this, we are going to use the platform as our Azure cloud. You can do the same thing in AWS, you can do the same thing in GCP, it doesn't matter for us. So what am I going to do is like I'm going to build one virtual machine. I'll go ahead and I'll search my virtual machines. So here I will go ahead and I'll create a server. I'm going to create a new resource group. So where I will say like a KSR workshop. Click on OK. So now I'm going to give the virtual machine name. So let's say like I'll give the name as a workstation. In the availability, I don't need a availability. I'll simply go with no infrastructure needed. So now in the operating system, I'm going to take a CentOS based 8.2 as my base OS. So I will select the standard, come down. So I'm taking one core CPU with 1 GB RAM, guys. This is more than enough for us to complete our entire work. I'll select my password. I'll give my username, and then I will supply the password. So here I'm going to allow what port numbers that I want to access. I'm giving port number 80 as well as I'm giving a port number 443. So simply click on review and create. So what do we need? We need a server. I'm building a server. So now once we build the server, we go ahead and we do the installation of our softwares. So today, what we are going to learn, guys, we are going to learn how in a real world we build a Java code and we deploy our Java code and we run our Java code. So what is a platform? Platform is our server. So this will take a minute or two, guys, to spin up the server. Just be with me. So now let me note down the timings, guys. How much time it is taking. So first thing, what did we do? We built the server. So how much time it will take? It will take at least 3 minutes. Second thing, we install the softwares. So we will see how much time it is going to take for softwares as well. Okay, I'll let you know why what is the reason that we are noting down the timings. I see, like, few students are asking the doubts in the content in the chat. Sorry guys, I was unable to see the chat. Okay, let our workstation come, guys. Once we have this, then we will clone our code. This is the student notes, guys. So where you can collect this one. Like I told you, if you are registering yourself, you can download the student notes. So where we have already uploaded the content. But yeah, this is the end-to-end commands that what you guys are going to execute and make your setup ready. Okay, so we have our workstation, guys. So now, since this is a Linux machine, in order to access a Linux machine, I need to have a software called Putty. You can go to putty.org website and you can click on download Putty. So here you can search for putty.exe and you can download this one. Once you download, you will be getting your Putty software like this. So now I have given my username at the rate. What is the syntax here? Username at the rate, and you need to pass the IP address. Once you create a virtual machine, you will be getting a public IP address. Take that IP and paste it here. Click on open. So click on accept. So I'll go ahead and I'll log into the system. So now it took around 2 to 3 minutes for us, guys. So now what we need to install the softwares. So go to the notepad and copy paste the commands. So this is my first command. And then I'll try to enable the package so that we can install our Git. I'll go ahead and I will try to install my Git software. So now if I give git -- version, I can able to select 2.27 version got installed. Likewise, I'll go ahead and I'll install my Java. So I'm doing Java 11, guys. Java 11 is a version. And then I'm going to install my Maven. I'll go ahead and I'll copy paste all these comments. Now just do a copy paste of your commands. So now if you see the softwares, when I give Java -- version, I have Java 11 installed. When I give Maven -- version, I have a Maven installed. When I give git -- version, I have a git installed. So whatever the software is required for us to start our application, everything we have it as part of our system. So our prerequisites is set. Now, whatever the slide, so this is the slide, right, which I have told you that you need to remember in terms of your Java. How do you identify what is a build tool, how you're going to build it, how you're going to run it, all these things, right? We will follow the same. So now, where is my Java code? My Java code is available over here. So you can go to my GitHub and then from here, you can take your Java code. So like I told you, so you will be having a folder called source and you will be having a file called a pom.xml. So two folders, one is your SRC and second one is your pom.xml. So now let me clone this code. How do we clone it? You give a command git clone, go to the Java Spring Boot folder. So now when I give ls-l, what do I have? I have my entire source folder and I have my pom.xml file. So from this, I concluded that, okay, this is my Java code. Now tell me what is the build command, guys, that we need to execute?
Java space.
Anyone remembered?
Package.
Maven
Good.
clean package.
Very nice. Good work, guys. So what I will do, I will just execute. So this is application code, which is in the plain text. I cannot do anything with this plain text. So I have to convert this code into an executable format. So how am I going to do it? I'll execute a command, maven clean package. But see the folders, guys. Right now, how many folders that we have? How many folders that we have, guys, here?
7.
7 files.
Two
So you
folder.
have what? You have
Two
7 listed items, but you have 2 folders. So any line which is starting with the D is treated as a directory, which is your folder. Okay. So 2 folders we have. So now hit enter. Whenever we are giving maven clean package, what it will do? It will go ahead. It will convert our code into an executable format. In our case, what is that format, guys? What are the different possible formats?
Not jar.
JAR.
Good. Jar, EAR, and var. So now when I give ls-l, what do you have? Do you see any separate folder now?
Target.
Yes.
Target. Good.
Target.
So whenever you guys are building your code, you are getting your jar file in a folder called target. So where is my jar file? This is my jar file. Now tell me, how do you run a Java application?
Java doctor target this
Java
Hyphen jar.
Java dot
followed by
jar.
target
Target.
and then my jar file.
Dot
Hit
jar.
enter.
Yeah.
So now what is the default port that your Java is going to run?
80.
80. Good. So now what we need to do is like go to the server, select the network settings, and in the network settings, I need to allow the port. I'm going to create an inbound rule where I'm allowing port number 80. I'm allowing port number 88. So now we need to access our application. So how we can access our application? I'll go ahead and I'll take the public IP address of my server, go to the browser and hit it on the port number 8080. So click on continue. So what do we have, guys, here? So here we are having our application. Welcome to DevOps sessions. Kubernetes, where you see Docker plus Spring Boot. So guys, this is a sample application, guys. But in real time, it doesn't matter whether it is a sample application for us or it is a real application code for us. It doesn't matter. It entirely depends upon the developers. If they are giving us a code, our job is to go ahead, build the code and then deploy it. Hope the concept is clear.
Yes.
Right? So now let's go ahead and mark the timings, guys. So installation of your softwares, how much time it took?
Not 2 minutes
Maybe
only.
2 to 3 minutes.
Yes.
So total time it took is 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Now this work on how many servers did we do? On how many servers we did this work, guys?
One server.
One.
Only one server, right? Now in the production system, am I going to run only one server?
No.
No, multiple server.
Can I say like at least 10 servers?
Yes.
Yes.
So 10 servers into 6 minutes?
60 minutes.
2 minutes.
60 minutes.
1 hour.
1 hour. Now this is a problem what IT industry was facing. What is the problem here? Problem is whenever I want to build my end-to-end infrastructure for any application platform, it takes so much time when I go with servers. Not only that, but also whenever I want to run my application, there also it will take time because my application have to get installed, downloaded, configured, built, and then run. Ideally, we don't have that much time these days, guys. If Zomato guy is not delivering the food for 10 minutes, right? If he's crossing beyond the time limit, then we will be in a different state because we don't have that much time. IT is also like that. We don't have a time. So we cannot take 1 hour time to build our entire infrastructure and then run our application. It has to happen in seconds.
Yeah, in Zomato, right? In Zomato or in Domino Pizza, more than target time, food is free, right?
Food is free because it is to attract the customer. Tell me how many times you took food for free?
No, yeah, we didn't take any single day.
Even though that guy delayed, right? With
Yes.
humanity, we'll say like that's okay, man.
Yes, that's
He never
just
go.
right. Yeah.
Nice one, nice, good one, good one. Cool. So now, what do we have, guys? This is the problem. This is a problem with your servers. What is the problem? Maintenance and management. Not only that, but also here we have installed our softwares, right? So when we say like install the softwares, Java 11 is outdated. I need to update the softwares, which means like in all these 10 servers, you have to update your Java version. Let's say like you are having your operating system. So right now I'm taking 8.2, but in market I already have 9.0. So now I have to update my operating system also. So now who will take care of this maintenance, management, configuration, building? It's a over headache for everyone. So that's the reason industry is running towards containers. So now how containers are different from your servers? Here it took me 1 hour time to complete the work. Now the same work I can complete in 10 seconds when I go with the containerization platform. So how are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? So in containers, I get a concept called images. You get a concept called images. So now your second platform, guys, first platform is your server, which you have seen. So now we will deal with your second platform, that is your containerization platform. So in containerization platform, we are going to deal with a concept called image. Now, whatever the softwares that which I need it, what are the softwares? I need a Git, I need a Maven, and I need a Java. So I will go ahead and I will use a image called Maven, which is already pre-built. So how I will come to know? You can go to your hub.docker.com. Let's say like you want to work with your Java code. So I can go ahead and I can search my image. So where I will search for Maven. So this is my Maven official image, guys, where you don't need to install anything. You don't need to configure anything. Already everything is available. It's a pre-baked product. Go and consume it. Let's say like I want to work with some Node.js applications. So for the Node.js, already you are having a pre-built image. You don't need to install. You don't need to configure anything. Let's say like you want to work with your Python. So for Python also you are having your official image available. So literally when you are going with your containerization platform, you don't have a option of installation and configuration. Everything is clean. So now whatever the steps that which we executed. So what are the different steps, guys, that we executed? We executed Maven clean package. And then how we ran our application? We ran our application as a java-jar followed by /target followed by star.jar. And we have done the git clone URL. So now these are all the instructions, guys, that which I have. So where I need to build an image out of it. So hence, what is the base image? Base image is Maven. And I need to run the commands. What are the commands? Command is, I need to have a code. So here I am cloning my code. Hence, what am I doing? I am telling like dot followed by, I'll say, I'm going to work in a directory called /app. I'll say, please copy the code to a folder called the app. Now I'm going to run my instruction where I will say like, okay, man, Maven clean package. And I want to run my command java-jar followed by /app/target followed by star.jar. So this becomes my Docker file, guys. What do we have here? We are having our Docker file. So where inside the Docker file, whatever the work that which you have done manually, so the same work what we are doing, we are converting into a Docker file. So if you see the content of your Docker file in the same repository I have given you guys. So this is my Maven where I'm telling like what is the folder? The folder is OPT app. I'm going to expose the port number 8080 because my guys, please mute yourself. I'm getting some disturbance. Sorry for that. So where I'm telling guys, so this is port number 8080. I'm copying the entire content to here, and then we are going to execute our Maven clean package where we are going to get the artifact, that is a jar file. We are moving that jar file onto our app.jar, and finally we are going to run our application like this. So now let's see how we are going to run our application as a container. So in order to run this, what is the software that I need? I need is a Docker. So hence let's install the Docker. So I'll create one file, guys, where I will say commands.txt. I'll copy paste the code. So these are all the commands that I need to execute. I'll give bash commands.txt. So now this is the command that I want to execute. I'll copy it and I'll paste it. So here what am I trying to do, guys? I'm trying to install the Docker software so that I can run the same application as a container. So let me copy paste all the commands, guys. In a single go we'll complete it. So I'll execute commands.txt. So here, what is our main motto? Our main motto is to run our application as a container. So earlier we ran our application on a server, but this time we will run our application on a container. Meanwhile, if you guys have any doubts, please let me know. Guys, there's a good question, right? Swapna is asking, sir, if we deploy 100 servers in parallel, it takes only 6 to 7 minutes, right? But imagine a situation that you need to install Java in all these 100 servers. You need to update your operating system. You need to update your software versions. You need to download the application code. You need to deploy your application code. So then maintenance is going to be a big hit. So it's going to be a big headache where you can't take it up. Right, guys, after we complete this, then we will enter into our CI/CD part, and then we will see our end-to-end data engineering pipelines. So how a DevOps engineer, whatever the knowledge that which you guys are going to learn in today's session, this knowledge is very helpful for your data engineering work. So all those things we are going to discuss, guys. So stay tuned. Make sure that you guys are, getting some more energy with you. I know it's a bit hard because it's a 3 hours workshop. So where you might be losing your energy. Okay. But just
So
be with me.
why can't you give a break for 2 or 5 minutes at least, so we can
Definitely,
make
sir.
it?
Definitely.
Okay.
That's a good one actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
We
you.
will take a 10 minutes break, guys, but let's run this container and then we will go for a break. Is
Okay.
it
Okay.
okay?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Will the recording be available?
I think Mahesh sir, you available?
Yes, yes. A record will be available in our app. Actually, Shaan explained right previously how to download the data set or something that same there only you can able to see even the record also.
Okay, thank
You
you so
can
much.
try to enroll now itself. Even you can joining the session also directly from our application, right?
I've already enrolled in one of the
Yeah.
programs. So,
Okay,
so
then
is
you
that
know, right? Under class records, you can able to see this class as well.
so it will be available there. I'm already enrolled in one of the programs, so I can
Another
see it,
program,
right?
but not this program, right? Now you have to enroll this program also.
Okay, okay. I'll
With
just
the
enroll
same
in
account, just go to the workshops. Under workshop, you can able to
that.
see this workshop.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Can you send
Great,
the
guys.
link, your website link?
It's a datavision.com. You just go to the Google and search for KSR Datavision.
You can go here, sir. You can go ahead and you can search like this, You can, even you're searching, you can search in the Google KSR Datavision login. You will be getting our link,
Yeah.
www.ksrdatavision.com. Okay, guys, let me complete this one. Then we will go for a short break. Okay, so now Docker is installed. Now what I need, guys, in a Docker, the basic component is image. So how we are going to build an image? I'll say Docker build -t. I'll say workshop image followed by dot. So what it will do, it will take my Docker file and it will try to create an image out of it. What is the command that we are using? We are using a command called a docker build followed by -t and then the image name. Dot represents the current folder. So right now I am in the current folder where my application code is there. So hence from there it is picking it up and it is building the image. So now how do we see the images? So whenever I give command docker images, I can able to see like we are having our image. So now how do we create a container out of it? I can go ahead and I can say like a docker run -d followed by my image. Image name is workshop image -p. On what port number that this guy need to run? I want to run it on port number 8080. This is my image. Hit enter. So now when I give docker ps, I can able to see like my application container is running. Means if I go ahead and if I try to hit my application on port number 8080, so I can able to see like my application is running. So can anyone tell me, guys, how much time it took for us to create one simple container?
Hardly 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes.
Running a container. Let's say like I want to scale the infrastructure for my application. Then how long it will take for me to do it?
1 minute. No, it took only 7 seconds and 3 seconds.
Good. See here, guys, if I want to scale the infrastructure for my application, it's just running one command. If I run this command, let's say like I'm hitting this command. So earlier it was running on 8080, right? Now I will run this one on port number 80. So my application will be up and running. So it hardly take less than a second for you to start your application. So this is the beauty what you guys are going to gain when you are going with your multi-services or microservices platform on multiple service servers. Okay, this is the beauty, guys, what you guys are going to gain, right? So we'll do one thing, guys. Let's go for a 10 minutes break, and after that what we are going to do is like we will build our Kubernetes cluster. See here, guys, what you guys are going to learn. So You have learned your Kubernetes architecture and the basics of your Java application and build and a release process. So now we will be designing our end-to-end CI/CD. Whatever the work that which you have done right now, it's a manual, right? Everything is manual. But in reality, when you go for an interview, this manual things is not going to work. They will ask you, okay, what have you done extraordinary? How did you automated this entire workflow? What is your approach? How do you ensure that all these tools are integrated together? How do you deploy it to a real-time environment? How do you expose your applications literally to the outside world? So this end-to-end process, we are going to automate it and we are going to deploy it today, and we will see this CI/CD implementation. Okay. So just make sure that you guys are coming back. So
Yeah.
let's take for a just break for 10 minutes, guys. So it will be more interesting, guys. So this is the real-time project which we are going to do it. So where, as an enterprise organization level, this is how the implementation is going to be. So as a project work, if you guys are giving interviews, like if you guys are making up your profiles as a DevOps engineers, so then you can close your eyes and you can project the same project in an interview panel. Okay, so this is as realistic as it is. So now we will see what are the prerequisites, guys. Like it's always necessary to know like what are the prerequisites that we need to know before you start anything, right? So we are going to take different things, guys. Like we are going to handle our platform. So we are going to take it as an Azure cloud. As a service, we are going to use our AKS, so which is your Azure Kubernetes service. And the code is like a Java code. And then a place where we store our images. Right now, I simply built it one server. In that server, I have just kept my Docker file and then I have built it the image. But ideally in real environment, we don't keep our images in a local. We keep it in a registry. So what is a registry? Important interview question, guys. When you say like in a registry, a place where we keep our images, or you can say like where we store our images. Okay. So now as part of a image, we are going to use it as an ACR. Okay. So this is our technical stack, guys. So now in order to implement this end-to-end workflow, we are going to use our Azure DevOps. So we will create different sort of things in Azure DevOps, like how we are going to create what sort of implementations and integrations that we are going to have. We'll see it now. So now my cloud is our Azure cloud. So where I'm going to create our ACR first. So this is my ACR. So as part of your CI/CD, guys, so this is our CI/CD pipeline. So where we are going to build our first component, that is my ACR, Azure Container Registry. So whenever we are building the image, this image where it is going to come, it will come and it will get stored into my Azure Container Registry. So hence what we do, we go to our Azure cloud and we will try to build our container registry first. So you can search for container registries, where I'm going to create a registry. I will name this registry. So here I'm going to select my KSR workshop. So where in the registry name, I'm going to say like a KSR, I'll say like a workshop ACR. So come down. So click on review and create. Click on create. So we are building our first component, guys. So this is my first component, ACR. So then we will try to build our second component, that is our Kubernetes cluster. So how we are going to build the Kubernetes cluster and how we are going to deal with it, we will see. Now when I go to the resources, so here I can able to see like workshop ACR, it got created. ACR stands for Azure Container Registry, guys. Okay. So now in order to access my Kubernetes cluster, I have to ensure that I need to create a AD group. So what I will do is like, I will go ahead and I will search for Entra ID. So this is your Azure AD service, guys, where you can create a group. I'll go ahead and I'll create a group. I'll say new group. And the group name, I'm going to keep it as a workshop AD group or workshop AKS group. So group discussion, I'll keep the same. Okay. Under the members, I'm going to assign myself as a member, guys, to this. I'll go ahead and I'll say like, this is my mail ID. And I'll go ahead and I will select it. So click on create. Guys, if you don't mind, can you please mute yourself? I'm getting some disturbance, guys. Okay. So now as part of our AD groups, so this is my group, guys. So where the group name, I'm going to give it as a workshop AKS group. So in the workshop AKS group, I have assigned a member. So who is a member? Me, myself. I have created myself as a member. So I have added it. So in real time also we do the same thing, guys. So whenever we need to provide an access to development team, we will create a development group, and those who should have access to the cluster, we will assign those guys to the AD group, and then based upon this AD group and the members will automatically get access to your Kubernetes cluster. We will see all those things. So now I have my AD group, I have my ACR. Now I will proceed with my AKS, Kubernetes service. This is my Kubernetes service. Click on create. I will say like a Kubernetes cluster. I will select my group, so which is my KSR workshop. So I'm selecting a dev or a test cluster because it's just like a workshop. Otherwise, you have other options, like if you want to go with the production standard, you can go, and you have other enterprise related services as well. But for our workshop, test environment is fine with us. Cluster name, I'm going to give it as a workshop AKS cluster 1. Okay. Availability zones, I'll say like a different availability zones. So it is a AKS free tier. I'm going to pick it up. So 1.30.7. This is the default version, guys, what these guys are supporting, but this is not the final version. In an interview panel, you might be getting an interview question. Okay, can you please tell me what is the latest version available for the Kubernetes? The latest version is 1.31. Latest version for your Kubernetes is 1.31. Okay. So enable with a patch. I don't want to go with a patch. I'm just disabling it. There is no schedule. So everything is fine. So here, this is very, very important, guys. Authentication and authorization, where I'm going to select Microsoft Entra ID with the Kubernetes RBAC. So here, it will ask me to select the group for whom the cluster access should be given. I will go and I will say like, okay, man, I need to grant the access for my workshop AKS group. Click on select. So this is the reason that why we created the AD group first, because those who want to have the access for the cluster, I have to specify. So hence, those users who are part of this particular group by default get the cluster access. So now important item is like your node pools. Like we discussed earlier, what are the different node types that we are having? We are having our master nodes and we are having worker nodes. When you are going with your managed services, you don't have a concept of worker, you have a concept of node pools. So this is what the node pool it is. So now this guy is showing me like 8 virtual CPUs are needed for this configuration, but 0 only found. Okay. So what I will do is like, I'll simply go ahead and select the node pool. So now, there was one more question which our student have asked, sir, if worker node is going down, sir, will again a new worker node will come? During our explanation, some of our or one of our student have asked, sir, if worker 1 is down, sir, then what will happen? I feel like Chandan have asked it. So here is
Yes.
the auto scaling option, guys. If you are keen that no, I need to have a more number of worker nodes. If in case like if one worker goes down, I need to have one more worker which is going to replace it, then go with auto scale option where you can give your minimum number of nodes and maximum number of nodes. In my case, I'm not going to deal with this. I'll go with a manual where I will say like I just need only one worker node, but I will take a bigger one. So choose a size. So I will select a 8 core CPU because it needs minimum of a 8 core CPU. So I will go ahead and I will take a D series. So in the D series, I can pick this one. I'll select. So click on update. So I'm taking a worker node, guys. So where I have a given 8 core CPU with a 16 GB of memory. So where I have selected it. And the approach what we took is a manual. But if you are selecting a auto scaling, automatically the worker nodes will get scaled up whenever there is a huge load. So one thing to concentrate is integration part. This is the container registry. Already we created our container registry. Hence I'm going to select a workshop ACR. So that's it, guys. Simply click on review and create. So three things you need to understand. One is your access part. Second one is your registry part. And third one is your node pool part, whether you want to have a manual or you want to go with the auto scale. For your kind information, guys, since you guys are not familiar with the end-to-end tools of a DevOps, I am doing this work manually, but ideally this work is end-to-end automated. We don't do any work in the cloud manual. So as part of our day-to-day work, we will be ensuring that all the work, whatever we are doing is end-to-end automated. We don't do the stuff manual. Like how I am showing you today, like I creating a server manually, creating a cluster manually, installing the softwares manually, nothing. If you guys are joining for our course, we will teach you end to end, like how you guys are going to install the software automation, how you guys are going to automate the end to end infrastructure creation, infrastructure maintenance, how you are going to automate your end to end Kubernetes deployments and Kubernetes cluster creations. So all these things are part of your journey. But since as like we are all aware, it takes so much time to learn many things in a single go, it's not possible. Okay, so now this it takes at least a 10 minutes time for this guy to complete. Meanwhile, we will concentrate on the other components, like what is this Azure DevOps platform is doing and what will be our role in order to automate this entire flow, right? See guys, generally what is the requirement? Why do we need to have a DevOps engineers? I will give you a single line statement, guys. We have a developer. My developer is having his laptop. What this guy have? He have his laptop. Now developer is get paid. So hence what this guy will do? He will develop the code. Now my company needs, this is my customer. This code, I need to sell it to the customer. I cannot sell raw text files to the customer. He don't even know how you have developed the code. So this guy is there in office and this customer is there in the market. Now, simple question, what is a DevOps? How are you going to sell this code as a product? So how we are going to convert this code as a product and how we are going to deliver this product to the customer is your end-to-end DevOps. This is our work. What is your job? Your job is this one. We have developers develop the code. That code, how faster we are going to release to the customer is what defines our job role. This is a simplified way of understanding DevOps, guys. So now we are going to do that. So how are we going to automate this end-to-end flow? You are going to automate this end-to-end flow with the help of your CI and CD, which is continuous integration and continuous deployment. So this is my developer. What my developer is going to do, my developer will go ahead and he will start developing the code in his laptop. This is his laptop. What he will do? He will develop the code. Now this guy is not going to work for personal work, right? He will be working for a company. So hence what he have to do? He have to ensure that this code is stored in the company's location. So we call this location as repository. Now what this developer will do, he will go and he will push the code. Whenever developer feels like he's done with the work, what he will do, he will simply go ahead and he will push the code. Now, what is the guarantee that this code is going to work? God knows whether it will work or not. So hence, this developer have to prove that this code is going to work, or he need to get a approval from his teammates saying like, man, this is a code, this code is a good, this code is a proper. Can you please help me with the approvals? So that's the reason in a repository, we are going to have a long living branch. Like your master. Now, whenever this guy is pushing the changes, can he push directly to the master branch, guys? You feel like we are going to disturb the entire application code? Can I
Yes.
disturb?
Yeah, your voice
Yeah.
is breaking.
Breaking, yeah.
Oh, my voice is breaking.
Yeah.
Guys, now how is it? Now can you able to hear me?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Now it's fine, Shaan.
Right. Okay. Cool, guys. Cool. Fine. So guys, see here. So this is our long living branch master, which means like whatever the code which is working, whatever the code which is approved, that code only we keep it in the master. So master is always a trusted code. Tested code we will keep it in the long living branch. Now this guy is pushing the code. Can he push directly to the master?
No.
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 We have to
So
test
hence
it.
this guy will push the code to his branch. Let's say like release branch. So now what this developer will do, he will push the code to the release branch. But we are going to have our master. So now what he will do is he will raise a pull request against master. So where your developers will come, because end of the day it's a teamwork, right? Your developers will come and they will see, okay, what did this developer have raised? Let's say like this is a Shaan, okay, what Shaan have raised? Shaan raised a pull request. Okay, he's doing all these code changes and all. These guys, they will validate the code and they will approve the code. They'll say like, okay, man, Shaan, code looks fine. This is good. So we are agreeing to approve it, and they will give me the approval. So once these guys give me the approval, then what I will do, this pull request, I will go ahead and I will merge it to the master.
Shaan, one small question over here. Whether they will not test in a test environment before like approving. Approving means they are like testing in UAT environment, or how they are
We will
doing.
see, sir. How
Yeah.
we will do that. Okay. So here what we are doing, guys. So these guys, they have verified the code. Code looks good. There is no issues. Okay. They feel like comfortable. Now we are going to merge the code to the master. So till now, if you observe, did we deploy our code? Did we tested whether real our application is going to work here? Anywhere?
No.
No. So now comes your work. That is, whenever a code merges happen to your master branch, then in my Azure DevOps platform, I will configure my CI pipeline. So what am I going to do? Here I'm going to configure my CI pipeline. So now what we are going to do is like, whenever a merge happens to the master, immediately my CI pipeline will get triggered. And this CI pipeline, it will start building our image. And this, where are we going to store this image, guys? What is the location where we store the image?
Containers.
Container registry.
Yes.
So here what you need to understand is whenever any developer, when he's done with the work, he will push the code to his branch, he will raise a pull request, he will get it approved, and he will build the image. Soon after he merge the code, he is going to get the image. Now let's see in a detailed manner. So this is the architecture, guys. Whatever I have wrote or whatever I explained you. So this is the workflow. So what is the workflow? We have a developer. So this is what? This is my developer. What he will do? He will develop the code. He will develop the code in his dev branch. He will do the commit messages, whatever the changes that he want. He will do the code push and he will raise a pull request. Once this guy is done with raising a pull request, then he will go and he will get the approval. So guys will be there in the project. They will approve the code and then he will merge the code. The moment he merges the code, then my CI pipeline will get a trigger. The moment my CI pipeline is getting a triggered, what my CI pipeline is going to do? It will build the image, and once the image build is done, then what will happen? Then this image will get published to my ACR. So this process we call it as continuous integration. In simple, it's my CI process. In simple, it is what? It is my CI process. Whenever any developer is ready with his code, whenever he feel like he need to test his code, in reality, whether it is really going to work or not, whenever he feel like he need to create the artifacts from the developed code, so then he can go ahead and he can integrate his code at any point of time. So if we are providing any platform for a developer where he can integrate his code at any point, then such kind of an integration we call it as a continuous integration. So in this case, what is happening? In this case, we are good to go. So we are having our continuous integration. Now, as part of a continuous integration, what is happening, guys? We are building our images. As part of our continuous integration, what we are doing? We are building our images. Okay. So when we say like a build an image, developer might raise a pull request because in the project I might be having multiple developers, right? Which means like I will be getting image 1, image 2, image 3, image 4, image 5, image 6, image 7, image 8, so on up to image n. So multiple developers are there, multiple images are there. Now let's say like I'm having my production environment. This is my production environment where let's say like my image it got deployed and the image version is 1.0.0. Now this image version 1.0.0 we deployed it. Are we going to live with only version 1.0.0 guys throughout our entire life in the company, or are we going to build new images? What do you feel?
Yes, it's keep on new version will be deployed.
Keep on
Need to
new
build
versions.
new images according to the code.
Good. According to the code, we will be getting newer versions, right? Now, can I go ahead and directly deploy it to the production?
No.
No. Shaan have raised a PR and we approved it. He's a good guy. He simply developed the code. He built it the image. Let go and hit the production directly. Huh?
Yeah.
No. So we have to test it, right?
Need to test in dev and UAT environments.
Good.
Yeah.
So that is the reason in an organization, you are going to have multiple environments. Not necessary or not mandatory, but minimum to minimum number of environments you will be having. You will have environments such as development. You will have environments such as SIT, system, integration, test environment. You will have a UAT, user acceptance test environment. You will have a PT, performance testing environment. You will have staging, we call STG. You're going to have pre-prod, we call it as pre-production. You are going to have prod, which is production. Guys, I'm giving you overall environments, right? If you are working for an enterprise, then you might see these many number of environments. But it's not mandatory that at the end of the day you're going to spend so much money. So here everything is cost, right? Maintaining one environment is a costly thing, because you need to have your infrastructure available and integrations available. Everything is there, which comes with the cost. Not necessary that you are going to have these many environments, but depends upon application we can have it. So now how tell me, sir.
PyTest, what will be
At least two. You are right, guys. At least two environments we will have. So now if that is the case, then how this entire workflow is going to be, right? See here. So now let's say like my developer is developing the image. So this image, what we will do, we will go ahead and we will deploy this image to our development environment first. So once this development environment, let's say like I deployed version 1.0.0, it got failed, it's not working as expected. Then what he will do, he will again develop the new code, and this again a new code he will deploy it to the dev environment. This got failed, right? Now we will get 1.0.1. So now it is a success. Dev is working fine. Then what we need to do, guys? Then we need to deploy the code to our SIT. Again, what version do I need to deploy to SIT, guys, now?
The same which
What version? Good.
1.0.
So this version,
passed. Yeah.
I need to deploy it. Now let's say like SIT is also passed. I need to deploy it in a PT. Then what I need to do? I have to deploy it again in the PT.
Yeah.
Let's say like a PT also approved. Then I need to deploy it in the pre-prod. Can anyone tell me how many times we are deploying here, guys? Is it one time or more than one time?
More than one time, no? In
more
different
than one time.
Yeah.
In different environments. Is it only one developer who is going to do this work?
No, multiple.
No, multiple developers.
No, multiple developers will be checking that.
Good. Nice. If you are ready to deploy your code to any environment, at any point of time, then such kind of a deployment, we call it as continuous deployment. So I need to facilitate my developers where they can seamlessly go ahead and do the deployment onto any environment with any version of a code at any point of time. Such kind of a deployment, we call it as continuous deployment. So in CI, what we do, guys, in CI, we build the images. In CD, what we do, we deploy the images. So how are we going to do that? This is the explanation. So now I have my registry where I am having my images. I will create a one more pipeline. Why you are having one more time, guys, this symbol? Because this time it is a CD pipeline. So what my CD pipeline will do, CD pipeline will facilitate the developer. Who is here? Here is my developer. So my developer will go and he will click the CD pipeline, where in the CD pipeline it will ask him, okay, man, tell me which version you want to deploy, what environment that you want to deploy. Seamlessly, he will go and he will directly deploy the application to the Kubernetes cluster, where he's going to get a namespace and he will get the deployment, he will get a service, everything. So now if you see this end-to-end picture, you will get a good clarity. Starting from a developer who is developing the code, he will develop the code, he will push his changes, he will raise a pull request, he will get it approved, and he will build the image. Now, for doing this work, we are going to have a pipeline called continuous integration pipeline. Now, whatever the artifact that this guy have developed, that artifact have to be deployed to the Kubernetes cluster. Hence, we need to have one more pipeline, which is our CD pipeline, which is continuous deployment pipeline. So two categories of pipelines you're going to, one for CI and one for CD. If you have any doubts, please let me know, guys. What is CI and CD? Why we need CI and CD? Okay, good then. If no doubts, guys, now let's come back to the implementation part. Now, what do we have? We have our Kubernetes cluster ready. We have our Kubernetes cluster ready. So now in order to connect to this Kubernetes, how we are going to communicate with the Kubernetes cluster, guys? What is the communicator between us and the Kubernetes?
QBCTL.
Very nice. So that's the reason we are going to install our kubectl utility. But in order to authenticate to the Kubernetes cluster, I need to have my AZ CLI package. So hence what am I doing? I'm installing my Azure CLI package, and then I will install my kubectl utility to communicate with the cluster. So what are the softwares that we are installing, guys? We are installing Azure CLI, and we are installing our kubectl or kubectl utility. So now this is everything, whatever we are doing it in the workstation. So whatever you are doing in the workstation, you can do it in your local laptop, guys. But why I'm teaching you in the server is like, it will be easy for you guys to to replicate, to learn it. When you guys are doing your practice, it will be helpful for you, right? I see. Yeah, Aram, please. Aram, go ahead. Mithun.
Uh, uh, Hi Shaan, like have you have said like that there will be a multiple Docker images, right? When
Mm-hmm.
when we integrate or when we
Mm,
push the
you're
code.
right.
So it will be an like it won't be an issue for Docker image management. Such thing like there are multiple Docker images. How can we handle that? It won't be an
Here
issue.
it won't be an issue, because here what we are having a proper version, right? So for the same application, what am I doing? I am giving proper versioning. Okay, this time 1, that next time 2, next time 3, next time 4, next time 5. Everything is properly versioned, so that we are not overriding the changes what developers have done earlier. So hence this is more important. Okay, versioning is very, very important. Thanks, Midun, for asking. You're right. Okay, so now let me install my kubectl. So you can install it by giving aks install CLI. Azure DevOps is a great platform, guys. It is very, 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 very easy platform. So where you guys can go ahead and play with it. I will show you how you guys are going to play with it. So what I'll do is like, I'll just execute my Azure login command. So now I am authenticating myself with the Azure cloud. In order to authenticate yourself via your command line or from your server, you need to give your command az login, where it will give me the URL, and then the token. This is my token. I'll give my authentication token, click on next. So I am signing up. So this is my subscription, guys. Don't worry about this terminology. It is not required for you right now. And then I will try to install my kubectl again. Good. So now I need to connect to the Kubernetes cluster. So how are we going to connect? So you can click on this connect button, guys, where it will clearly ask you how you guys are going to connect. I'll say like via Azure CLI. Okay. So all these things are done. So only thing I need to execute is let AZAKS get credential, which I will copy the command. I'll go ahead and I'll paste it. So now it got executed. So I can give a command kubectl get nodes. If your entire setup is working fine, so this time it is asking me to log cluster. I'll go ahead and I'll log in now. So give the authentication token. Now I will click on this. Click on continue. So now what it is doing, guys, it is clearly telling me like, okay, man, it's a AKS agent pool 1. So if you remember, we get only one server, right? So hence we see only one server over here. So now what I need to do is like, I need to remember my Kubernetes application components. Any one of you can tell me, guys, what are the different application components that you remember? What are the application components in the Kubernetes that I need to have?
A
Anyone?
namespace, service,
Very nice.
deployment pod.
Deployment, and then so deployment will give me the pod. So how I can communicate with the Kubernetes, guys? How I can pass the information to the Kubernetes? What is the format? What is the format?
YAML,
JSON
YAML or
or
JSON.
YAML.
Good. So we call this one as manifest. We call this one as manifest. So now I need to create a namespace. I need to create a namespace. I can go ahead and I will say like kubectl create a namespace KSR workshop. So how you can get it? Kubectl get a namespace. I'll see like I am having a namespace called KSR workshop. So my first object, it is done. Now what I need a deployment and I need a service. But before doing our components, let's try to create our CI pipeline first. So as part of our CI pipeline, what we need to have, guys, we need to have my application code. So where my application code, my developer will be creating his own branch. He will do the commits and he will push the code and he will raise a pull request and it should be getting approved and then he will merge it. Then my CI pipeline is going to get it triggered. So in order to do this entire work, we are going to use our Azure DevOps as a platform, guys, where you guys can go ahead and you can access your Azure DevOps platform by hitting on the URL called aex.dev.azure.com. But for this, you need to register yourself, this is a free platform which you guys can register it. This is a free platform which you guys can register it. Okay. So now what we are going to do is like, we'll go ahead and we will create a new project. So I am going to create a new project named as KSR workshop. And the visibility, it's a private. And I'm going to say like this one as a agile project. Click on create. So in this, I need application code, guys. So hence we are going to use our Azure repos. So where I will go ahead and I'll try to import my code. My code is already available, right? Hence I will go ahead and I'll import it. Where is my code? This is my code. So click this one, click on the URL, go ahead and try to import it. So my application name, I'm giving it as a Java Spring Boot. Click on import. So we are having our application code available. So when I go and when I click on a files, I can able to see like my data is available. Now what we need to ensure that we are creating our CI pipeline. So hence you can go ahead and you can click on an option called a pipeline. You see there is an option called pipeline. I will go ahead and I'll click on a pipelines now. Go and click on pipelines. I will say like it's a new folder where I will say Java application CI/CD. Click on create. So now I will create a new pipeline here. I'll say it's a new pipeline, Azure repositories, Java code. So now I'm going to say like it's a starter pipeline. It's a starter pipeline. Let me explain you guys here what is the data that we are having here. So trigger, what is the meaning of a trigger is like when exactly that this pipe should get executed, when you want us to run this pipeline. So I want to run this pipeline whenever there is a change happening in the master. Now, what is the information of this pool? So this information represents like where exactly you want to run your code, because I need to run my docker build command to build the image, and then what, and this guy, see here, as part of our CI pipeline, what has to done, guys, whenever this guy is merging, my CI pipeline should trigger, and what it need to do, it need to build the image and it need to push the image to my ACR. So we have different steps that has to be executed. So what are different steps, guys? So as part of my CI pipeline, so first thing is like code checkout to master, and then build the Docker image, and then push Docker image to registry. So these are all the different steps or the tasks that I want to do it. So now where all these tasks should run? So I am telling like to run it on a Azure runners itself. So where I am telling to run it on the Ubuntu latest, that it will do it. So now what we need to do, I need to mention this information. So show assistant, I will say like, okay, Docker build and push. Where is the container registry, guys? Container registry is available as part of my Azure. So here dev.azure.com is a different website, whereas a portal.azure.com is a different website. If you see here, Azure DevOps is a different, and your Azure portal is different. So now what I need to do, I need to create an integration. I need to create an integration between my Azure DevOps platform to my Azure cloud platform. So that's the reason what I need to do is like I need to create a connection using my service connections. Go to the project settings. In the service connections, I'll say like a create a service connection. So what is the service connection I'm looking for? I'm looking for a Docker registry. Click on next. And it is part of my Azure container registry. Where is my Azure container registry? So as part of a service principal. So this is my subscription, guys. So where this guy is telling me you are having a workshop ACR, I will say like this one as a Docker connection, and I will say like a grant a permissions. Click on save. So here what we are trying to do, guys, we are trying to integrate our Azure DevOps platform with our Azure cloud platform. So where I am setting up a connection so that my Azure DevOps, once the pipeline is triggered, once the changes are merged to the master, then what will happen? Then my pipeline will trigger and it will build the image and publish the image to the ACR. So go to the pipelines. So now this is my folder where I will go ahead and I'll say like a project. I'll say show more, or else you can select a starter pipeline. So what is the need, guys? Here the need is quite simple. I'll go ahead and I'll build the image. How do I build the image? I'll search for Docker. This is my Docker. I'll say like a connection is a Docker connection. It's asking me what is a container repository. So if I go to my container registries, so this is my workshop ACR. Do we have any application image pushed, guys? Till now? Do you see any image that got pushed?
No.
No, nothing, right? When I click on repositories here, I don't have anything. It is clean. It is clean. I don't have anything. So hence what I will do, I will say this is a Java application. Hence I will call this a name as a Java application. What is my image name? Image name itself I'm calling it as, or else I can say like a KSR workshop image. I'll make a note of this one. So what is the image name? Image name is KSR workshop image. What is the command that I want to do? I want to do build and push. Okay. So tags to the build, I will say latest. I don't want metadata and I don't want the image metadata. Click on add. That's it. Code checkout is a default feature, guys, as part of your Azure DevOps. You don't need to do anything. In Azure DevOps, the code checkout stage automatically it will happen. So here what we are doing, we are building the code and we are publishing the image. We build the image along with the code and then we will publish the image. Click on save and run. So now my job triggered, guys. So I will do one thing. I will cancel this job because I want to show you guys how we are doing a CI/CD part. Okay, I just canceled it. That's okay. So now what we are going to do is like, we'll go ahead and we will see the workflow. What is the workflow that we learn? So we are having our developer. This is what? This is my developer. What he's doing, he is simply creating a branch called a dev branch. What developer will do? He will go to the repository and he will create a branch. What is a branch name? Branch name I'm taking it as a, let's say like workshop demo. Click on create. So now what is the branch that we have, guys? We have a branch called workshop demo. Workshop demo. So now what this guy is going to do, he's going to do some sort of a change. Let's say like a developer is going to do some sort of a change. So let's say like this is a pom.xml file. So where let's say like this guy is just modifying the version number to 1.3.0. Let's click on commit. I'll select commit. So now when this guy is doing the change, what he need to do? He need to create a pull request. So go to the pull request. He will create a new pull request. So click on against what? See here, pull request against into the master. So go ahead and click on create. So now here comes your reviewers, guys. Who are the required reviewers? So since we don't have any members right now, hence you don't see the reviewers. But in real time, you will be having your reviewers, where these reviewers, they will come and they will see, okay, what these guys are doing and all. Okay, what kind of a files that Shaan have changed. Okay, Shaan changed a file called pom.xml file. Earlier the version is like, earlier the version is like 1.2.9. Now this guy have created a new version called 1.3.0. So they feel like, okay, this is not a big change, let it approve. So they will come and they will approve it. So now soon after we approve the code, what we are going to do? What is the next step, guys? Once the code got approved? Anyone?
Create the
Merging.
Docker image.
Merge.
Merge.
What is the
Need to
next
merge.
event? We need
Need
to
to merge
merge.
the tier. Need to merge.
So approval is done. Sixth stage is done. What is the seventh stage? Seventh stage is like code merge. I'll go ahead and I'll complete and I'll say complete the merge. Now, whenever the merge is happening, what immediately it should happen, guys? What is the next stage?
Continuous integration.
Yeah, pipeline is
Good.
started.
Automatically your CI pipeline will go ahead and it will start. Can anyone tell me how come CI pipeline know that I merged the code? How it is identifying? Any guess?
In the pipeline, we have mentioned to
Uh,
trigger
there is a
from the
trigger.
particular branch.
Good. Since we have a trigger to the master, since I merged the code to the master, it's automatically sensing the, okay, there is some change happening in the master. I have to run the pipeline. So this we call it as auto triggers. Now you see Java Spring Boot, my CI pipeline is getting a triggered. When I see the job, what is happening here? This guy is building my Docker image and this guy will push my Docker image to my ACR. So as of now, when I go to my ACR, here, what do I have? I don't have anything. I don't have anything, no results, nothing. But after my CI pipeline completes the work, then in the ACR, I should be seeing my image. So this guy is telling me the image got successfully pushed. We will see whether it is pushed or not after completing this job. So now this guy is telling me finished the job. Now when I go, earlier I don't have any image. Now I will refresh it. So now what do we have? We have our image, KSR workshop image. But earlier we did this work inside the server, right? Manually we did it. But right now what is happening? Right now everything is automated. Developer will come, he will do the change, he will raise a pull request, he will merge the code and he will have your image ready. He will have his image ready. So you don't need to do anything. Simply raise a PR, automatically he will be getting his image. Any doubts, guys, before we proceed further? Good. So now we need to think about our CD. So now my image is available where? So my 8th step is done. My 9th step is also done. Means like my image is available in my ACR. Now what I have to do? I have to create my CD pipeline. In my CD pipeline, what I have to do, guys? I have to ensure that I am deploying my application. I am deploying my application to the Kubernetes cluster. So here comes the integration part. So earlier you remember from my Azure DevOps platform, I integrated to my ACR. So this time from my Azure DevOps platform, I need to integrate it to my ACR. In order to do that, I need to create a service account. So I need to have some authentication and authorization. To get that, what am I going to do is like, I am going to create a service account called workshop. So this is my service account, which I am going to create it. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is like, I need to provide some authentication to this guy. Hence I'm assigning me a permission. So I will say like role binding.yaml. So I will go ahead and I will apply it. So this is what, guys, this is my YAML file. So what exactly I'm doing? I have a user workshop. So to this user, I am giving a privilege called cluster administrator so that this guy can do anything. So now how I can inform to my Kubernetes cluster that this object or this permission that it need to give, I am using a kubectl command where I am applying the changes. I am telling my file name as rolebinding.yaml. So now we have our service account and we here to the service account. Now what I need to do, I need to generate a token. I need to do what? I need to generate a token. So how am I going to generate? For that also, I have to create a token.yaml. Guys, don't worry about all these things because this part of your Kubernetes class, if you guys are joining for the course, during the course time, I will explain each and everything, even bits and pieces you will be learning as part of the course, right? But since it's a workshop, I'm just, showing you the commands and then some content, okay? Just to save time. So what I'm doing, I'm generating a token. So from here, and I will copy paste the command. So whenever I give this command, what we are going to get is like, we are going to get one JSON object. This is my end-to-end JSON. Okay. So now why I am generating this JSON? Because my Azure DevOps want to connect to my Azure cloud. That is my AKS cluster. So hence I go to project settings. Anyone remember, guys, what is the option that we need to select for the integrations? Which option we need to select for the integration?
Service connections.
Nice. So it is a service
Service
connection.
connections.
Good. Select the service connections and click on new service connection. This time what we are integrating? This time what we are integrating?
JSON.
Input is a JSON, but what we are integrating?
CD.
Why we are for the CD part? So we are trying to integrate it to the Kubernetes. Hence you need to search for Kubernetes. Click on next. Okay. So I'm going to authenticate via my service account. I'm going to authenticate via my service account. So where this guy is asking me to give the end-to-end secret, I will copy paste my entire content. And this guy is asking me to execute this command and paste the output. See here, run this particular command in your local shell and get the server URL. Copy the command, go to the server, paste it. It will give you the URL. Copy this URL and paste it here. And this guy is asking me, give me the secret. So whatever the execution which we did it, right? So this is our secret. So in the service connection name, I will say like a K8S or AKS token. I'll copy this one. I'll paste it. I'll say like a grant the permissions to everyone. Click on save. So guys, integrations parts are a little bit heavy for you to digest in a single class. Okay. But like I told you. So in order to implement the CD, we need to have access. So who need to have? I am not doing the implementation, right? Azure DevOps is doing the work. So hence Azure DevOps need to have access to the cluster. So hence we are integrating our Azure Kubernetes access to our Azure DevOps. So how you are going to integrate it? You're going to integrate with the help of your service connection. Now we need to go ahead and do the deployment onto our cluster. So how are we going to do the deployment? So Kubernetes supports only two formats, either a JSON format, or an YAML format. So now what are the objects are missing, guys, which we need to create? What are the two objects that are missing? What do you feel? What are the objects here?
Service account.
Deployment and
Good.
service.
Deployment and a service. So now what I need is like I need to generate the YAMLs for them. So how I can generate? I can go to kubernetes.io.docs, and from here I can search for a deployment. When I go for a deployment, this is my deployment to the Kubernetes service. So this gives me the end-to-end YAML. I'll copy the YAML and I'll paste the YAML. What do we have, guys? We simply have our YAMLs here. So now deployment name, I will say like a KSR workshop. And then number of replicas I just need is only one. And here comes the image. So name, image name, from where are we going to get? We are going to get from our CR. So I will go ahead and I'll select the image. So what is the image, guys? This is the image, right? Which we have created it. Okay. So now when I go ahead and when I select the image, so select the latest. So how I can take the image, guys? This is my end-to-end name of my image, where I will go and I'll keep it. So this is my deployment definition, guys. So in the deployment, what am I doing? I'm simply telling like, okay, man, I just need only one replica. Just to go ahead and use the image. What is the image? Workshop ACR.Azure CR.io followed by KSR workshop image. This is the image that which we have built it. Likewise, I need to have a service. So how I can get service? Same thing. Go to the documentation, search for a service. So now this is my service definition. So I'll go ahead and I'll copy my service definition and I will paste it. I'll say like a KSR service. App equal to Nginx. Okay. So now these definitions also I have given as part of your material, guys. Means like if you are going to the repository. So here I have K8s configs. So in the K8s configs, you have deployment.yml and you have namespace.yml and you have service.yml. So the content I have already given for you. So you can go ahead and you can use this content. But we are implementing this one, right? Guys, I will just take 5 to 10 more minutes of your valuable time. Please be with me. Okay. So guys, let's see here. So what we are going to do is like, we are going to create our deployment and we are going to create our service. So service, I need to mention the service type, guys. Service type as my load balancer. I'll copy it. I'll go ahead and I'll give the name. Type as my load balancer. Okay. So these are all the two YAML files that I need to create. So what I will do is like, I go to my Azure DevOps. This is my repository. So in the repository, I will create a folder, a new folder. I will say like a configs, the file name as deploy.yml. Click on create. So in the deployment, I already generated this deployment, right? I'll do ahead and copy this deployment file. Click on commit. So likewise, I need to have one more file. So I'll go to the files and I'll say like a one more file. So this time it is service.ml. What is my service? This is my service. I'll copy this one. So target port in our case is 8080, guys. Target port in our case, it's a Java application, right? Java application is running on port number 8080. So hence I'm going to give the same. Okay. So here it is a 8080, guys. It is not 80. I'll change this one. So copy this content. Service.ml, click on get. I'll paste it. Click on commit. I'll click on commit. So under the deployment, one second. So service.ml, I just need to keep it in the configs folder. Let me delete it. Let's go to the configs folder. In the deployment.ml, the container port is 8080. Click on commit. So here I need to create a new file again. Go to the configs. Let's say like upload files. I'll open a notepad and I'll give the service definition. In the desktop, I will save it as a service.ml. Go ahead and upload it. So click on commit. So now I have two files, guys. That is my deployment.ml and I have my service.ml. So now the requirement is like, as part of my CD pipeline, I need to apply these changes to my Kubernetes cluster. I need to apply these changes to Kubernetes cluster. So hence what am I going to do is like, I'm going to modify my CI pipeline a little bit. This is my CI pipeline. So where I will cancel the existing jobs because I did multiple commits to the master, right? So hence this guy have created or got triggered multiple times. I'm canceling all the jobs. I'll click on edit. So now after it published the image, I'm going to add a stage, that is my copy files. Copy and publish the artifacts. So what am I going to tell this guy? Like, I'm going to say that whatever the artifacts which I am having, those artifacts, I want to push it to a particular folder. I want to publish those artifacts to a particular folder. So what I will mention here is like, so I will say like a bash. This is my bash script. Inline code, I'm going to say like bin bash, where I will say copy. What I want to copy? I want to copy the existing content. Existing contents is there in the configs star.aml to a staging folder. Let's say like /temp. We'll do one thing, guys. It's taking a bit more time, okay, than the required. Let's connect tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow also we have a session, right? We will continue this one in the tomorrow session. Okay. So see here, tomorrow it is going to be more interesting, guys, because you are going to see real DevOps, how we are going to apply our knowledge onto the data engineering platform. When we say like a data engineering platform, today we have just gone through the half of the content, like how we are going to do this end-to-end CI part. CD part we will do it tomorrow. And then in tomorrow's session, what you guys are going to learn is like you will be seeing what exactly a data engineer is going to do in real time, how the data real processing is going to happen. When this data engineer is going to process the data, how he is going to store in a cloud platform or in another platform, how DevOps is going to be helpful, right? Generally, when students are coming from a data engineering background, they always come with a question like, okay, why we should join your course? So generally, students have a like any AI engineer when they are coming, right? AI platform engineers, or if someone who is coming from a data engineering background, someone who is coming from a data science background, someone who is coming from ML background, or someone who is coming from infrastructure, they'll say simple questions, sir, why should we join this one, sir? So the answer for this one you will be getting by tomorrow. So where we will see how exactly our real DevOps knowledge we are going to apply onto the data engineering platform. So as end-to-end automation, whatever the automation which you guys have learned, that is your CI/CD approach, how we are going to apply onto our data sources, how we are going to automate their end-to-end workflow. So it's going to be quite interesting. Just make sure that you guys are not missing the live class tomorrow. Okay. So if you are missing the class, then you're going to miss how data ops engineers are really working in the market. So data ops is the future, guys, because even though you might be a good pro in your data engineering, but at the end of the day, you have to depend on DevOps engineers. So that's the reason companies are compelling the data engineering team to know how DevOps practices are happening. So it's going to be a mandatory in the future, guys, especially with the current trend, whatever is happening in the market. It's mandatory that a data engineer should be knowing how the DevOps implementations are happening, and they have to implement in their company because they don't want to hire a separate engineer called a DevOps for their work. So that's the reason. So this is the end-to-end implementation, guys, which we are going to do it tomorrow. So where we will be collecting multiple data sources, like from on-premise, how the data is going to come, from storage accounts, how the data is going to come, from a data bricks, how the data is going to come, or how we are going to streamline the process, how we are going to create a multiple environments for the data engineering platform, like a dev, UAT, SIT, pre-prod and prod, like the way how we have learned for our Java. So how for a data engineering platform, guys, we are going to do these things. Everything we will be discussing in tomorrow's class. It will be more fun and it will be more interesting because you might never seen such kind of implementations till now in your career, which we will discuss in tomorrow's live.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Just
Thank you.
make sure that you guys, one second, Chandan. Guys, make sure that you guys are registering yourself. Okay. So, so I feel like you guys know how to register. You can go to, KSR Datavision, www.ksrdatavision.com, and then once you enroll, you can click on the resources where you will see the workshop recording here. So under the workshop, you'll be getting the details here. Make sure that you are enrolling here and download the content. Whatever the commands and executions, whatever we did it today, I will share those logs as well. So you can go ahead and download the data from there. I sincerely thank everyone, guys. And, thank you so much. It is not easy to stay for 3 hours. Even I know that, but I really appreciate for your time. Thank you so much for joining, guys. Let's connect to tomorrow.
Yeah, one question.
One second, Chandan. Just answer a bit, right? So those who are having doubts, please stay back and clear your doubts, guys. Rest of the people, thank you so much. Have a great day. Yeah,
Yeah,
Chandan, go ahead.
enough.
Thank you, Shaan.
Yeah, your account we can do all these things.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
your
Yes,
account
you can create your
login.
Azure free tier account and you can do all the work.
All these things, but it don't
Everything.
charge anything, right? For it don't charge anything.
Nothing. Zero charges.
Okay. Thank you.
Whatever
Thank
the
you very
work I
much.
did now, you can do
Yeah.
everything in a free tier account. It's possible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. We are very grateful to you. We have a well-defined explanations about this.
Nice, sir. Nice to hear, sir. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, sir. Thanks for the feedback.
Hello.
Yeah, Raj.
Yeah. What is the difference between instant pool versus cluster?
Yeah. See, when we say like an managed services, right? So in the managed services, we are not managing master nodes.
Okay.
So that is coming as a service from a vendor.
Okay.
You get it right?
Yeah.
So that is your master. Now I need to run my application workloads, right? In order to run my application workloads, I need to have some servers. So that is my instance pool or node pool.
Okay.
And here, why container instead of VM?
See, sir, it is like the example which I took earlier, right? See, you want to go to some destination. Let's say you want to go to Bangalore. Okay.
Yeah.
It entirely depends upon how fast you want to go. If you ask me, I'll simply take a flight. I don't care about money. I'll simply take the flight and I'll go. If I have some luxury of time where I can spend some time, I can go in a bus where it is very, very cheap for me. But it takes time. But if I want to have a luxury of traveling to the destination, then I prefer going in a car. I'll take my car and then I'll leave to Bangalore. And again, it depends upon the use cases. Now, why we have to go for a container? Why not why we can't stick with the virtual machine? Is like, virtual machines, you can run the application. Everything is good. But over a period of time, you will be lost in the maintenance activities. Imagine like servers are down. What you will do? Your application will go down. Network is down. Your application will be down. Servers are outdated with the versions. Let's say like a Java version is outdated. Node.js is outdated. Your OS itself is outdated. Who will do the patching? Who will maintain the security? It's a war headache for you, right? But if you're going with a container, it's just a building of an image. See, right now I am building an image, right? How much time it is taking?
5 minutes.
Maybe like 2 minutes. Build the image and push the image. So now containers out of it, I can create in a fraction of seconds. So I can do my entire maintenance activity in a matter of 5 minutes. But same thing, if I go with the servers, then I have to do it for months. I need to take a downtime, patching activity, migration activity, or if the OS is outdated, then I have to go for a upgrade activity, and then application downtime I need to coordinate, and then I need to automate. I need to take a backups. It's a hell lot of work. So that's the reason we tend to, or we always prefer going with microservices. This is the current trend.
But I believe Azure VMs is different. Azure container is different. You're talking about in that case. I'm talking
Yes,
about,
yes.
as you mentioned about virtual machine, it required maintenance, patching, all the things. But Azure means most of the cases they will take care of that, right?
Not necessarily. Imagine like you are having your car. Okay, your tire got punctured. Means like vendor is going to change your tire. Let's say like you purchased a car from let's say like from BMW, you bought a car. You paid 30-40 lakhs and you bought a car. All of a sudden there is a tire puncture happened on the road. Now you will call the BMW guys and say like, okay, change my tire. No. Then in what cases you call the BMW?
Luxury, comfort.
You should not start.
When the car is not starting, you
Only in
don't
the
know why
major
the
cases.
engine is not starting. In such cases, you will call him, right? So that is a product issue. If it is a product issue, then vendor will support you. If it is your maintenance issue, why vendor will support? You have to maintain it, no? Now you are purchasing a server from Azure. When you can reach out to Azure, when Azure will come into the picture, when that server is down, you don't know how to start, or the server itself is not coming up. In such cases, he will help you. But inside that server, what is running? Inside that server, how you are managing is none of Azure's business. So that you have to take care. No one is going to help
All
you.
the infrastructure
You, your
beyond
company, your team.
managing the server, right?
Oh, 1 second, sir. So Bharat, so you and your team have to maintain and manage it. Is it making sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. There are 2 items, sir. 2 items you need to understand. Yeah, Raj, sorry, it's not Bharat.
Thanks.
Cool. Good. Yeah, sir. Someone is saying something, sir. I missed it. Who is that? Okay, good guys. Any other doubts?
No, I just told we only need to take all.
Okay. Thanks for thanks for the support. Yes, you are right. Because see, you are end of the day you are a consumer, right? You are consuming, so you have to maintain it. Okay, very nice, guys. Very
And
nice.
Shaan, do we have any template prepared for the contents which we cover in this course?
Yes, sir. Yes, all those things are available. So Mahesh will be sharing it. That is part of our site. Okay, tomorrow I will share the link, like where the content is, what subjects that we are covering, what is the in-depth syllabus that we are covering. Everything I'll mention it over there.
Okay, you know when the course will be get started? Is that in
Maybe a
this
week's
month
time.
or next month?
A week's time from now. This month, sir. In January, we'll have a
Okay,
new batch.
sure. Sure. Thank you, Shaan.
Okay, sir. Okay, great. Okay, guys. Then I think if you're good to go, thank you so much, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks once
thank you.
again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Sean.
Okay, guys. Great. Let's connect tomorrow. Huh? Tomorrow will be more interesting. We will
Yeah,
see
yeah.
the
Thank you,
Dataops.
Shaan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same time only, right?
Yeah, same time.
Same time.
Timings are same.
Same time, same
Okay.
link, guys. And you
Yeah.
can there in the group so that you can able to get an updates.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. Thank you, guys. Thank you for attending 3.5 hours, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
Cool, guys. Cool then. See you guys. Bye bye.
Hi, Mahesh.
Yeah. Hi, Bharat. Yeah, tell me.
Mahesh, are you there? Yeah. Are we having any WhatsApp group for this
Yeah, we have WhatsApp
core?
group actually. Let me share with you.
Can you please add me in there?
Yeah, I will share the link here because I don't have your number. Let me share here. Invite group link. Yeah. I'm sharing in the chat box. You can join there. Check it it's there in the chat, guys. If anyone not in the group, you can join this group. Even that group link in our website also, but you can join from here. You got it right,
Thank
Bharat?
you. Yeah, got it.
Great.
Thank you.
If anyone have questions, even I'm there, you can ask me if any other than the technical related. And guys, we are starting even with the Shaan new batch for the DevOps. Okay. So from mostly this month end, it's going with the multi-cloud, Azure and AWS together. Okay. If anyone interested with your friends or someone who want to learn DevOps, you guys can refer them. Hi team, good morning. Hi Anil, Bharat, Doraswamy.
Hi Mahesh, good morning.
Narayana. Let's wait a couple of minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Munada.
Anyone have questions from yesterday's session? Any doubts?
Hey, hi everyone. Good morning, guys. So I see we have Ravi Teja. Hi Ravi. Hi Narendra. Hey Anil.
Hi
Hi
Shan, good
Lakshmi.
morning.
Hi, Shan.
Very
Good
good
morning.
morning. Very good morning, guys. So we have Bharat. Hi Bharat. Morning. Hi Jalija. Hey Aziz. Hi Harshini. Good morning. Hi Rajkumar. Good morning, guys. Guys, anything before we start the session would like to ask or would like to clear it out? We have 5 more minutes. We can use this time if you want. Hey, hi everyone. Good morning. Guys, we'll start the session most probably in the next 5 minutes. Just be with us.
Okay, before starting our actual session, meanwhile, so did you hear recently with the L&T CEO controversy, like 90 hours a week, to work 90 hours per week?
Yes, 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 we hear that.
What's your thoughts, guys? Anil?
Uh, Probably it's very difficult, but
Uh,
so, but actually it works when you start. He said not even he says for his company,
mhm.
it helps to growth personally.
Yeah. So individual point of view, maybe I
Actually,
have to be
actually,
accept. It's not for
uh,
an one company in the same
no,
kind of work. Maybe it will be difficult
initially,
to focus properly.
yeah,
But he said like
initially,
individual point of view, maybe it's true. We need to be look for some other opportunities also, right? So we need to be
yeah,
considered that as also a working hour.
yeah,
Example
initially,
is that today you
Narayan
are
Murthy
going to
said
be
like,
attend this 3 hour session. For sure, we need to calculate this as your working hours, right? From 8 to 11 o'clock you are spending here. It's for your personal career growth, right? What you say, Anil?
hello.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm from Infosys.
Oh, okay. Is it really implementing Infosys also?
Not,
Like a 70 hours,
no, no,
Infosys?
no, 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 no. Because people who are not interested, they're not giving hikes and anything.
Okay. So personally, I will feel if anyone lose the job in from organization point of view, it's a purely our mistake. If I lost a job during the layoff, I will feel like I'm not a capable. Reason out of 1,000 employees, only 10 employees lost a job in the sense these 10 people, why those 10 people only? We are not able to sustain on the process, right? Maybe it looks like a little harsh, but it's true.
Not exactly true. It depends on the client. If the client itself is
Still, Chandan, like if you are example, we are lost the job, we have a backup plan immediately. So why I'm saying like I'm connecting with the multiple people, right? And so sometimes people are stuck with their regular jobs.
Yeah,
Around 1 year
sometimes.
back, one student called me and he said, I want to join a Power BI course. Honestly, I'm saying that Power BI, but I got to know his salary already 21 lakhs. I told him, no, sir, Power BI maybe won't suit you. Already getting 21. Power BI maximum 25 we can go. More than that, it will be difficult. He said, Mahesh, from last 6 years, I'm working in the same company. I didn't learn any new. Now, data engineering, DevOps, these kind of typical subjects, maybe I can't learn, particularly data engineering. I suggested him data engineering. He said, this Python, PySpark, it's not possible to me. I need only no coding subjects. But when it comes to the no coding, maybe you can't get that much high package. 6 years, he didn't learn anything. He felt like his company is good. There is everything is going smooth. But suddenly, as per a company norms, we can't give 21 lakhs package for your profile because he didn't upgrade anything. Later again, he joined data analytics Power BI, and after 1 year, he didn't get a good package. Same package he got a job, and again he completed data analytics, and now he got a good job with around 30 plus lakhs. So we need to be upgraded frequently in our current situation, or else we can't sustain.
yeah, that's true. But actually, in the IT world, right, after 10 years, it's fine. But after 10 years, it's very difficult to
Yeah.
in that industry. So since AI came to picture, so it
And
will
also nowadays kids are too smart than us. And last year December we went for a fabric event in my Hyderabad. There I saw a guy who had hardly like a 12, 13 years age. I felt why these guys started learning now only. Maybe their parents getted him to the Microsoft Office, I thought.
Then
But
they
after a
will
couple
work
of
90
minutes, I
hours.
got to know he was in a guest lecturer, guest speaker. He already working on Power Platform applications. 12, fifth class, eighth class student. He was eighth class student.
yeah, that's what in IT field, right?
Yeah.
No scope for after 10 years. So but plan for other than IT.
Yeah.
Since right, the future came into the different technologies, right? For AI and artificial intelligence, ML and DevOps, right? So
Mhm.
after 10 years, whoever worked in 10 years, they are already reached the salary stagnant. The company
Mhm.
won't provide that much of salary for learn new things for 2 years of experience, right? So especially in our company of 45 and above, then nobody is there in our company. Out of 10,000 employees, nobody is there.
Okay. Let's wait for 2 more minutes, guys.
Okay, hi everyone. Good morning, guys. Thanks for joining. Let's start the session for today. Let me share my screen, guys. Yeah, hope you guys can see my screen. Okay, so as part of our previous session, guys, we were discussing about our CD part, that is continuous deployment. So how are we going to perform this activity, right? So this was our end-to-end CI part, which we have learned. So what we have seen in, I'll just give a small recap, guys, to your yesterday's session. So we have a developer, so who is going to push the code. So this is my developer who is going to do the changes. So where he is going to create a branch, and he's going to do a couple of commits, and he's going to push the changes. And whenever a code merge happen after the approval, so we are triggering our CI pipeline. So where this CI pipeline, it is building the image and it is publishing the image to the ACR, Azure Container Registry. So here, once we have our image published to the ACR, then what happens here is like, this is my developer who is going to trigger my CD pipeline, where the CD pipeline, it need to pull the ACR image and it have to deploy the image to my Kubernetes. So what it need to do? It need to finally go ahead and deploy the service to the Kubernetes. So now, if you remember, yesterday we created our Kubernetes cluster. So where we have created our namespace. So when I see like a kubectl get ns stands for namespace, where I can see like I'm having a namespace called a KSR workshop, right? Now our main goal is like we built at the image and we need to create two objects. So what are the objects, guys, that we need to create? We need to create two objects. First one is my deployment and the second one is my service. So now our CI pipeline is different from the CD pipeline. See here. So what we are trying to achieve as part of my CI, this is my CI. So inside the CI, what am I doing? Inside the CI, I am building the image. This is my image build.
Now this is my CD pipeline. So from the CD pipeline, I have to ensure that I am deploying the services to the Kubernetes cluster. This is my Kubernetes cluster. So here in the CI, I'm going to store my configs, where these configs I'm going to pass as an input to my CD pipeline. So this we call it as artifacts. So now what am I going to do is like in my CI pipeline, I'm going to add one more stage, where in that stage I will specify copy the artifacts to a pipeline, where that I will be giving as an input to my CD pipeline. So now the setup is going to look like this, guys. So when you log into your Azure DevOps, so this is the pipeline which we triggered yesterday. So I'll simply click on edit. So before we do the changes, let me show you the change that which we are expecting. So this is my repository, where in this repository I created a folder called configs. So where in the configs I have uploaded my deployment.yml file with my image name, and I have created my service.yml. So this is my service. So what did we do, guys? We are uploading two config files. One is my deployment.yml and second one is the service.yml. Now what we do is like we go ahead and we tell to our pipeline that publish the artifacts. So I'm going to publish the artifacts. So come down. So this is my artifacts. So now this is going to ask me where or what exactly you want to publish. I am telling I have my data in a folder called the configs. Send this one as a workshop folder to where? To my Azure pipeline itself. So I will go ahead and I'll click on add. So here what we are trying to do, guys, we are generating our config files, and these config files I am trying to dump to the pipeline. So click on validate and save and click on save. So now when I go to the pipelines, since we are doing a commit to the master, automatically my pipeline will get triggered. So now this pipeline, what it is going to do, it will take that folder and it will dump that folder to the pipeline. So once we have the artifact available in the CI, so this config folder, what we are going to do, we are going to give as an input to my CD pipeline. So this is how we are going to continuously integrate our CI with CD. So when this job is getting executed, so what this guy is doing, he is building the image. So once the image build is done, so then it will take these artifacts and it will publish these artifacts to the pipeline. So let's see the pipeline run, guys. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So now when I go to the pipelines, this is my pipeline which got executed. So this is the last build which has happened. So here you can able to see like there's an artifact which got published. So now when I click on this published artifact, so here what we are dumping our deploy.yml and we are dumping our service.yml, which means like in my CI pipeline, I built the image, I published the image, and I clearly told like what are and all the YAMLs that need to be applied to the Kubernetes cluster. So now we can start with our CD. Means when I go to the pipelines, so here I can see that there is a second option available called releases. So there are two categories of pipelines which we have in your Azure DevOps. One is your build pipelines, second one is your release pipelines. Or you can say like one for CI and one for CD. So now we have seen how we are going to use the CI. So this time we will go and opt for our release pipelines, which is our continuous deployment pipelines. Let's go to the release pipelines. So I'm going to click on create a new pipeline. So where I will take the empty job and I'm going to name this one as a workshop CD. And in the stage, I will say like a deploy to Kubernetes. And this is my artifact. So as part of my artifact, can anyone of you tell me from where the input is going to come, guys?
From
From
CI.
CA pipeline.
Good. From CI build job. So now the source build pipeline, I need to mention that this is my Java Spring Boot. So now come down, click on add. So here, what we are trying to do, guys, we are trying to stitch these two guys together. So when we are trying to stitch together, whatever the content that is available in the CI, I can consume that content in the CD part. Now I need to deploy something to the Kubernetes, but who is going to give me those YAMLs? So those YAMLs, I have to take it from CI. So which I'm picking up. Now, this is my stages, guys. You can add as many stages as possible or as you need it. So out of which I'm taking one stage, that is a deploy to K8s, that is to my Kubernetes. Now there is one job. I'll go ahead and I'll ask. So this guy is asking me, okay, man, tell me what you want to do. So I'm going to click this plus button. So where it is going to ask me like what exactly I want to do. So I want to deploy this one to the Kubernetes cluster. So deploy to Kubernetes cluster, click on add. So now click on the task. In the display name, I will say like a create deployment. So what is the action? Action is to, one second guys, I'll just remove this one. Click on add, search for kubectl. Search for kubectl. So what we want to do, guys, we want to execute our kubectl commands. So hence I'll go ahead and I'll say like a add. And in the kubectl, I'm going to say like a apply or a create deployment. So now here comes the service connection. You remember yesterday what did we do? We created a service account and we generated a token and we added the token as our service connection. So now I'll use the same one. What is it? It is AKS token. It is what? It is AKS token which we have created yesterday. So now this guy is going to ask me, okay, man, tell me in which namespace that you would like to create these objects. If you remember, we created our namespace called KSR workshop. I will go ahead and I will place the namespace details here. Now, what is the command that you are planning to execute? I'm going to tell this guy like, okay, man, please execute a command called apply. So now I need to specify where my configuration file that it need to pick. So hence I'm telling like, okay, you have to use the configuration. This is my configuration file. So it is asking me, okay, from where I can pick this configuration file path. So we already injected our artifacts to the CD. So click on the browse file path. So where here comes my workshop folder where I have deploy.yaml. Click on OK. So now I am done with my task one. What is the task one, guys? Task one is like creating a deployment. Right now, if I go ahead, kubectl get deployment followed by -n and then the namespace. You see, it clearly says no resources found in the KSR workshop namespace. But after we trigger our CD pipeline, we should be seeing our application up and running in the Kubernetes cluster. So for that, I created a deployment. Now I do need to have a, or I need to create a one more object that is my service. Click on this plus button. I will again go ahead and I will search for kubectl and I will say like a add. So this time what? This time create service. So now I have my service connection, that is my AKS token. What is a workshop? Workshop is a my KSR namespace. So this is what? This is my KSR namespace. What is a command? So the command that I want to use it like my kubectl apply command. I want to use the configuration file. So where is my configuration file available? It is available as part of my artifact. So this workshop and I will load the service.yaml. Click on OK. So now I'll go ahead and I will save the configuration. So now when I go to the pipeline, so now what is happening guys here, my pipeline is fully ready. So whatever the inputs that I would like to take from CI, I took it and I staged them in a pipeline and I have given them as an input to my CD pipeline, and I'm asking my pipeline to go ahead and deploy the services to the Kubernetes cluster. So before we go ahead and create a release, see here, whenever you would like to deploy your application onto your Kubernetes cluster, or whenever you want to run your release pipeline, you have an option called a create a release button, which you can use it. So before we click this button, if anyone have any doubts to get any clarity that you needed, please let me know. We can discuss.
You same do you apply, right? For apply or run command you need to use to run the apply, right? You
See
said apply.
here we have different commands with regards to the kubectl. Okay, so kubectl comes with different commands such as create, apply, delete, replace. So create will help me in creating new objects. Apply will help in applying the changes if object exists, or create the object if not exist. Delete will delete the objects. Replace will do a force apply. So now why we are giving apply? You can give create, but as part of a CD, am I going to do this pipeline changes all the time, guys? Every day I am going to do all the changes? Or
No,
it's a one-time activity? What do you feel?
it's a one-time activity.
One-time activity. So which means like today, if I am creating the CD pipeline with the create as my step or as my task, then tomorrow I have to come and I have to change that to create to apply, because I don't create the object, same object again and again, right? But I will apply the changes to the object every time. Are you getting me, sir?
Yes.
So that's the
Perfect.
reason we are using apply command, so that I don't want to work on this pipeline again. So what is apply is doing? So applying the changes if the object exists. If the object is existing, right now the object is not existing. So hence what apply command will do, it will create the object. So hence it is recommended to go with apply, because if some changes are there, then directly those changes get applied. If that object itself is not there, then it will directly go ahead and create the object. So this is the use case, and these are all the different commands. We use kubectl followed by -f followed by your YAML file name. I'll say like your YAML file name dot YAML, and then followed by action. So what is the action that you want to do? Actions are listed below, whether you want to create or apply or delete or replace. Whatever the action that you want to do, you can do it. Is it clear, Chandan?
Yeah, perfect.
Good then, good. Fine then. If no doubts, guys, let's proceed further then. So now comes my release. So simply click on a create a release. I'll go ahead and I'll click on create a release. So now you can track it out. So here the release got created. I will select it. So now the deployment is there in a queue. Just wait for some time. So automatically it will get picked up. Yeah. So now it started picking up. So here, if you would like to see what is happening, you can click on logs. So where it will clearly tell you like, okay, what is the exact execution that is happening behind the scenes. So in this log, it will clearly tell you what object that it is trying to create, where it is trying to create. So now this is a seamless, guys. When we say like a seamless, so our end-to-end continuous integration and continuous deployment part is in place. Only thing what developer will do, he will simply do the changes, he will push the changes, he will raise a PR, and then he will merge. The moment he merge, automatically the image creation will start. Automatically the artifact generations are going to start. And then my CD pipeline is going to get it triggered. So where we are going to deploy the artifacts. So now when I go ahead and when I see earlier when I give -n namespace name, so there was nothing. But now I can able to see like we have our deployment KSR workshop which is up and running. Not only that, but also when I give kubectl get a service -n followed by my namespace. So I can see like there is a service which got created. You remember that yesterday we discussed about this one. That is, we are going to have our namespace. Inside the namespace, we are going to create our deployment. So this is our namespace, KSR workshop, and this is my deployment which I have created. And these are all the pods. Right now, I am running only one pod. So in order to access this pod, what we are going to do, we are going to create a service. So now I have my service. So service is having a IP address of 135.237.50.171. So simply I will copy this IP address. I will go to the browser and I will hit this IP address. So if your entire application is up and running, if everything looks fine, you should be seeing your application up and running. So now you can able to see like welcome to DVSM or welcome to DevOps sessions Kubernetes. So where I can able to see like we are having our Spring Boot application, where we have our Spring Boot application which is up and running. Okay, so here what exactly we did, guys? We took one application and we deployed that application into a server. And then what did we do? And then we took the same application and we converted that application into a microservice. And then we built it our Kubernetes cluster, and finally we deployed that application onto our Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so now as part of this architecture, what we are having, guys, so we have done all the stages starting from point number 1 till point number 11. Whatever the integrations and deployment is required, everything we fulfilled it. So starting from cloning, creating a branch, doing a commit, pushing the code, creating a pull request, getting it approval, code merges, CI pipeline, building the artifacts, CD pipeline, deploying the services to my Kubernetes cluster. So everything is in place. Okay, so this is how we are going to perform our CI CD on our platforms where we have consumed different services like your Azure DevOps, Azure Kubernetes cluster. We took the Git and then we understand the end-to-end CI/CD process. Okay, so if anyone have any doubts, guys, on the CI/CD, you can ask me now. If no doubts, then we will proceed with the next project.
The CI/CD pipeline, which tool we are using, like Jenkins? Yesterday I missed that class, but today I joined it.
Okay.
Which tool?
We are using Azure DevOps, sir. You see here, this is my Azure DevOps platform.
Okay, so in Azure DevOps platform, any specifically there are tool for CI/CD like Jenkins or TeamCity?
Sir, actually, Azure DevOps itself is a platform which gives you everything. Like if you would like to create anything in open source platform, you go with Jenkins and then you create a build jobs and then you integrate it and then you deploy it. But when you are going with your Azure DevOps platform, there is no requirement to have a third party tools, because whatever is required, everything this guy will give as a platform. Means like instead of going with your Jenkins, you can go with Azure pipelines. So where you can create your pipeline, you can design the pipeline and how the flow it is going to be, what sort of things that it have to done, everything you can define it in the Azure DevOps platform itself. You don't need to have a Jenkins in place for this.
Can you create a Jenkins in Azure DevOps platform?
Chandan, just give me a sec. Yeah. Nagaraj, please, sir, tell me.
Yeah, here we used from AKS tool, or we installed on top of Linux Kubernetes.
Okay, yeah, here we took AKS, sir, like I mentioned here. So if you see the architecture,
We have to use kubectl command only, right? But there is no option for click.
You can do
like
it if you
OpenShift.
want to go. If you want, you can do that as well. It's not going to stop you from doing it. Of course, you can go to Kubernetes. See, in the OpenShift part, that's a UI layer which OpenShift is going to give you with the flexibility of having your namespaces and other things. Here also you can do it. But as an administrator, right, I don't feel going and using a UI like how OpenShift provides. So here, if you would like to say like, no, I need to create a multiple namespaces, go ahead and create it. So you can create, you can see how many namespaces that you are having here. And if you see like a workload, what is happening in the cluster, you can see the workloads here. And if you want to see the configuration, let's say like you want to run some command, you want to see how many nodes are running. So everything in the UI, you can, if you want, you can do it in the UI, or if you want, you can do it with the kubectl command. But I prefer automating everything with the code. So
Okay.
like how we have done now, right? So every time I cannot go and execute the commands of apply, right? If any release is going, why I should do the release? So developer, they should be good enough to do all the releases by themselves. But we will facilitate. As a DevOps engineer, our job is to facilitate the developers to complete their work. This is what we are trying to do.
Yeah. Okay. So
I think something is
visuals,
breaking. Nagaraj, I think your voice is breaking.
if you install. Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Understood.
Cool then. Cool. Fine. Chandan. Tell me,
Uh,
Chandan, you have something?
yeah, I have a question here. So, can you install Jenkins in Azure DevOps?
See, it is like, how should I tell you? Let me take a simple example. So imagine like you want to purchase a bike. You purchased already one bike. One bike is with you. Now again, you will think of purchasing another bike.
No.
No, right? Same.
No.
Now we'll compare your question with that, right? Already I'm having a well-versed, well-developed, and well-working end-to-end platform provided by Azure, where I can do everything what Jenkins is giving to me.
Okay, and yeah, for that, okay, so in that bike, right? So if you want to add one more accessories in different company, so in the same company, I'm not happy with that accessories. I need to add one different company, branded company like Jenkins and other things. So can we do it like that?
Yes, of
Just my
course.
question.
Of
Okay,
course you can
yeah,
do
yeah.
it. So
Okay,
that is the
thank you.
reason, right? That is the
Yes.
reason as part of a KSR, we are coming up with a new course content called multi-cloud with the hybrid DevOps implementation.
Okay. No, no,
So where
I'm
you're
not
going to
talking about
learn everything.
multi-cloud. It's a Jenkins is not a cloud platform, right? It's an on-premises tool,
Uh,
right?
Not
So
necessarily that it should be in on-premise. If your
okay,
entire workloads are running in the cloud, we will build our DevOps platform in the cloud only, Chandan.
okay,
One piece I
okay,
cannot keep it in on-prem, and another piece it won't make sense keeping in the cloud platform.
okay,
So if you are building an open source platform, then you can go ahead and you can build it. So nothing is going to stop. Here also, if you feel like you need to integrate, let's say like you want to have the integration with your Jenkins, you can do it. It's not going to stop you from doing it. So now let's say like, this is my artifacts, right? So in reality, let me delete this artifact so that I'll create a one more. So let me add the artifact. So let's say like you want to integrate your CI part. See, Jenkins is, let's say like I'm doing my entire CI work in the Jenkins. If you would like to integrate your Jenkins, you integrate it. You can have your Jenkins as your
uh,
platform where you can go ahead and you can inject your Jenkins to the CD platform and pass the artifacts to the CD. This also you
okay.
can do it.
Yes,
Or
yes.
else vice versa also you can do it. Okay. So if you know how to do what to do, then you are good to go. So you
Okay.
are free. Okay.
So
But yeah,
based
based
on the
upon the
client
need, we will
requirement,
keep it.
based on the situation, you can utilize it. Okay.
Yes, yes. So that's
Thank
the
you.
reason knowledge is important. You should be knowing everything. So then you can decide what to go and how to implement it.
Yeah.
Okay.
One
Cool then.
question I have. So in this part, like we have not used Terraform anywhere for like infrastructure as a code, right? So it is also taken care by Azure DevOps itself. the platform.
Yes. But you need to develop the code. We can run the Terraform code directly from the Azure DevOps as well. So all these kind of an integrations, like whatever the queries, like those are all very interesting, guys. So whatever the questions that you guys are asking, so all these things will be addressed practically, and we will be teaching you in real time. But since this is a workshop, right, we cannot show all the end-to-end implementations for you. But yeah, I will try my level best in covering as part of the workshop. Okay, Raj. But we will use a
Okay.
Terraform. So we have a requirement in the second project. So it's a two project, right? First, you guys need to learn DevOps. Then you need to apply that DevOps knowledge on multiple fields. Now we have applied onto the actual development. Now we will take that knowledge and we will do the integrations for the data engineering work.
Thanks.
Okay, good. Nice, guys. Nice, good questions. Keep it up. Fine. So let's start our project number 2, right? So generally, people might be thinking, okay, DevOps teams, they always do, only CI/CD pipelines, and they always talk about the cloud and infrastructure, right? So beyond this, also there is a world where DevOps do wonders in the organization, especially in the field of data. What exactly a data engineer is going to do in a real-time company? So let me show you a short architecture, guys. So where I have come up with a multiple workloads that a data engineer is going to process. So this is my data engineer. So the role of a data engineer is like he is going to collect the data from multiple sources. So we are going to have a different sources. So what are the different sources, guys, that we have here? So we have sources like databases, we have sources like file system, we have sources like data warehouses. It might be from streaming, it might be from data lake, it might be from on premise. So when any company is hiring a data engineer, so data engineer main responsibility is like he have to process terabytes, sometimes even petabytes of a data, and this data is not going to be in a processed way. Means like some random data they will throw at him and they will ask like, okay man, this is the data, we want the structured data out of it. So what is the best example that we can take? Let's say like you guys are going to your amazon.com or amazon.in and you started purchasing. Let's say like today I purchased one refrigerator. What did I do? I purchased a refrigerator. Okay. So now let's say like after 1 week, if I logged in, after 1 week, if I logged into amazon.com or amazon.in again, so what it will do is like it will share me information about the products. What products? It will tell me like, since you have purchased your refrigerator, these are all the other products that you can purchase. Like you can purchase a cover for that, you can purchase a stabilizer for that, or you can purchase some extra items for that. So here what is happening, guys? Here it is started giving me the recommendations for the product what I have purchased. So if you never observed this kind of a things, please go to amazon.in and try to purchase some product and see by yourself, guys. So definitely it will give you the recommendations. So now the question here is like, I am having millions of users who go and purchases the product from Amazon. So now when the end user is purchasing something, that entire work is what it's that entire work is a data. So now as a data engineer, as part of an organization, that entire data will be given to me and they will ask me, hey man, do one thing, you process the data and you categorize this data, that who have purchased the mobiles, what kind of a mobiles they have purchased, what mobile is getting a super sailed in the website, how many consumers are coming from what country, okay, these many users are coming from this particular location, and from this location, okay, what category of people are coming, and what is the budget range that they are having, and what kind of a mobiles these guys are purchasing from us. So likewise they will have a filtering onto the other items like electronics, home appliances. So what not, guys, everything whatever we are doing on a day to day basis, everything is collected. Whenever you guys are signing up for any page, it will simply give a message saying like terms and conditions, select it to proceed further. Without that you cannot go. So in the terms and conditions they will clearly mention that okay, we are going to use your data and we will keep it confidentially with us. Means like your data is properly collected, who you are, where you are coming from, what is your mobile phone, how frequently you are purchasing the products, what kind of a products that you are purchasing, what kind of a products that you are interested in, what will be the future. I mean, like if we are providing the offers, okay, will you purchase it or not? So these kind of calculations, everything has to be happened, but end of the day who is going to do this work? So someone should be there, right? So this end to end work will be performed by your data engineering team along with your data science, integration of your machine learning, right? So all these are all the different domains, guys, who work continuously to analyze the data, to parse the data, and to transform the data. Now, what is the roles and responsibilities of a data engineer in general? So they are going to create a data pipeline development. They will ensure that they are providing you data integration. They have to ensure that they should be knowing a minimum knowledge of infrastructure and the architecture, data modeling, data quality and validation, and performance optimization, data security and data compliance. Okay. So now, how you can become a data engineer? So whenever you say like you want to become a data engineer, you should be knowing programming. But as a DevOps engineer, do we have any requirement of learning programming, guys? Do you need to learn any programming in DevOps? What do you
No.
feel? No. So then how we can correlate the work with the data engineers with the DevOps? So here also you don't need to learn any programming, zero programming, but you need to have a knowledge like what these guys are doing in reality, what is the work that these guys are doing. So clubbing your data engineering plus your DevOps, we have a domain evolving in the market we call data ops, where you don't need to have any programming knowledge here, but you need to know what data engineering guys are doing. You need to facilitate their day-to-day work with your DevOps knowledge. So now we understand that this is our data engineer. What data engineer will do, guys? He will go, he will collect the sources, or he will collect the information from the multiple sources. This is my point number one. So now what he's going to do? So he is going to apply his knowledge of programming. He will write his SQL queries, or he will write his PySpark code. So where he is going to analyze this and he is going to parse the data and he will transform the data. Now, one thing that you need to understand is like data engineer guy is having a knowledge of how to parse the data, but where he is going to do this work? He have to do this work in somewhere, right? So he need to apply his business logic to transform the data, and that business logic have to run somewhere. Huh? Tell me, where do you feel like these guys are going to run their logics?
In the cloud platform.
Good. So where they are going to run? They are going to run in the cloud platform. Now, this is a common connecting item for a DevOps engineer with data engineering. So data engineering guys, they will be having a knowledge on to cloud to a minimal level, but they don't know the integrations, they don't know the networking, they don't know the automation, they don't know the scripting, they don't know the CI/CD, they don't know the promotions. Basically, they are not aware of all these things. So hence, we are going to fill that space with our knowledge. Means when any data engineering team have a requirement that they would like to start their work. Means my data engineering team, they are going to get the data here, which is raw data. Now this raw data, they need to perform some sort of transformation. So now this transformation needs a platform. In our case, it's a cloud. Whether it is a cloud or it is an on-premise, it doesn't matter for us, guys, because being a DevOps engineer, you should be having a knowledge on everything, starting from your on-premise environment, server maintenance, server creation, build and release process, cloud services, cloud integrations, and then there also end-to-end CI/CD integrations part, automation, everything is part of our day-to-day job. So now this data engineering or a data engineer, what he will do, he will come to a DevOps guy. So he will start giving requirement to me, stating that, hey, Shaan, I need an SQL server. I need Azure Data Factory. I need a storage account. I need so on so service. I need so on so service. So without this platform, this data engineer, he cannot start his work. He cannot start his work. So hence this guy will come to us and he will give us a requirement stating that these are all the different services, Sean, that which we need to have it. Can you please provide the platform for us so that I can start working on it? So here also you need to understand one more thing, guys. That is, whenever a DevOps engineer is providing, let's say like I created all these services in the cloud and I have a handover this entire platform to the data engineering team. I gave them the access where they are working. So this is the first time they came and they asked us. Now what's going to happen is like after they complete their end-to-end work, again they will come and again they will ask me for a second environment. Whatever the work which I have done for the first requirement, same work that I have to do it next time. Like we have to provision them the dev environment, we have to provision a SIT environment, we want to give them a UAT environment, and we want to provide them a prod environment. Means like we have to provide a platform for different environments like a dev, SIT, UAT, PT, pre-prod and prod. Based upon their need, their ask, we will provision it. And this has to be automated end to end, because this is not only one data engineering team, right? Or not only for the one type of work that this guy is going to do. So what if I'm having multiple teams inside our organization? What if I'm getting multiple requirements from multiple teams having a different sort of resources to be created? So hence this automation has to be done. And this knowledge of automation, data engineering team will not have it. Only DevOps guys in the organization is going to have it. So hence we are having a new evolution of a new role in the market, which we are calling it as Dataops. Means like in order to make this entire workflow to work, they have to pay the salary to the data engineering team and they have to pay the salary to the DevOps team. So now the ask from the organizations is like, hey man, why a data engineering code or a data engineering candidate itself do this end-to-end work? Why we have to depend on DevOps? Is it a rocket science that you guys unable to do it? So that's the reason data engineers are asked at least to know what is happening in the DevOps. So they might not have a facility, or they might not have a feasibility of applying the changes or learning end-to-end DevOps, but at least a minimal knowledge of DevOps is required for a data engineering team to do their day-to-day work. So now understanding this entire conversation in terms of a picture. So here, if you see what a data engineering team is going to do, they are going to collect the data from the multiple sources and they apply their business logic and they will transform the end-to-end data. And end of the day, once the transformed data, whatever they have to store that data in again. So what are the different sources where they can store the data? They can store the data in the storage accounts, or else they can store the data in the S3. They can store the data in the databases. They can store the data in the Databricks. So there are multiple destinations where this transformed data can go and can reside. So the holistic view in this entire picture is your infrastructure. Like I'm having multiple environments. Like I need to have a dev, UAT, SIT, pre-prod, and a prod. In my picture, I have shown you only 4 environments. In real time, who is going to do this provisioning? Who is going to maintain this infrastructure? Who is going to facilitate the data engineers to have this platform? If they are doing it manually, then they will be in a trouble. Because what if in the future, if they want to scale it up, what if in the future they want to update the changes? What if they want to deploy the changes? So it is very hard for them. So they cannot do that. So that's the reason there is a huge dependency on the DevOps engineers to fulfill this gap. Okay. So this is the reason, guys, you have to have a knowledge on DevOps. So where you can share that knowledge or you can transform that knowledge onto multiple domains. Like you can coordinate with your developers to do your day-to-day application related activities. You can coordinate with your infrastructure team to do the end-to-end automation of your infrastructure. You can coordinate with your data engineering team to supply the data pipelines for them to transform their data end-to-end. So DevOps becomes a bridge for almost all the domains whatever we have in the market. Even MLOps, you need a DevOps engineer there. Even if you're going with the AI, so AI ops engineer, where you need to have a knowledge of a DevOps there. So without DevOps, you cannot make things happen in a faster pace. Okay, so this is the role, guys, that which we are going to do it. So now we will start our project work where we will see how exactly a data engineer is going to work and what sort of a work that is going to have in a day-to-day activity, and being a DevOps engineer, how we are going to facilitate the platform for him, how we are going to promote the code whatever they have developed. All those things we will see it. Okay, before we start the project, please let me know if you have any doubts, we can discuss.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the provisioning of different environments by DataOps engineer. Do the What does the cloud engineer do? So I just want to understand the difference. What does the cloud engineer and the DataOps engineer, as you said, do they have any conflicting roles, or like they're like complementing?
See, sir, here when you say like a cloud engineer, right? See, right now, if you see data engineers, they're not going to provision the infrastructure. They are doing their job. Whenever, like I explained just now, whenever they
Yeah.
have a requirement, they reach out to the cloud team or they reach out to the platform team where they will ask like, okay, we need this infrastructure to be provisioned. Okay. So now, since all the companies are in agile, when a data engineering team is formed, for that team also they will be allocating a DevOps engineer who is acting like your cloud engineer or platform engineer or a DevOps engineer who will be doing the work for the data engineering team. So now data engineering team, the data engineering guys, they will go to this guy and they will ask, hey man, this is the need. Can you please provision the platform for us so that we can consume it? So now this is not going to happen in the future. Where if you see the US market, if you see the Canada, or if you go with your, other countries, like if you see the market of a Singapore, so no more they go to some DevOps engineer and ask this work. Because data engineering team, they themselves will provision the infrastructure whatever they need it, and they will go ahead and do the work by themselves. So in simple terms, your data engineering guy is going to have a full-fledged access onto the platform where they can play with that. This is the future. You might not seen that, but I have seen many customers and many projects throughout the world, because I work for multiple customers. I work for US, I work for UK, and I even have our clients from Singapore, and I even have a few projects from India as well. So considering the knowledge and the market trend, what is happening, so I just want to show you like what is the future. Is it clear, Mahesh?
Yeah, thank you.
Good. Cool then. So let's see here, guys. So we will take a realistic example. Let's say like I'm having my data. So what is a need? Need is this one, guys. So I'm not going to take a too much complex code, because as I have told you that we are not going to learn any programming here. We are nowhere related to the programming. Okay. So there is a need for a data engineer where he is going to have his input data or the raw data in one of the storage account, and he want to consume this data, and this data he want to process in a Azure data factory. Once the data processing is done, then what this data engineering want to do is like he will go and he will store the data into a separate container of my storage account. So in this picture, my data engineering team, to complete their work, they need to have a platform. Now what is a platform? So here they need to have one storage account, and they need to have data factory. Once they have these two things with them, then what they will do, then they will consume the data, then they will parse or process or transform the data, and they will write the business logic storing the data automatically to my storage account. So here I have my input container and I have my output container. So two containers we need to have it, right? So now as part of initial requirement, we are going to fulfill this one. So how we are going to fulfill it, we will see. So imagine like some data engineering team, they came to me and they started asking, Shaan, this is the infrastructure, man, that I need it. Can you please provision it? So for provisioning our end-to-end infrastructure, we are going to use a tool called a Terraform. So as part of your infrastructure as a code, it's always recommended to go with Terraform, because Terraform is platform independent tool. Independent, and it's a free tool. You don't need to pay any money. When we say like a platform independent, if you have a knowledge on your Terraform, you can apply or you can create your infrastructure in AWS, Azure, GCP, Oracle, Alibaba, wherever you want, you can go and you can create the infrastructure with the code. So now let me walk you through the code, guys, that what exactly I'm going to do. So if you go to my GitHub, so as part of my GitHub, I have given you, so let's say like if you are searching for a data engineering CI/CD infra part. So this is our infrastructure code. So what is the need? Need is to have one storage account with the two different containers and to provision Azure Data Factory. This is the first ask that which we got as a requirement from the data engineering team. Now what I'll do, I'll go ahead and I will create my Terraform code. So where I'm telling to this Terraform code like, okay, create a storage account. Create what? Create a storage account and create the containers. So how many containers we need it? As part of our architecture, how many containers we need, guys, in the storage account?
Two.
Anyone? Two. Okay. So hence I am passing the values from a file called dev.tfvars. So what is the environment? Right now these guys are asking me for a test environment. So hence I'm building a environment called a dev for them. where I am telling like, okay, my container names are source container data and destination container data. Source container data and the destination container data. Okay. Now region, I'm taking it as a East US. So now storage account with the containers it got created. So once we provided the storage account, what is the other component, guys, that we need to provision for them? Hmm? What is the
Data
other
factory.
component? Good.
ADF.
So we need a ADF. So now go and click on the ADF part. So where you see that we have our Azure Data Factory resource, which we are going to create and which we are going to give them access to do their day-to-day work. So here, one thing that you need to understand, that is, let's say like we provisioned and we gave the infrastructure to the data engineering team. Now what a data engineer is going to do? So a data engineer, what he will do is, he will go and he will connect to the data factory. And this guy, he is going to create a Git repository. In this Git repository, he is going to do all his changes. So now Git is part and parcel of DevOps, guys. Git is part and parcel of DevOps, which means like again we are going to get a work here. When there is a cloud requirement, we will be there with them. When they are having a requirement of a repositories, there also we will go, and they also we will design something for them. I will explain what we are going to design for them. But for now, what a data engineering is going to do here, data engineer, he will go and he will connect the Azure Data Factory and he will create a repository and he will link that repository to this data factory where he will mention what is the primary branch that they are going to work with. We call it as a collaboration branch. We call it as a collaboration branch. Okay. So here, this is the information that which we are passing. So why we are having a GitHub configuration here? When the data engineering guy, when they come to us and they ask for a Azure Data Factory, I'll clearly ask them like, okay, man, you are asking for a data factory. Tell me the Git repository that you want to use. Tell me the Git repository that you want to use. So now what I will do is like, here I will go ahead and I will create a new repository. I'll create a new repository. Go to the repositories. I'll say like a click on new. And I'm going to give the repository name as a KSR workshop. I'll say, keep it simple. So I'm going to create a repository with a name called KSR workshop. And I'm going to initialize the repository. I'll click on create. So here, if you remember, you have to remember what is the long living branch that you are going to give. So the long living branch, I'm giving it here as a master. So now go ahead and click on create a repository. So now when I go back to my code, let me take a duplicate. When I go back to the code, so inside the code, I have explained you what we are creating in terms of your storage account with multiple containers. And we were in a discussion of our Azure Data Factory. Okay. So this is my CD infra. So here comes my values file, guys. In the dev.tf was, so what am I giving? I'm telling like, okay, what is the repository name? That's a Shaan 5a6. Sorry, what is the project name? Project is a Shaan 5a6. And what is the repository name? So repository name here I have just given as a demo data engineering, but we have to change this one with the KSR workshop. And then this integration is going to be with the GitHub and the branch name is master. So this information we have to update and then we need to create our infrastructure. Okay, this is for my dev environment. Let's say like after we provision the dev environment, if these guys are coming ahead and they are asking, okay man, dev is fine, but we need to have a one more environment, then simply create a one more vars file. So where I will supply the values, I will tell that like, okay, I need to have a prod environment and I need to have a this as my container and this as my second container. Let's say like if they want to have a PT, simply create a one more file and give the values. Let's say like if they want to go for a UAT or a staging environments, go ahead and build and deploy it. That's not a big deal for us. So which I will show you right now. So now as part of a requirement, what we are going to do. So we got a requirement to provision the infrastructure. So hence I will go ahead and provision the dev environment for them where the data engineering team, they can go ahead and play with that. And once they are done with the work, they will come back to us. Okay. So now let's go ahead and apply the changes in the Terraform. So right now, if I go to the workstation, if I give Terraform, so it will say like command not found. So there is no command installed. Let's install it. So Terraform supports Windows, Mac, and Linux. So you can go to terraform.io website. So where you can click on the download button. So under the download button, you have an option of Linux, Windows, and then your Mac. It supports all the operating systems. But since everything we are doing in the Linux from yesterday, so let's go with the same flow. So you can go ahead and click on the CentOS and copy these instructions, go to the server and just paste them. So now if I give Terraform version, so what do I have? I am having my Terraform version. Now I already have my code, end-to-end entire code available here. What I'll do is like, I'll go ahead and I'll try to clone the code. So copy it, just give the command git clone. I'll go to data engineering CI/CD. So here comes my end-to-end code. So now since we need to provision multiple environments, I have to ensure that I am saving the state properly. So hence what am I going to do is like, I will create different workspaces as a dev and a prod. Two environments we are going to build, but first we will release the dev environment. Later we will provision the prod. So now I have created two workspaces, guys, one for a dev and second one for prod. Okay, guys, I can understand like you guys are not familiar with the working with the Terraform. What is a workspace? What is this commands? What is this code and all? Like I told you, like the main intent for our workshop is to show you the Dataops integrations part, but not on to concentrate on the DevOps tools. But as part of the course, you will be learning everything in depth. But here I'll just walk you through with the execution only, not on the end-to-end explanation of how Terraform is working, how we are going to develop the code, how we are going to create the resources, how this code is going to get executed, how do we save the state files. So all these things are out of scope for us for now. Okay, so now what I do is like, I'll go ahead and I'll do a dev select. So cat dev.tf vars. So this is what, guys, this is my dev environment. What I will do is like, I'll keep everything as is. So this is my dev environment. Application name is like a KSR Datavision and it is a East US. So now as part of my GitHub account, so it is a Shaan 5A6 master, but the only change that I have to do here is like under the repository name, I'll give KSR workshop. Save the file. We are done with saving the file. So now what I have to do is like, I will give Terraform init. So I'm going to initialize it. I'm going to initialize it. So once I'm done with the initializing, I would like to show you my Azure cloud account, guys. When I go to Azure cloud account, as of now, if I go and if I search for Azure Data Factory, one moment, please. if I go and if I search for Azure Data Factory, so I don't have any Azure Data Factory as of now. Likewise, if I go to my any storage accounts, okay, so I have only one storage account, guys. Just ignore it. Just ignore this one. But I don't have anything called a KSR. Now what we do is like we go ahead and we do the Terraform. You can plan it to see whether it is going to work or not, where I am passing this guy to create my dev infrastructure. So I am planning, I'm just validating whether this is really going to work or not, or it is going to throw any errors. So it is clearly telling me that, hey man, Shaan, I'm going to create a 6. I'm going to create a 6 resources. So which is good. So there are no errors. So I validated it. Everything is working fine. So now I will go ahead and I will apply the changes to my dev infrastructure. Guys, same thing you can do it with your Azure DevOps. But it will be too complex for you to digest in a single go. So hence I'm executing it manually. But if you want, you can create a CI/CD for your Terraform infrastructure provisioning as well. So now what this guy is doing, he's going ahead, he's connecting to Azure cloud, and then he's trying to create me the resources. So now when I go ahead, if I refresh it, so earlier I was having only one storage account. So now I should be seeing a one more storage account. Good. So it added, means like if I refresh it, I should be seeing my storage account in a while. Let me refresh the page. So here if you see, it simply told me like, hey man, 6 added, means like it created all the resources whatever is required for a data engineering or for a data engineering to work. So now you can see like we have our dev environment ready. So inside this storage account, if I go and if I see my containers, so these are all my containers. So I have my destination container data and source container data. So this is the requirement what data engineering team asked me to provision. They told me like, okay man, Shaan, do one thing. This is what we needed. So what they needed, they need to have one storage account with the 2 containers and they need to have a Azure Data Factory. So now let's go and search for a data factory. So this is my Azure Data Factory. So where we have provision, since they have asked us to create a dev environment, we created a data factory, KSR Datavision, Azure Data Factory, dev environment we provision. Now the question for you is like, now what data engineering team is going to do on this infrastructure? Do we know, guys?
To implement ETL pipeline.
To implement an ETL pipeline, which means, is it a scope of a DevOps engineer or is a scope of a data engineering team?
The scope of data engineering team.
Good. So now we are out of the scope, guys. Now, once you hand over the infrastructure to them, what those guys are going to do is entirely up to them. So hence, you don't need to have data engineering knowledge. You don't need to learn PySpark. You don't need to learn Java. You don't need to learn your SQL. You don't need to learn anything. But still, we have a tight dependency on them and they have a tight dependency on us. So this is our ops work. That is our operations work. They need something to start their work where we have provision and we have given to them. So now a data engineering team work will start. So hope you guys are getting the clarity. If any doubts, please let me know, guys. We can discuss on this.
Shaan, can we know the difference between storage accounts, data factories, and database? How it is going to work?
These things, Bharat, thanks for asking, Bharat. But we will learn more onto these things in the course, in a real-time course, because it takes more time for explaining storage
Like a
account. Why
brief
do we have it?
explanation. Like by seeing the code, like how can we identify like this will be going into data factory and this will be going into database, something like that.
Yeah. We will have that. See how the code is going. That I will show you.
Mhm.
Okay, how the code is going, because
No,
we still
as a
have.
DevOps engineer, how can we identify like once the developer come with the requirement and code by saying
Mhm.
the files or file extension?
So here in this case, it is quite clear. It is not like your Java, like which we discussed yesterday, right, Bharat?
Mm.
It is not like you are a Java or Node.js. Data engineering team, they have few services. So they are depending upon the storage accounts. They depends upon the AWS Glue, or they depends upon the S3. They depends upon the data factory. They depend upon the data lake. There are some services, 5 to 6 services, where always the ask is those services only. They don't go beyond that.
Okay.
So now, with regards to the code, it doesn't matter for us because nowhere we build it, like our friend Chandan have mentioned right now, right?
No,
So
we won't
what
build it,
data
but
engineer?
developer comes with the requirement like if they want to deploy the .sql files, it will be going into the database, and if they come with the ADFs, we will be deploying into data factory.
So this deployment also they will not ask you to do it, but the promotion part they will ask you for. I will show you now. Just wait for maybe like next half an hour or 40 minutes. Then you will understand what is the
Sure.
ask that you are going to get from them. Okay, it is not like your Java or the Node.js where we do end-to-end building and deployment. So it is half off. So they will do their work and then again they will come. Okay, cool. Now fine, guys. Now what did we do? We provisioned the infrastructure to a data engineering team. Now let's try to understand how this data engineering team is going to work. So end of the day, it is going to be a teamwork, guys. It is not always an individual work. So now these guys, they want to work with our data factory. Okay. So these guys, what they want to work with, they want to work with the data factory. But one thing that you need to understand is this data factory is linked with Git. Means that all these developers, I'll keep it as a here, okay? So all these data engineers are connecting by themselves to the Git, and all the work, whatever they want to work, they are going to work on the data factory where this Git is integrated with data factory. So now we have a concept of long living branches. Means that I will always trust master branch. Whatever the code which is there in the master is verified, validated, definitely that code is going to work. Now let's say like this is my developer one who wants to do some sort of a work where he would like to merge that work to the master. Whatever the testing that he want to do, he need to perform the testing. So hence what he will do is like, so from this gate, he will check out a new branch. So he will create a new branch, let's say like a dev1 branch 1, or I will say like a feature uh, feature, let's say like KSR B1. So now he will start doing all the work. Once this guy is done with the work, he need to merge that change to the master. So hence this guy is going to raise a pull request, where all these developers, they will come and they will see, okay, what kind of a changes that the developer one is doing, and then finally the PR, they will approve it, and finally the PR code will get to the merge to the master. And once the code is merged to the master, then only we can go ahead and we can validate or publish our changes. So what is the data engineering workflow, guys? Data engineering workflow is like this. So we are linking up our Azure Data Factory to our repository, where all the data engineering team, they will be coordinating onto this repository. When someone wants to do some work, what they will do, they will create their own branch and they will start creating all the resources, like our friend mentioned, data pipelines or your ETL pipelines, your data sources, your data transformations, whatever they want to do, they will do it. But once these guys, they are done with their work, so they have to showcase the information with all the teammates and get the approvals, and then they will raise a PR, and the engineer, he's going to get the approval from the team and he's going to merge the changes to the master. The moment he merged the changes to the master, he can go and he can publish the changes to the dev environment. If they feel like everything is working fine, then again the data engineering team come to us. But let's complete this flow, then again we will come back. So now showing this in a picture. So this is your data engineering flow, guys. Just a moment. Yeah. Okay. I think I missed it. That's one, guys. No issues. Okay. Let's see here. So now this is the workflow that we need to do it. If you remember that whenever we provision our data factory, what did we do? We integrated our data factory to our Git repository. So this is what, this is my data factory dev environment. Click on launch studio. So now it is going to ask me to log into the GitHub. So I will mention my details and then the password. Just give me a sec, guys. Let me authenticate. So now the integration part is done, guys. So how you guys can see this one? So you can go to the settings of the manage. So where it is asking me, man, what is the working branch? Working branch is nothing but our collaboration branch, guys, where our developers, in our case, it is our long living branch. So I will click on save. So you can see the integration at the Git level. So where you will have a setup here, the Git integration part, where it is doing, guys, the collaboration branch or your long living branch is a master. Repository name is a KSR workshop. GitHub account is a Sean 586, and this is my GitHub repository. Okay. Now let's see the workflow. What is the workflow, guys? When any developer is working, so he is not directly authorized to do the work in the master branch. He have to create his own branch. Now, what developer is going to do, when he started working, he will go and he will create a new branch first. Click on a new branch. And let's say like this is my feature KSR workshop. This is my release branch. Click on create. So now this entire work, whatever this developer is going to do it in the Azure factory, he is going to do it on this branch. Okay, so now let's try to understand our need. So what this data engineer is going to do, he is going to have some data in the input container where he is going to apply his knowledge of data engineering in the Azure Data Factory, and he will parse the data and he will store the data back to the storage account. So this is the work that he's going to do. So let's try to upload our data. I'm going to take some sample data, guys, here. So what I'll do is like I'll simply go ahead and I'll take KSR Datavision environment. So environment, I will go to the containers. So in the containers, source container data, as part of my source, click on upload. I will go ahead and I'll try to upload my source data. So this is my sample employees data, guys. I'll click on open. Click on upload. So now if you want to see, just click on the employees and click on edit. Just cancel it. I will show you guys from our folder. So here if you go, sample employees data, if you see. So let's say like I'm going to have my data like this. So what do I have? I have my employee ID and I have my department, I have my position, I have a salary, I have a joining date and the location. So I'm not going to, because like I told you, like even I don't have a knowledge of data engineering, because we don't intended to have it because it's not required for us. But I'm just showing you a sample data, guys, so that you can imagine like how it is going to work and how data engineers are going to parse the data as an example. So what we are going to do is like, this is my entire input data. In the output data, I will just delete one column. I will apply my ETL pipelines, I will apply my business logic, all the things I will do it. So after I do all these changes, what am I going to do is like, I will remove this location field and I will store the processed data to my destination container. This is what I'm going to do it. Okay. So I have already uploaded the same file to my source container data. Means like, imagine like data engineering team, they uploaded their data or whatever the data that they are having, they got the source data. Now what we do is like, we go ahead and we start creating our work. So when you are working with your Azure Data Factory, you have to ensure that you are creating your source. So where I'm going to create my data sets, click on a new data set. So this new data set is coming from my Azure Data Lake storage. Click on continue. And what kind of a file is this? This is an Excel file. This is an Excel file. Click on continue. So I'm going to name this one as a source data. So I'm going to create or provide the privileges for this. So hence I'm going to click a new service. So where I'm going to say like a source data link. So come down. So this guy needs to have an authorization because you need to perform the work on the storage data, right? So hence I'm going to select my storage account, KSR DVS, KSR DVS, DVZ, dev account. Okay. Come and click on create. Click on OK. So now make sure that you are selecting the sheet name. So here there is a browse button. Click on the browse button. So where is my source data? Source data is available in the source container. And then I will load my data. Click on OK. So now I'm going to select my sheet name as a sheet 1. I will say like first row as a header. Click on OK. So now to the data factory, I'm telling like, okay, man, this is the source data where I have my source available, So if you would like to see this connectivity, whether it is properly established or not, you can click on test connection. So where it will give you if there is some access issue, or if it is having some problem with the tokens, then it will give you the information here. Okay. So now in the schemas, so this is your schema. It properly loaded, guys. You can see employee ID is coming, first name is coming, last name, department, position, location, all the data it is giving me it. Okay. So now in the connection part, this is good to go. I will say like a save all. So here, one thing that you need to clearly observe, guys, what is happening, where it is saving, guys, where the data is getting saved.
Git repository.
Git repository means whatever the work that I'm doing it manually here, that entire manual work is going and getting stored inside my repository. Means if I go to my KSR workshop, what is happening? So there is a branch. Let me refresh this one. So there is a branch called feature KSR workshop. Literally whatever the work that data engineering team is doing, that entire work is getting created as a code, and that code is getting published to my Git repository. Let's see how the data transformation is going to work now. So now what we told to the data factory that, hey, this is my incoming data. So as part of this picture, so this is a picture, right? I have my incoming data where I am giving as a source to the data factory. Now I need to apply my business logic in the data factory where I need to transform the data. So in order to do that, what am I going to do? I'm going to create a data flow. So how the data should get parsed. So I'm going to add a source. So where I'm telling like, hey man, this one is my source data. So where it is coming from, we already added, right? We added our source data. So I will say like injecting source data. So what are we doing here? We are injecting our source data to this guy. So where in the screen, you can clearly see that it is telling me that it is having 8 columns. Whatever the input data that which we have given, so it properly synced it. Means like injection of your input data is done. So now this part is done. Source options, this is also okay. Projection, optimization. Under the optimization, I need this one. Everything should happen in a single partition. I'll just keep it as a single. Okay. So now we gave the incoming. Now what we need to do, we have to ensure that we are applying our logic of deleting the location. So hence there is a small button here called a plus button. Just click on the plus button. When I click on it, it will ask me, okay man, what you want to do? What you want to do? So I'm telling like, okay man, I just want to select only the columns what I needed. Click on select. So now I will say like a data process. So as part of this, if you go ahead, let me just reduce the size, guys, so that so this is good. So now what am I adding? I'm adding a logic here where I'm telling like I don't need location. I'll delete the location column. What did I do, guys? I simply deleted my location column. Earlier there was a location column I don't want. So hence what am I doing? I'm simply deleting it. So I deleted. There is no location column. This is the data processing, guys, that I'm adding it. Like I told you, right? This is not our job to learn. This is a data engineering team where how to process the data. It is their work. They will be doing it. But for you guys to understand, I simply took a sample. Okay. So in the incoming, I have a total 8 columns, but in the processing, you have only 7 columns. So what we are doing, we are deleting 1 column. Now what I want to do, I want to ensure that this data is properly processed, and this data should get stored. Where it should get stored, guys? Any guess? We are processing the data.
Git
Where it
repository.
should go?
It's a destination.
Good. See here. See this architecture where the data should go?
Output data.
Output data. So first incoming, second processing, heard storing. So hence what I will do, I'll click this button again and I will go ahead and I will say like sync. I'll go ahead and I'll say sync. Where I want to sync, let me keep it to default. So I will say like a save or store transform data. Okay. Now I will come. So data set. What is the data set? So here where I want to store the data, click on this new button and I'm going to tell this guy like, okay man, this data you should go and you should store in the Azure data lake storage. Click on continue. And the output format I want is like, these are all the possible options, guys. You can go with the JSON format or Parquet. Parquet is one of the file system available in your data engineering part. Okay. So where I will go ahead and I'll select the delimited text as a CSV. Click on continue. So now I'm going to say this one as a destination data link. So come here and click on a new one and I will say like a destination service link. So I will select the subscription. I will select my storage account and I'll click on create. Click on OK. So I have to ensure that I am properly storing my processed data to my destination container. So here I have to select the destination container, guys. This is important. Otherwise your data, it will never come to know. So where the data should go. So click on this one. I'm going to select my destination container. I'll say OK. Okay, first header, first row as a header, just keep it. And then all the options are OK. Click on OK. Okay, so now everything is fine. All looks good. Go to the optimize, click on a single partition. So otherwise what will happen, guys, if you're having more data, then it will start creating multiple files. But end of the day, I don't have that much data. It's just a matter of 5-6 columns, but still I don't want to do in multiple partitions. I just want to ensure that it is executing in a single partition. I'll go and I'll keep it. So now I will click on save all the changes. So everything is done. So now what I have to do, I have to ensure that I need to trigger this data flow. What I want to do, I want to trigger this data flow. In order to trigger this data flow, I need to create a pipeline. So this is what our ETL pipeline is. Click on a new pipeline. So where I'm going to execute my data flow, just drag and drop it. Go ahead and drag and drop it. So in the name, I'm going to say like, trigger data process. Trigger the data processing. Okay. So where is my data flow? I need to mention my data flow. So what is the data flow? We created already a data flow, right? Just now. So select that one. So in order to trigger that one, I'm going to create a pipeline here. So click on save all. So click on validate, just to validate whether all the configuration setup is properly available or not. You can verify it. Click on close. So now we have this entire work, guys. But can any one of you tell me, are we doing this entire work in a developer branch or master branch? Where are we doing?
Developer branch.
Developer branch, which means that if I go ahead and if I try to trigger my button, so it will tell me clearly like pipeline is not found, please publish it first. What it is telling me? It's telling me, man, pipeline is not found, man, please publish it first. Means like we cannot run the show, we cannot transform the data unless or until we get the approvals. Now what we do is like we go ahead, cancel this one, we go ahead and then we are going to raise a pull request. I already done my work. I verified it. Okay, everything is fine. All the code is looking fine. All the transformations, all the pipelines, everything's set. But I cannot go ahead and do the work unless until I go and I get the approval from my team. What I need to do, I have to ensure that I am getting an approval from my team. Okay, just give me one moment, guys. Good. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I missed this one. I was just looking for it. See here, guys, what exactly we are doing. Okay. So now what developer is doing? Developer is developing the code in a develop branch. Now what he have to do? He have to ensure that he is raising a pull request. That is what we are going to do it right now. See here what we are doing. We are going to do the data. I mean, we are done with our work. Now we have to raise a pull request. So how we are going to do it? We go and we select the branch and click on a create a pull request. So you do it here or you do it there, it doesn't matter. Anything is fine. Same thing if you want to do it directly, you can do it here as well. Let's say like you are done with the work. This is my repository. I'll go to the pull request and I'll say like, compare and create a pull request. So now here also you can do it. So here it will clearly tell you what sort of files that are changed. What are your commits? So this is the first file. This is the data that I am adding. This is the data that I am adding. This is the data that I am adding it. Now what will happen? Once you raise a pull request, all your developers who are working for that project, they will come and they will review. Okay, Shaan have raised a pull request. Let me see what changes that he is doing for the project. So how do we do? Go ahead and click on create a pull request. So now come down. So now here comes the reviewers, guys. So right now I don't have any reviewers, but in real time you will get a reviewers. So without reviewers reviewing the PR, you can't merge it. We will add a branch policies where we will clearly restrict the execution, saying like no one can merge the code to the master without proper approvals. So now once the approval have come, this guy will come and he will click on merge the pull request. So see the architecture, what is happening. So we go ahead. So we raise the pull request. Once the pull request is raised, and then once the approval have come, then we will merge the code to the master. I'll go and I will say like click on confirm the merge. The moment you merge the code to your master branch, your Azure data factory is so fast that automatically it will sync the data to the master. So earlier I was working on the feature KSR workshop branch. Now I will go ahead and I will switch to the master. So now you see there is 0000 it is showing where in the master branch. But I have merged my code to the master. Means like whatever the pipelines that you have created, whatever the data sets that you have created, whatever the data flows that you have created, everything will get automatically created inside in your master branch. This is my master branch. I have my pipeline. I have my source and the destination data links, and I'm having my data flow as well. Everything is a set. Whatever I need, everything I have it. But in what branch? In master branch. So now what I have to do, I have to publish my changes. I have to publish my changes, right? So guys, I would like to tell you a short story here. Story is like, whenever you are integrating your data factory, your data factory with your Git, you will be having two branches. The first branch is your, we call it as a collaboration branch or a long living branch, that is master. Along with master, you are going to get a one more branch, that is ADF publish branch, Azure Data Factory publish branch. Now what happens here? What happens in the ADF publish? The moment you click on the publish button, whatever the pipelines that you have, whatever the data flows that you have, whatever the data link services that you created, what this guy will do is he will convert all these things into JSON format, and it will publish all those changes to the ADF publish branch. The moment I hit the publish button, what's going to happen? All the work that a data engineering team which they have done on the dev environment, it gets converted to the JSON, and automatically this data is going to get a published to a branch called ADF publish branch. I will show you now. See here, I'm going to click on publish button. So earlier I was not getting the publish button. Why, guys? What is the reason? Earlier I was not getting my publish button. Anyone in the class?
We are not going to master branch.
Very nice, Chandan. Good one. So since I was not part of the master branch, it was not entertaining me to push it. But the moment I switch to the master branch, what is happening? This guy is telling me publishing is completed. Publishing is completed. So now what is happening, guys? This guy is generating the templates now. Like I told you, it is going to generate the JSON templates and it will publish those templates to my branch called ADF publish. Now when I go to the code, if I go and if I select my ADF branch, did we created any ADF branch, guys?
No.
No. So it's an auto creation. So now when I switch to my ADF publish branch, you can see clearly that this is my data factory account, under which whatever the work which these guys have done, like your data engineering team, what they did, they took a source, they created a service links, and they have data links, and they have parsed the data, and they have stored the data, all the work they have done, right? That entire work is going to get captured in terms of a JSON files here. What's happening here? Here, that entire work, what has happened? That entire work got converted into your code. So now finally, what data engineering team will do? Finally, they published everything. Now they want to get the transformed data. They would like to test it. Till now, did we test it, guys, whether our code is going to work or not? What do you say?
No. No.
No, right? So now what we do is go to the trigger and the trigger now. So now it will say, okay. So you can see the jobs which are running by going to the manage button. Going to the monitor button. Under the monitor button, you will have your pipelines, how the pipelines are getting triggered. Click on the pipeline where you can see what is happening behind the scenes, how much time it is taking. So now, can any one of you tell me what is the ultimate goal, guys? If everything works fine, what is the desired result that we should get?
That are supposed to be pushed into this destination or output folder.
Good. So it should put the data to my destination folder, where the last column location should not be there.
Yes.
This is the logic that we applied, that I want only 7 columns. I don't want the 8th one. Okay. So this processing, it will take some time, guys, because I have selected, the small instance. So let it take time. Meanwhile, if any one of you is having some doubt, please let me know. After this, we'll take a short break, guys, and then we will come back and we will see the DevOps work here. Till now, whatever the work that we are doing, whatever the work that I am showing you right now, this entire work will be done by data engineering team. This is not our work, because data parsing, data processing, linking the services, all these things are none of our business. So this will be done by your data engineering team.
Shaan, this is Durai. So as you mentioned here, directly we are publishing this to master folder. So as a developer, I would like to create my own branch, and then I would like to push into this my branch, and then I would like to do all the testing. I mean, successful completion run. Then only I would like to push this as a push request, raise the PR for this master. Can I? Is it possible?
Sir, it is not possible in this case. That's the reason we have multiple environments. Right now, how many environments you have? We have created only one environment, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
this is the playground. This is
Okay.
a playground for everyone, not only for you or your teammates. So everyone will start playing on this ground. That is what we are doing right now. But as per the business requirement, once we all agreed that okay, everything looks fine. Now what am I doing? I'm doing my end-to-end testing of my data in the dev environment. I feel like data parsing is happening, data transformation is happening, all the changes are happening. So everything is working good. So then I will get a final confirmation from the team to promote the code to the next environment.
Okay. Yeah. Got it. One more question, if you don't mind.
Please, sir.
Shan. So I received a GitHub from client. So I just what I can say, I can create it, dumped into my remote Git, and I created my own branch there itself, the remote, and it is again pushed into my GitHub account as this master and my own branch.
Sorry, come again.
I
You
received
have one repository received from the client. Okay.
so that I and dumped into my local repository through Git.
Dumped in the sense you cloned it or you forked it?
Yes, the cloned into my local system.
Okay, basically, yeah, you cloned it. Good.
Yeah, I cloned it, and then again I created a branch in this. Instead of master, I created one my branch. So the same stuff again I pushed into my GitHub account.
You cannot push to your GitHub account, right? You pushed it to the client account.
So instead of that, from there I can merge it, right? Is it possible?
See here, what you are asking me is like, let me show you guys for all the audience, right, to understand. So you have your code. Let's say like this is my code coming from client. This is you, and you are having your laptop. Just give me a sec. Well, let's say like this is your laptop which you have cloned it. So now you have created Dorai branch.
Yes.
And now you did the commits. Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is your client repository.
Yes.
Now you are telling me like, okay, I will create my own repository.
Account, GitHub account, yeah.
Dorai repo, okay.
So
now you want to push this change directly to the master. Since you are the owner of this account, you can do whatever you want. This is possible.
So from there itself, I can push to client's repository. I mean, once it's cleared, can I do that through GitHub instead of local machine?
So here you pushed the changes to the Dorai repository.
Yes.
You have to ensure that the same data is available in your Dorai branch here.
The master, from master itself, I cloned this as a Dorai branch. In the Dorai branch, I'm updating the code, all those stuff, whatever I'm creating new, everything. So it will be updated in this Dorai branch. And once it is clear, then I will raise the PR from the client. So if it is approved, then it will be pushed into the master of clients. This is what.
Yes, you can do this. You can see the flow, right? What am I showing here?
Yeah.
You can have your Dorai branch in your local, whatever you want, you can have.
So I would like to, in the Dorai branch, same updated. I would like to push into my GitHub. Is it fine?
Yes, you can go. You can push it. No issues. You need to create one more origin or one more remote. You need to create.
Yeah, my account. Yeah, my account is there.
You create one more remote and just push the changes to your repository.
Yes.
And then once you're done with your master changes, pull the latest changes from the master to your local branch, and then
And then
push these changes to the client repository.
yes.
This works. You can do this. But here, the testing of your master, you should be doing it in your Azure Data Factory
Yes.
or wherever you want to do it. So here it is a ADF tool. You can do this. It's possible. It should work.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir.
Ah,
Thanks.
no issues. Good. Guys, see here, finally, we parsed the data, guys. So let's see whether the data is going to come to our destination account or not. So I'll go ahead here and I'll keep my destination data. So now where I can see like my data have come, I'll open this one and I will click on edit. So what do we have, guys? We have the data. Let me download this one. So I will save this one in the desktop as a output data. Click on save. So now go ahead and try to open your output data. So now in the output data, do we have our column number 8, guys? Location?
No.
No.
No. Which means like our end-to-end work of data parsing or data transformation is working fine. So now your internal team, which means like your data engineering team, internally they will have a conversation. They will say like, okay, man, this code we have tested, we implemented, we did, everything is working fine. Now, shall we promote this code to the next environment? Because can I do all this testing in production data, guys? Do you feel like we can do it?
No, we can't.
No,
Directly.
right?
Yeah.
So I cannot directly do the changes to the production. People will kill me. Production data, I cannot corrupt it, right? So that's the reason now data engineering team, how many environments they are having with them right now?
Single dev environment.
Yeah.
Single, right? Now again, these guys will come to me and they will ask, Shaan, we are done with the end-to-end testing, man. Can you please provision a production environment for us? Do you feel interesting, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So let's take a 10 minutes break. Go for a break. Just refresh yourself. Come back. We will see the most interesting work now. Okay. Till now is just a halfway through. You still have a next half, which will give you a good insights of Dataops engineering work.
Hey, hi everyone. Shall we resume the session, guys? Everyone available?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we can resume this session.
Hey guys, great, thanks. Good. So let's see here. So now what we concluded, guys. So data engineering team, they are done with their work. They deployed the services, they tested it, they validated in one environment. So where they have played with the code. So everything is done. So now what they do is like they go ahead and they will come back to us and they will ask, okay, we need to have a new environment called prod. Now the question for you is like, when they ask for a new environment in the prod, are they going to do the code testing again?
No.
They will.
So it's not required because they already did it. So that's the reason when you are building your production environment, there is no requirement to have Git integration. Because I cannot play with the production data. Whatever the sample I want from the production, I can take a sample and I can play with in a lower environment. So hence, if you go ahead and if you see the code now, that is, we have already built it our end-to-end code, right? So let me show you. So that's the reason when you open your production TF-WAS file, you don't have any Git integrations. But if you go to the dev environment, in the dev, you see the Git integration part. So this is a small logic, guys, that which you need to keep it in mind when you are working, because in production, I don't want to have any kind of issues, because whatever the tested code is there, whatever the verified, validated, consumed, approved code, whatever I have, only that code is going to get promoted to the production. So hence there is no Git integration in the production part. Now what I'll do, I'll simply go ahead. Since we got a new requirement, so I will go and ask my Terraform to provision it. So earlier we provisioned dev environment, hence I was in the dev workspace. Right now I'm going to provision my production environment, hence I will be going ahead and selecting my production. Now what I'll do, I'll go and I'll apply my production data. So the moment we get the requirement from the data engineering team saying like we need to have a new environment, we simply go ahead and we create the infrastructure. So one thing that you need to keep it in mind is like, since it's a same requirement, you don't need to change anything in your code. The only thing what you are going to change is like the naming conventions. So for the dev environment, we provision the infrastructure with a keyword as a dev. For the production, we will provision the infrastructure with the keyword as a prod. Means when I go and when I validated my storage accounts, so as of now I have a storage account as a KSR Datavision DVs, KSR DVs dev I have here. So after we provision the production environment, we are going to get a prod over here. I'll go ahead and I'll see what is happening. So it is telling me 6 to add. So in my production environment. So now the infrastructure provisioning is completed. So means if I go ahead and if I refresh it, so I can able to see like I have my KSR DVS prod environment. When I click on this guy, so inside this prod, I have my containers. So this is my containers. So I have my destination container, I have my source container. So likewise, when I go and when I verify the data factories, so earlier I was having my dev data factory. Now if I refresh it, now I have my production data factory. So now when I go and when I select the production environment, so this is my production, click on launch studio. So now it is showing me setup code repository. Why? What is the reason, guys? The reason is like I didn't integrate it. Means if you go to the manage under the Git configurations, there is no configuration. So I have developed the Terraform code in such a way that based upon the environment, automatically it will pick it. If it is a dev environment, then only the Git integration will be there. If it is a production environment, I don't need to have any sort of a Git integrations. It is not required. So now we did our job. So I will inform data engineering team stating that, okay, man, infra is ready. So they come up, they asked us, we went back and we delivered the work. So now there is a big question mark, guys. Question mark is once data engineering team, they took the dev environment, who did the data pipelines, who did the integrations, who did the data processing, guys?
Data engineering person.
Data engineering team. So now in production, what they are going to do? Are they going to do the same work or is it going to be different work?
No, they'll give us the code for the DevOps person to deploy them.
Very nice, Bharat. See, guys, Bharat, is this what you're following in real time? You're doing the same thing?
No, I'm not the DevOps person. I'm just learning.
Okay. Okay. Cool, Bharat. Cool. Good one. Thanks, Bharat. So now what happens is, guys, since in the dev they already spend so much time in creating pipelines, in integrating the stuff, and in configuring the things. So now they will come to the DevOps engineers and they will ask, hey man, Shaan, can you please promote this code to the next environment? What they will ask? They'll ask like, okay, is it possible for you to promote this code to the next environment? So this is where we are coming up with the Dataops CI/CD pipeline, guys. See here. So now what has happened? Whatever the work which these guys they want to do it, they did it. In the dev, they tested it. In the Git, they have published all the changes to the publish folder. So now I will go ahead and I will use the knowledge of my Azure DevOps release pipelines where I will take this code and I will go ahead and deploy this code to the UAT. If the UAT is also done, then I will go ahead and I will promote the code to the production. I just added multiple environment, guys, just to ensure that you guys are in sync. So if I just drag this guy to the right side, so here finally I will go to the production. So now how are we going to do this work? So before we implement this work, let me show you that in the production, as of now, this is my production data factory. So now what data engineering team is going to tell me, like they will tell me like, hey man, Shaan, everything already we did it in the dev. Can you please replicate the same thing to the production? Right now, I don't have any pipelines, guys. There is zero pipelines, zero data flows, and zero data sets. Nothing is there. Now what we do is like we go and we configure our CD part, that is continuous deployment. So how do we do that? So as part of this architecture, whatever you see in front of you, this is your promotion or your continuous deployment pipeline, which we are going to create for a data engineering team, where we will take the source code from the ADF publish, we will use our pipeline, and then we will start deploying the code to multiple environments. So already infrastructure provisioning is completed. Now application or your data engineering code promote is pending. So how are we going to do that? Any doubts, guys, before we create the CD for the data engineering? Okay, good then. So now let's go ahead to our Azure DevOps platform. This is my Azure DevOps platform, where I'm going to click on a new pipeline. I'll say like a new release pipeline. I'll save this as an empty job, where I'm going to say like a data engineering release pipeline. Okay. So here, one thing that you need to understand, where is our code available, guys? Where is our entire JSON data is available?
Repositories.
Repository. So which means like I need to add an artifact first. So where it is available? It's available in the GitHub. So where this guy is telling me, hey man, there is no new service connection. So let's create it. So the GitHub connection name, I'll say like so I'll go ahead. Let's do one thing, guys. I'll go and I'll save this one. So we need to create a service connection. I'll go to the projects and I'll say like a service connection, new service connection. I'll say like GitHub, click on next. I'm going to authorize it. So this is my GitHub account, guys, Shaan 5A6. So where I have authorized it, I will say like a GitHub token. So grant the privileges to everyone. I'll say save. So now what I'll do, I'll go to my release pipelines. Now this is my data engineering release pipeline. I'll click on edit. I'm going to click on add an artifact. I'll say like a GitHub integration. So this is my GitHub token. So it is going to ask me select the source repository. So click on this one. I'll go ahead and I will search my repository. Anyone remember, guys, where do we store our code? Where is our code?
GitHub. You
You
mean
want
you're asking
repository
about repository name?
repository name. Just want to see how active you guys are.
Shaan 56A.
Okay, 5A6. That is my GitHub account name. What is the repository name? It is KSR workshop. This is what? This is KSR workshop. Now, where are we storing our end-to-end templates, guys? In which branch the templates are available?
Master branch.
Master branch. Master branch, you will have your application data.
KSR
But
B1.
good. So guys, see here, where is my infrastructure code available, and what is the branch name?
ADF publish.
ADF publish.
So here you need to select your branch ADF publish. Now, if you would like to version it, you can version it, guys. So I'm not going to add more complexity here. But if you would like to say like, no, Shaan, in the master branch, I have only a particular version that has to get it deployed. I don't want all the other versions to be going to the production. So then you can simply specify the commit message from the or at the time of a release. So guys, see here. So all the work, whatever we are doing, so where we are merging, we are going ahead and we are merging it to the master branch only. So now all the code, whatever is there in the master branch, it should not go to production, because my current development is also there in the master branch. So which means like at the point of my release time to the production, I will be selecting which commit message that I want to take it to the production. Not everything I need it, right? So
You
hence
mean
I'm
to
telling like,
say latest version?
it's not a latest version all the time, Chandan.
Okay.
Let's say like I went to the production. Now my current development, I got a new feature. Let's say like they want to list out or transform some data. I will be working continuously, right, with my current role.
Okay.
But already code went to production. So whatever the changes that I'm doing it, let's say like those changes, I already raised a PR and I merged to the master. So now there is a issue in the production. Now I need to create a bug fix branch or my fix branch. I need to do the changes. But what is happening? Already the current release data is there in that branch. Then how do you manage it? Are you getting me, Chandan?
Yes.
So that's the reason I should not entertain always to go ahead and do the work of, or go ahead and deploy the latest. So I should be having a feasibility of selecting what commit or what code that it should go. That's the reason here I'm clearly mentioning that specify at the time of release creation. Simply don't dump whatever is there in the master. So I'll click on add. Now comes the stage. I will go ahead and in the job, I will say like a promote to production. I'll click on the add button. I will search for ARM templates. I'll search for ARM templates. So in the ARM templates, I'll say like a deploy to dev. Deploy to prod. Okay. So what is the scope? Resource group. So where I want to do this one. So this is my subscription. So click on authorize. So now this is my subscription details. Let me refresh it. That's okay. So select the resource group. So where we would like to, it's not coming. Just give me a sec.
Subscription, we can copy it from the portal, right?
We can copy it, sir, but it's a drop down now. You see here, this should come
Yeah.
automatically. So now it came. Okay. So once you select it, so it is a create or update a resource group. Come down. So which resource group? So now I want to do this entire work in my production one. So for the production, I created my resource group. Okay. Resource group name is like a KSR Datavision RG prod. I'll go ahead and I'll say like a RG. So location is like a East US. So now here comes the template part. So what that I would like to promote. So go ahead and select the data. So this is my data which I have. I will select my template. Click on OK. So what are the parameters that I want to give? I'll go ahead and I'll select my parameters. So these are all my ARM template parameters. Okay. So now deployment mode, make sure that you guys are clicking on an incremental. So deployment mode, make sure that you are selecting as an incremental. Why? What is the reason? Reason is like, so every time whenever there is a change, I will be going with the promote to the production. It is always an incremental. So if I go and click on a validation only or the complete, so then what will happen is like, there might be chances that it will destroy and it will create again. So that's the reason always select your deployment mode into an incremental mode, so that all the future releases also on an incremental way, you can go ahead and you can apply those changes. Okay. So here, one thing that you need to observe. So what exactly is it like? Whenever I go ahead and when I created my KSR ADF dev environment, so under the integrations, I have created my data sets. So to these data sets, I have created my service links. Means if I go to the settings manage, so you will be seeing linked services. So in these linked services, I have provided my credentials. Credentials for what? Credentials for a dev. But right now we are promoting it to the production. Means like I need to supply my production credentials. So hence how I will be getting, go to the storage account. This is my production storage account. Go to the access keys and take the access key 1 and go ahead here under the override template parameters. Click on this button and here you have to ensure that you are supplying your account key. So what I have to do, I have to go ahead and I will say like, okay man, this is my account key and this is my account key. Earlier we have this code from dev environment. Now we are promoting it to the production. So hence the naming conventions should be prod. You have to do this entire work in which environment? In the production environment. I'll say prod here and instead of a dev, I will go ahead and I will say this has to be done in the prod. Okay, so let me revalidate. Sir. Just give me a sec. I'll cancel it. Click on the override templates, guys. So here, what am I going to do is like, what is my Azure data factory name? Data factory name is a prod. So I have to supply my tokens. I copied the token there and I'm going to paste the token here. So now in the destination service link, I'm going to say like, man, this is no more a dev because this is my prod environment. So source data link, I'm going to say like, hey man, this is my prod. So finally click on OK. Now click on save. Click on OK. So now this is my pipeline. So what do we have, guys? We clearly told our pipeline that from where it need to take the data. It took the data from the dev account. Now we are going to sync the code to the production. But right now, if I go to the production data factory, I don't have any pipelines created. So now I have facilitated my data engineering team to do the deployment to the production. Means what they will do now, they will directly go ahead and they will create a release. And at the time of a release creation, they will clearly tell me which version that they would like to deploy. What is a commit? So this is the commit message. Let's say like they want to deploy, they will select the commit message and they will click on create. So now release 1 is getting triggered. So what this guy will do, he will go ahead, he will take the approved code from the Git and he will pull all that data. He will take this configuration and he's going to apply it to my Azure Data Factory. Which account, guys? Is it a dev or a production? Production. Good. So now when I go and when I start refreshing this one, in the production, I should be getting my end-to-end pipelines. Whatever the work data engineering team they have done in the dev environment, they don't need to do the same work again and again in the production. So now the promotion is completed. So here my build job, it is successful. Means like when I come here, I have my pipeline in the production. I have my data sets. I have my data flows. Whatever the work which I need, everything I have. So I don't need to do the same work again and again for the same application in multiple environments. Because I spend so much time in the dev environment, it should be a single button for me where I will go ahead and I will promote my changes to the production. Now what we do is like, let's go ahead and add the production data. So this is my prod. I will go and I will say like, this is my container. So as part of my container, this is my source container. I'll go and I'll click on upload. I will say like, okay, browse files. So this is my sample data. I'll click on upload. So now in the destination, when I go and when I click on a destination, I don't have any data. Now what they will do, they will go ahead and they will trigger the pipeline. This is my pipeline, right? They go and they will say like a trigger now. Trigger it. Now where we are processing the data, guys, in which environment?
Production, in production.
Production environment. So now what is the effort, guys, promoting the code to the production? Is it going to take hours of a work or is it going to take minutes of a work?
It will take minutes now.
Minutes now. So this entire integration, this entire platform, and then the pipeline creations for the data engineering team will be done by your DevOps engineers. So whenever there is an ask from a data engineering team to build the infrastructure, we will build them, we will hand over them. Once those guys they are done with their work, they will ask for a promotion. They will say like, okay man, we are done with the changes, can you please promote this to the next environment? We go and we automate it, right? So using that automation, we will promote whatever the changes that they have in the dev, we'll promote it to the production. Right now we already promoted it. Once we told like, okay man, the code changes are deployed already to the production, they will go and they will run their pipelines and they will see like how the execution is going to happen. They will parse and they will do all the work whatever they need as per their need. So now the data processing is happening, which means like the transformation is happening. Let's see how it is going to be. So now still it is in progress, guys. It will take a minute or two.
Shaan, we have triggered the pipeline manually in this portal, right?
Yes, yes.
Is there a
We
way
triggered.
that we can trigger this pipeline through CD pipeline?
Yes, yes, we can do that. You can keep it as a continuous deployment as well. We can do that, but you may never know that when the code promotion should happen. So that the call we should facilitate to the data engineering team. Whenever they want, they can trigger the pipeline. But yes, from the CD pipeline itself, you can trigger that Azure Data Factory pipeline. So we have option of triggers. Let me show you that as well. So trigger runs. So here, whatever the triggers that you have, it will show. You can create that. This has to be
usually
Sir, please tell me.
usually in real time these pipelines will be scheduled by some other scheduler for triggering the execution kind of a thing.
Scheduling, yeah, maybe sir, you're absolutely right. But the scheduling, if we do the scheduling part, I'm not sure, if any wrong commit is there in the, dev or in the dev account. So then there will be a problem. But again, it's a comfortness what data engineering is going to take care. Based upon their comfort zone, they can do it. But triggering work, we can do it. From the CD pipeline, if you want, you can trigger it. Or else you can schedule the triggers as well. Any other doubts, guys?
Yeah,
Yeah,
one
Shaan.
questions.
Yeah, please go ahead. Chandan.
Yeah, actually, since I'm working mainframe platform. So how we are going to implement all these things in the mainframe platform? Is it possible?
I don't think so, Chandan. Right? Mainframe is entirely a different body. It is out of
Yes,
IT.
yeah, not out of it.
Yeah, see.
Said it only, but
Because,
the platform is entirely different.
yes, yes.
Won't
See,
support all these things.
yeah, you guys will be using Power Servers now. See, it's entirely hardware dependent platform, right, Chandan? I agree
Yes,
that it is not out of IT. I was just kidding. But not all the applications are getting developed on mainframe systems, right? Only
yes, yes,
bank you will have very niche domains like a banking and
health
airlines,
insurance, airline insurance,
yeah, insurance guys.
still are in mainframe platform only.
But if you see,
Yeah,
things are getting changed. So things have
yeah,
changed so much. Like they're not going to offer a mainframes in most of the applications. 70 to
yes, yes, yes,
75% of applications they're out of mainframe because it's creating a bottleneck for them. So
yes,
what
yes,
I can
yes.
recommend you is like you try to come out of this domain at the earliest. So
Yeah,
because one day or other it might sink. You may never know.
yeah, but how can you showcase you are
This
already more than
integrations
10
with
years of experience, right? Yes.
that is why we are coming up with a course. So where we are going to teach you end-to-end skills required for you to change your entire profile as a multi-cloud with a hybrid DevOps engineer. Let me complete this, then I will give you the insights of the course what we are going to start with. Is that okay, Chandan?
Yeah, fine.
Cool. Guys, see here. So finally our pipeline is done, guys. Can any one of you tell me like what is the final data or final result that we are looking for? What
Destination
should
will
happen,
get
guys?
it. Destination
Good.
will get added.
Destination. In which account? Is it a dev or production?
Production.
Production.
Good. So now go to the production, guys. So this is what? This is a KSR Datavision production account. If I refresh it, I got my data. So when I click on the data and when I click on the edit, so what I can see my end-to-end transformed data in the production. But end of the day here, if you see guys, we are facilitating the development team or we are facilitating the data engineering team to do this work only once in one environment. Because every time they cannot create the pipelines, the linking the services as well as the data flows and then the executions. So we cannot ask these guys to do it because doing that work in one environment is more than enough, but the other environments should be always in a promotion format. So how we have designed our release pipeline, so this considering the architecture of this, so once they are confident enough to the dev environment, they will simply go ahead, they will click on the release pipeline and they will start promoting whatever the environment they want to promote. They will go ahead and they will promote it. It might be an user acceptance test environment, or it might be a production environment. It is entirely up to them. Okay, so this is the data ops work, guys, which generally a DevOps engineering is going to do this work. But the expectations from the companies or from the organizations is to handle this work by data engineering team itself. So they're expecting data engineering team to have a knowledge of all these pipelines so that these teams can work independently. They don't need to depend on some other team. So you might not see this kind of an implementations in your existing projects, but yeah, the future is going to be like this. Okay, so now as part of our KSR, we are coming up with a new course content, guys, for your multi-cloud with a hybrid DevOps implementation, where you guys are going to learn your AWS cloud and automation. You're going to learn your Azure cloud and automation, and you're going to learn your scripting, that is a shell scripting. You're going to learn Linux administration end to end, and you're going to learn your Terraform as an infrastructure as a code, and you're going to learn as your Ansible configuration management tools, and then you will be getting experience and hands-on experience onto your GitHub, and then you are going to learn microservices platforms like a Dockers, and you're going to learn Kubernetes end to end, where you will be learning AKS as well as EKS. After you are done with this Kubernetes part, you will be entering into your CI/CD implementation flows. So after you are done with your CI/CD, we will walk you through the Azure or your Agile process. What is an Agile? How we are going to work? What is a day-to-day work? What is a task? Jira story, sprint planning, PI planning. So whatever the Agile related work, everything we will cover it. And then you're going to enter into your Azure boards, and then you will gain knowledge on the Azure repositories, and then followed by you will learn about your Azure pipelines, especially your release pipelines, and you will be learning your Azure build pipelines, and you are going to see the Azure Artifactory, and we are going to cover you end-to-end project for different applications like Java, Node.js, as well as .NET on multiple platforms, like how you guys are going to do this setup on servers, how you guys are going to do this setup on containerization platforms like your Kubernetes, how you are going to do this setup on your past platforms, and we will be covering end-to-end work on your AWS as well as Azure platforms. And finally, you will be learning your monitoring part. So how you guys are going to do the monitoring work, all those things will be covered. Okay, so this is a glance view, guys, where we are going to teach you, or what are the in-depth you know uh, topics or the platforms that which we are going to cover as part of this course. Classes are going to be more realistic and real time, guys. Trust me, whatever is required for you to gain knowledge, to gain confidence, and to gain hands-on experience, and become a real DevOps engineer, everything we will teach you in this course. So with this knowledge, if you are going to a market, no one have other question apart from, like, see, I mean to say, like, everyone will come to know, like, or treat you like a good DevOps engineer with a minimum experience of 7 years. Whatever the content which I'm going to cover for you, this gives you a in-depth knowledge of a DevOps engineer, where you can blindly take out 7 years of your experience from your profiles and keep it as a DevOps engineer. In simple terms, you can literally compete with a DevOps engineer who is going to work in a real-time environment with this knowledge. Okay, so I'm done with the demonstration, guys. So whatever the workshop which we have conducted, I believe like this workshop give you some good confidence on the DevOps platform as well as the data engineering platform, guys. I'm just opening the forum for the questionnaires. If you guys have any queries, you are free to ask now.
Yeah, hi Shan, this is Ray again. So
Sir,
here are
please.
we going to cover any fabric DevOps concepts, because today only I saw somewhere some article showing that Azure, the Microsoft is going to close this Azure data engineering certifications in the month March onwards. That means they are going to promoting the fabric certifications instead of Azure data engineering.
Okay, okay. Sir, as of now, we don't have a plan, sir, for now. But yeah, Mahesh will get back to you if there is any change in the things. But for now, we are concentrating more onto the data with the DevOps engineering. So we will add on a couple of projects to our existing DevOps course, where DevOps hands can be stretched to the data engineering team.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever you mentioned, right? Whatever you mentioned, that topic is related to DevOps only, right? It's not DataOps. As you told,
Yes.
DataOps course, right?
Yes, yes. For now, Chandan, for now. But like we told, like this is a glance view of the project. What we took is towards the data ops journey. So for becoming a data ops, you don't need to learn data engineering. The primary for you should be always like a DevOps. Data engineering is just an optional platform for you.
Okay, no, as you told that in future, data apps is a hub. right? Dataops is up. Dataops means data engineering plus DevOps stuff, right?
No, it is operations of your data engineering guys plus DevOps. The other way. If you are planning to learn a data engineering, then you will be called as a data engineer developer.
Yeah.
Means
So
like you need to learn the programming. But in our
yeah,
case, we don't learn programming, right?
yeah. But
We
if you
don't
want
need
to
to have a
become a
knowledge of programming.
DevOps engineer,
Yes, if you can become a DevOps engineer, then
no,
you can
not
become
DevOps
any
engineer,
ops engineer.
DataOps, not DevOps, DataOps.
Okay, let me give you some clarity, Chandan. Okay, so here for you to become a data ops engineer, you need to have the knowledge of DevOps first. Without DevOps, you cannot change your profile to DataOps. Okay, first thing as part of your learning is you should become a DevOps engineer with cloud knowledge. Then second thing is you need to have the requirement from data engineering team. And third thing is you can apply your DevOps knowledge on top of your requirement, and then you can evolve yourself as a data ops engineer. Is it making sense?
Yes, yes,
Chandan?
yes. I got it.
So the primary for you is this one, not a data engineering. If you go with the data engineering, then you will become as a data engineering developer. Try to correlate it. Okay.
Hi, Sunil this side.
Sunil, tell me.
I have two questions. One is, are we covering something related to GCP in this course?
Right now we don't have a plan, Sunil, but yes, we will try. Because the course duration will be more lengthy, Sunil. Already this course will take at least 4 to 4.5 months for you. If you add again a GCP and again implementation on top of that, maybe like it will act like a semester course for you. In the college you used to sit now for one sem. So it will take that much time. We'll see.
Oh,
But as of now, in the market, we don't have that much demand for GCP. We will look into it. If the demand is there, definitely we will change the content.
okay. I'm working in one project. So the project is like that. Database is Teradata. Reporting is
Teradata.
like
Okay.
SAP, BODA, something like that. And some
Mhm.
control M jobs, they are using some data from SFTP and they are storing somewhere. And then again, the data is handled by Teradata and it is loading like upload utility. But right now, the ask is they are saying, okay, Teradata is going on GCP, like BigQuery. So
Mhm.
with this project, is there any implementation of DevOps or how it will happen?
In the GCP part, how the segregation or how the implementation is going to happen. So we need to look into that as per the requirement, Sunil. If you can give me the requirement, then I'll come up with something. You can connect with me offline. We'll see, and then we can plan.
Okay,
If something is there, then I'll design something for you and I'll give it. You can use it.
okay,
Okay. Yeah. But I don't have any, a pre-baked product with me right now in handy.
okay.
Hmm, hmm. Cool. Okay, guys.
Ashan,
Any
this
other
is
doubts?
Raj.
Uh-huh.
I just have a
Sir, please.
few doubts about course contents.
Tell me. Uh-huh. Okay.
Like, is this course going to be useful for the already experienced person or for the freshers also?
Okay. That's a good question, actually. Should appreciate it. Guys, see here. So, in this course, the prerequisites for joining the batch is 0. Why? What is the reason? Reason is I get freshers, I get infrastructure engineers, I get developers, I get data engineers, I get architects, I get non-IT candidates, I get testers, I get a full stack developers. So here, if I start writing this list, right, it will go a little bit beyond. Why? What is the reason? Reason is this domain. So DevOps is such a great platform where all these candidates, they should be going through the DevOps process daily in their day-to-day workflows. Except freshers, all the other freshers and non-IT candidates, except these two guys, all the other domains, whatever I mentioned here, every day at least once they will hear the word called a DevOps in their day-to-day work. Without that, they cannot survive. Means these guys should be knowing what is happening in DevOps. Otherwise, they cannot complete their day-to-day work. So considering the wide range of audience who are joining for the course, the prerequisites for this course, we set it as a 0. Means you don't need to have any knowledge prior joining this batch. Whatever is required for you to be called as a DevOps engineer, everything I will give you as part of this course. But only thing is like you need to have some patience. You need to learn properly. Whatever I'm teaching, you guys have to ensure that you guys are implementing before you go to bed. If you can have that much confidence on you, then after 4 months, definitely you will be getting a job as a DevOps engineer in the market.
I
Is it
have
clear,
a
Bharat?
question here. Yeah.
Please. Chandan, 1 second, Chandan. Yeah, Bharat, you have any other question?
Yes, Sean.
Please tell me.
Are we going to use Azure DevOps for maintaining the Git repositories, like instead of using separate Git? Like I mean to say,
Get it.
sorry.
I didn't get it. Come again, please.
Are we going to use Azure DevOps portal itself for maintaining all the code and all, and
Yes, yes,
integrating
yes.
for the deployment
Yes,
going further? Like
yes, yes,
today in
yes.
the workshop, we are linking with the GitHub.
So here, see, I just want to take up on a overall for the data engineering part. So hence I integrated with the Git part. If you say like, no, you want to integrate this one with your, let's say like Azure platform itself, you go and you can click on edit. Let's say like I'll click on
No,
configure.
I know this option to configure, but I am asking going further in the classes, we are going to use this option or we are going to continue with the GitHub itself?
Whatever the platform that we take, let's say like if we're taking AWS, then we will use a GitHub.
Yeah, in that
If
case,
you got it,
definitely we need
yeah.
to use. Yeah, correct.
Listen. So if you are going with your Azure DevOps or Azure Cloud, it won't make sense for me to go and use the Git because Azure is already giving me a platform of repository, that is Azure repos. So we will be using Azure repos only. Is it clear, Bharat?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So it depends upon the use case, Bharat, what platform that we are on. Okay.
Yeah.
So based upon that, we will be picking it up. But you will be learning end-to-end integration, right? See, what is a guarantee that the guys, let's say like in the company, they are using a Git from so many years, let's say like from past 10, 12 years, they are using the Git. Do you feel like they will migrate everything to the Git repos or Azure repos?
They don't
There is no
usually.
guarantee. They don't. They don't even think of using Azure repositories in their project. They will simply say like, why man, Git, we already have everything, source code, commits, managers, users, everything, all the integrations is happening. Why should I go for Azure repos? But I need Azure DevOps platform. It doesn't mean that they are going to use the Azure repos. So there are multiple things, Bharat. You need to, you should be ready for everything. That is what I mean.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, Chandan. Go ahead, Chandan.
Yeah, forget the question. That's fine.
Good. No problem. Just recall it. Okay, guys. Any other doubts apart from Chandan?
I have one doubt. One doubt. Hello.
Yeah, Raj. Tell me.
So, what will be the timing, the course timing, and what will be the course fee and all for this
Good.
DevOps
Guys,
course?
for this, what I recommend you is like you just reach out to Mahesh.
Yeah, we
Okay.
are planning this is will be mostly 8 o'clock, guys. We will confirm exact time and the date also this month end. Mostly 23rd we are planning, but I will confirm by end of the day.
But
8
it will
o'clock
be
in
in
the
the
morning,
morning,
right? Or
right?
in
Evening in India time it's 8:30 p.m. 8 p.m.
8 p.m. 8 to
8 or
2
8:30, we will
two.
confirm its exact time and date.
Okay, so 2 hours, 1 hours, 3 hours, how it is?
6 days a week, 1 hour every day, 1 to 1 hour 15 minutes, something like that.
Okay, 6 days
And
a week.
Monday to
Okay.
Saturday, yeah, 6 days a week.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Please let us know the course fee and everything.
Yes,
So that we
everything,
can
everything.
plan.
You can attend
Mahesh,
again 1 week lectures or regular classes. So once you felt happy, then only we can proceed further.
Okay, okay. Got it, got it. Thanks.
Mahesh, do we have any plan of starting a batch in the morning times?
Morning, not now, maybe after 1 or 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah, not now. First, because we are starting with the evening batch. So after that, we will plan in the morning also.
I'm seeing for the morning batch. This is the second batch I'm
Mm-hmm.
seeing for the DevOps from KSR.
Okay.
Actually, for the last batch, I used to join, but it happened. The plan was about to start in the morning only, but it
Yeah,
changed
yeah.
for the evening.
Yes, yes. So morning, what happened? All these are working professionals, right? Some I'm not able to manage their time slots also.
I thought it will be in the morning. So
This time. We'll see. We will discuss Bharat like possible way, but the batch will be evening only. So what I can suggest, if possible, you can go with the evening whenever it's possible. Join the live. If missed the class on the same day, you can go with the record. Luckily, within 1 or 2 months, if I started any morning, you can change your swap your batch.
okay, if we have that option, I can do
Yeah, you
that.
can. You
But
can.
because
Why
evening
I'm not
it
going to
won't be
say
possible for me to
confidently, if I'm
join.
not able to start right, it shouldn't be go in a bad way. That's the reason I'm not able to promise. For sure, within the 3 4 months, if I'm starting new batch, again you can switch. Yeah.
Because evening it won't be possible to join. With the
Mm-hmm.
recordings, it won't be that much useful.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
will be
that's
useful. I don't tell it won't be useful, but interaction will be missing, right? If
yeah,
I have
yeah.
any doubts, it will be.
So once our slot is available, right, morning you can swap your batch.
Sure. Do I need to pay any extra for that,
Nothing,
or
nothing.
it is
No need to pay any single penny for changing the batch. So our intention, you have to gain the knowledge.
yeah.
So, but we have a limitation like within 6 months, something like that. Due to some personal issues, also some people will pay and they are not able to continue. So if they're informing Mahesh, I'm not able to continue this batch, I will join the next batch. Yes, we will remove this batch access and we'll add the new batch access.
Okay. And what will be the duration for this course?
It's a 4 months.
Okay.
So multi-cloud DevOps, AWS and Azure both going to be covered.
Okay.
Main will be Azure will be the mainstream and the back support will be AWS.
Do we get access to recordings?
Yes, yes. Every session, this class also will get recorded. And regular live sessions, once live completed within 1 to 1.5 hour, automatically the record will be updated in the application.
Mahesh, can you please stop your...
Sorry?
One question, like Azure will have an subscription valid for 14 days, right?
1 month it's.
1 month, okay.
Usually.
So we have to change every month. I mean, we have
So
to...
means if you are okay to bear some amount like 1,000 to 2,000 bill safely, you are ready to run the show, that's fine. But if you are misusing or else you forget to activate the account, maybe it will be cost you more.
Okay. That is a more concern with Azure. We will get only 1 month or 14 days. So how do we
Some
control that?
sandboxes is there with limitations, but data I think it's not able to run properly. But DevOps, any possibility for sandbox, you can buy by just 2,000 unlimited access you will get for sandbox. Shan, sir, you have any idea on the sandbox? For DevOps is sufficient to use sandbox or else?
Yeah, generally what I encourage students is like to have a volunteers. Okay, so if 3 to 4 candidates, if they come as a volunteer, so we can create one account and we can share that account with all the students.
Okay.
So I can create all the accounts for the students, so where I
Mhm.
have automated the stuff.
Okay,
So
fine.
in for 4 months, if we are getting at least 4 volunteers from the class, we can create a 4 free accounts where for the entire course duration they don't need to pay a single penny.
Oh, okay, okay. Then.
Okay, so with regards to the sandbox account, you will not have full-fledged
Yeah, full-fledged, that's
free
what.
hands.
Yeah.
So you cannot do end to end. So there will be
Previously,
a
for data
limitation.
engineering, we tried to give the license for everyone. By mistake, one guy run the back and he forgot to stop that one, and I got a bill around 40,000.
Yeah, that
And
there
it's
is
a
a problem.
KSR account I given for that accounts, all the students' accounts.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
that's the reason we are
But
dropping
yeah,
from that area.
we can work on this part,
Sure.
Mahesh.
Yeah, sure. We will try to give the maximum ways, guys, to get a 4 months validity for your Azure accounts.
Yeah, that will be created using our card or else it will be.
No. We will discuss on that part also.
Okay.
Our card
Because that
also
is the
have to
biggest
create one.
concern we have generally.
Yeah.
Whenever we plan for Azure, this is the biggest concern.
Yeah.
And also, Shaan, I have a small doubt. Like we are from ETL background, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I missed that part where Chandan asked the question and you were trying to explain. Can you pop up that screen again? So you said like
Just okay. What was the question? You remember?
I
Like,
was, I
what was
was.
that?
My question is like, see, we are from ETL background. Only
Mm.
learning data ops related tools will be enough inside the DevOps, or we need to learn complete DevOps tools and then we can use those tools for a DevOps creation and all.
Yeah. See, here, Srinivas, since you guys are coming from a ETL background, right? You're not going
Mm.
to change your domain. Means like your mainstream is
Mm.
always like your ETL work or your data warehouse or your data engineering work, whatever you are. That will be your mainstream.
Mm.
But with regards to your
Yes.
DevOps, what happens is like it is going to give you a good value add. So let's say like you are having 10 years, 15 years of experience. So what is in your next level? You have to grow, right? So
Correct.
when you are growing, you don't want to grow in DevOps. You want to grow in your current domain only. So then you have
Mm.
to scale up your skills towards the architecture. So when they ask for an
Mm.
architecture, you are good with your only ETL part, ETL surroundings only, you will win. But beyond the ETL also, you should have
Yeah.
a wider footstep. So then only you can design, then only you can implement it. Otherwise, it's not possible. So here, whatever
Mm.
which is going to
Mhm.
sync for you, you can concentrate more on that in terms of a hands-on. But whatever is not going to sync for you, you can keep it for your knowledge.
Okay. Mhm, mhm.
Okay, so I'm not
Mm.
fully convincing you, I'm not fully telling you like you have to learn each and every bit and piece whatever I'm going to
Mm.
teach in the DevOps, because it might not require for you. You might not
Yeah.
require a OS knowledge, right? But
Correct,
you need
correct.
a cloud automation work. Means like you need to know how the cloud networking, how the cloud application deployments, how the cloud service deployments are going to happen. This knowledge you need to have it.
Mm. Mhm, mhm.
So
So,
you are the right guy to decide like which piece you have to concentrate more.
yeah, because this is the first time I'm hearing this DevOps related workshop or the classes. So I'm a bit confused
Yeah.
whether I should learn everything, all the tools which are used under DevOps, or only related data ops related tools will be sufficient.
Okay. See, let me tell you one thing. Okay. See, you want to there are always two things: learning and then the hands-on.
Mm.
So you can learn anything in the world. Nothing is going to stop you from learning. But what's the benefit when you get with the learning is like the benefit is like your mindset, your perspective of solving your problem. You might get some new ideas. So now coming to the hands-on, whatever you learn, you don't need to do the hands-on.
Mm.
Whatever is required for you on that, you need to have a hands-on experience. Because you see, for example, Azure is giving me around like 60 to 70 services. I can't do hands-on on all those 70 services, right? Because each service is a platform. If I take a virtual machine, it's a Linux administration work. If I take a data factory, it's a data engineering work. If I take a storage bucket, it is an logging. The backup team is going to take the work. If I take a network, the networking team is there. But as a services, a cloud is providing me everything. It doesn't mean that okay, he's providing, I have to be hands-on on all the things. But I should be having a knowledge on it so that my life will be easy when I work in real time. So now you take the call. See, for a knowledge purpose, definitely this will give you a wider range of thought process, and this will add a good impression in your career, especially in your profile. when you go to any interview, if you tell them like, yes, I design the pipelines, I implement the pipelines, I configure the CI/CD for my end-to-end ETL related works, I create multiple environments with me. Imagine how good is that telling in an interview panel. Okay, so the impression what you're going to carry for your profile is entirely different, and you can demand for the salary. In your normal day-to-day work, if you're getting 30% hike, you can close your eyes and you can ask for 70% hike. People will give you, because this is the niche platform where people don't have even thought of it, and it is very rare we get the candidates with the DevOps knowledge on the data engineering part or on your ETL workflows. Very, 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 very less. You can count on fingers. So this is a new market. So this market, if you just go and you just check with anyone in the US, you just ask them like, what is the current trend in the market in US? They will tell you. So guys are expecting to have a data engineering, guys are expecting to have a DevOps, guys are expecting to have a cloud knowledge, guys are expecting to have a development, guys are expecting to do wonders by
Correct.
single guy. This is the current trend. You have to follow the trend and consider this as your beginning. This is your starting point. Now where is the end point? Only market can decide.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
think of.
my worry is learning these many tools will,
Mhm.
I mean, I don't think like we can practice or we'll have exposure and all the
Let
tools and unnecessarily dumping everything into brain. Instead of that, I'm
Srinivas,
just thinking,
like I
yeah,
told you, we
yeah,
do have people who do work on all these tools, who do the work on data engineering, who do the
mm,
work on machine learning. We have profiles in the
mm,
market.
oh,
You don't think like, okay, data engineering is your life or ETL work is your life. No, you will change this perspective most probably by first quarter of 2026. Everything will change. Trust me, because we analyze the market. As per the market, we always go with the new trend. So otherwise, there is no need for you to go with multi-cloud data DevOps engineering, right? There is no need. Since the market is demanding, we are going. So
mm.
demand will come. So see, you have never thought about, this can also be done in a DevOps way, right?
Yeah, I never thought like data ops is there. I mean, I was a bit surprised.
So this for today, it is a surprise, right?
Right,
Slowly, it will be part and parcel of your job roles.
correct.
Because if I can deliver one project for you, a live project for you, and then think
Mm,
people can't do that, they can do.
yeah, they-
It's possible. This is a possibility. Whatever the live workshop that which you have today, it's a possibility. It's an implementation. This is how we do the work in production.
mm.
Okay.
Yeah, I
But
want
So
to
it
add
will be helpful.
something here.
we need to
Yeah,
complete
Mahesh.
all the work, right?
Please, Mahesh, go ahead.
Yeah, in if we can open any job descriptions of a data engineer role in the US market on the internet, you find last two lines with the DevOps and CI/CD pipelines. Well versed in CI/CD pipelines and implementing the pipelines along with the data engineering requirements. It whatever be the cloud it is. That is how it is for the past 6 months or 1 year.
Yeah,
That's
thanks,
just
Mahesh. Thanks for stressing out, right? Yeah, generally, students don't believe if I start telling like this is the market, they will be thinking, oh, okay, this guy is doing a simply promote. Okay. But yeah, trust me, guys, whatever I'm telling you, this is the market, realistic market. Okay. Things have changed. Don't think like things will be changed. Things have already changed. That I already see many candidates striving hard to learn things. But if you are learning DevOps one day or other in the future in the sense like not 6 years or 7 years, maybe like max to max 6 months, definitely you need to learn DevOps. Today you can ignore it, but yeah, one day you will realize. But like Srinivas, like I told you, you don't need to be having a full end to end. You don't need to deep dive. What you need to know. That is what my intention is. Like, let me tell you a simple story, right? I'm coming purely from a you know DevOps background. Why should I learn data engineering workflows? Tell me. See, whatever the work which I have done today, right? I have shown you simple processing only. I just removed one column from that. But if you see, I can do whatever the work data engineering guy is doing. I can ask ChatGPT. It will give me end-to-end data. If I ask a query, give me a PySpark query, which will remove the particular data stream, which will remove a particular character from a string. Give me the query. 2 seconds, I will get it.
Yes.
So it's just a matter of applying that code, whether it in a Databricks or in your data factory. It doesn't matter for me, right? I know Databricks. Copying and pasting the code, I know it. And even I know beyond the data engineering guy what he do. Not in terms of programming, but in terms of releasing. So don't keep full stops to your learning. So the more you start keeping it, so the more you will be bounded. At one point you will feel like, okay, you are lagging behind. Guys, this is not only for Srinivas, for those who are actively patiently listening to us. For everyone, think in this way, life will be good. So you need to compete. Like let me cut this question with a short story, right? So in today's class we have n number of students who have joined. So where imagine like a fresher is joining in this call. So whatever the fresher is learning, you guys are also learning the same thing. And fresher brain is very sharp when compared to the experience. Like Srinivas, now you are telling, right? Why I should learn this thing? What is the reason? It's like a too much things and all. In a fresher, it is not. It will not be like this. If I say like a do this, he will do it. If I say like a do like that, okay, give a comma there, he will give comma. And in 6 months, he will compete with you.
Definitely.
Because whatever you are doing, he is also learning the same. Whatever you learn, he is also learning the same. Whatever you do, he will do the same.
Yeah.
So then experience doesn't matter. Because it's a
Yes.
tool, right? See, going to the cloud, clicking a couple of buttons. If I teach to a fresher 10 times, 11th time, he will tell me, sir, this option is also there, sir. Did you verify it? So this is the current trend. There is no experienced resource. There is no fresher these days, right? As long as we are comfortable with the chat GPT, we are good to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what in IT, there is no scope for after 10 years of experience, guys, right?
No, nothing like that, Chandan. See, I
Yeah.
hold
See,
15 years of experience.
yeah.
But,
No. Yeah. Okay.
you need to think the way how market is. Because you need salary, na?
Yeah, he needs salary, but after see, as you told, right, for fresher and then 10 years experience, will start this. But 10 years experience salary is more, and then fresher salary is more. But it's same, both are same only. For DevOps, the company is always preferable fresher only. So fresher have the same knowledge, 10 years of experience, different platform. So that's what in IT industry. So there's no not much scope in after 10 years. I feel like
No,
that only.
Chandan, let me give you a clarity here, Chandan, right? See, coming to the scope part, okay, let me ask you in this way. Okay. So why I should pay? Let's say like you are coming for a company. You hold 10 years of your experience. Okay. You come for an interview and I am the company. I will ask you a simple question. Why should I pay? Whatever the work you are doing, fresher is also doing it. Then what? Then simply take your profile and go. You are not eligible to get a job in the company. Because fresher also, if he can do that and you are also doing the same work, then why should we pay the money to you? Waste of money. That is the reason, as you grow, you need to grow your skills.
Yeah. That's what,
Fresher cannot grow
as
his
you only
skills.
told. No, as you only told, right? The fresher mind is very fresh, and then whatever they'll learn it grab as early as possible. But being at 10 years of
He
experience,
cannot see, Chandan. Here, that is where the competition comes, right, Chandan? When you are earning something more than a other guy, then of course you have to spend more time in keeping up the competition. If you can't compete in IT, then you are not eligible to work in IT. Go home and do something else. So now this competition, you are telling me 10 years is the cap limit, nothing like that. I have my manager who will sit with me and who will compete with me in writing the code, who is having 22 years of experience. So now with the 22 years of experience, if you are telling into the market that no, I'm a manager, I will do only managing work and all, company will ask him to leave. They don't need managers, they need technical managers who can compete with the guys, who can handle the workload, who can handle the delivery, and who can handle the entire company. So what I mean to tell you is like, as long as you are following the market, you have to follow the pulse of a market. As long as you are sensing that pulse, you are always stable in the market. The moment you start coming in a comfort zone of laziness, comfort zone of a company, comfort zone of your surroundings, from that moment, your profile, your value, your work will start getting degraded. The faster you realize that, the better your career will be in IT. 10 years, 11 years and all, nothing, Chandan. I am giving you 7 years with the course, right? Blindly close your eyes and update your profiles, go to the market, you get a job. It's not a deal. But what I want to tell you to the guys is like, do not keep a full stop for your learning path. There is no full stop. There is always a comma for you. The moment you keep a full stop there, then you can't learn anything. So you should be a continuous learner in order to survive. Okay. Many things are going to change in the future. So be ready for everything. Okay, Chandan, Srinivas?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Be a learner.
Yeah.
Always be in a learning mode, guys. So it gives you good insights. It will give you good knowledge on what is happening surrounding you. Because guys, main problem with us is like we know only IT. We don't know anything now. I cannot do some farming. I cannot
True.
sell some tea at my home, right? I cannot sell some clothes at my home, right? People will start, seeing me in a different way. I know only one thing is surviving in IT. Whatever is required, I'll do it because I'm good at it. So do it if you're good at it. Otherwise, like our friend Chandan is telling, 10 years is the cap limit. Do whatever you are earning, save it properly in your savings bank account. After 10 years, quit the job, go home and start some business.
Yeah.
Two options you have.
No,
Anything is
actually, so in our company, I didn't see any single person more than 50 years more than 50 years fellow. So out of
ah
10,000 employees, I didn't see single employee. So one few of employees are like a president or vice president, right? So all are only 40 employees only. So yeah, every year 18 lakhs 18 lakhs plus of engineers will come from college, right? So where they go accommodate all guys. It's my question. So due to AI, right? So due to AI, so number of jobs will be reduced in IT industry. So
what is your experience, Chandan?
okay,
What is your experience? I'm just curious to
yeah,
know.
yeah,
What is your
it's
experience?
10 years of experience.
10 years in IBM mainframes, right?
Yes. I have mainframes.
Okay, most probably in 4 or 5 years they will fire you from the company.
Yes. I know
Okay,
it. I know
so
it.
you are already late. You are late to the market.
Yes.
Okay, if you are not changing this kind of mindset, then definitely they are going to immediately take you out. Like you mentioned, like you don't see the guys more than 15 years in a company. So
Yeah.
immediately they will put the first name, your name only, saying like Chandan is with this company past 14 years, and this is what he's doing, and this is a niche skill. So if you are a niche in the project, they'll keep you. Otherwise, they'll ask you to leave.
No, actually I learned new skills. I updated upskilling. I didn't get an opportunity to work inside the company since, right.
Then
So
change the
I'm
company.
already 10 years of experience. I'm already 10 years of experience in the mainframe. I learned some other technology. Then nobody can accept it, right? So for you got 10 years of experience for the different platform. Again, I need a fresher, or okay, my past experience we can showcase as 2 years of experience. Is not more than that, right? So for 2 years of experience, why they give salary for 10 years of experience? Right?
Okay, Chandan, let me give you a good answer for this. Okay, so first thing what you need to understand is, let's say like you are having milk with you. Okay,
Yeah.
you cannot prepare biryani with your milk.
Yes.
So you are comparing two different items. I have
Yeah.
milk with me. You know the procedure of how to prepare a biryani. You cannot prepare a biryani with your milk. What max to max you can prepare is like, you can make it hot, you can prepare a curd out of it, you can take a ghee out of it, or you can
Coffee, tea.
coffee, tea, whatever you want. Only that particular product, whatever it supports, only that you can do it. Now why I'm taking this example is like just to shed some clouds on your head. Okay, now you are in a platform which is nowhere in the IT industry people are using it. Mainframes. Only those guys who are not having any other option in their entire company, they don't have any other option apart from living with it. Only those guys, they are sticking with mainframe. Now if you are considering a mainframe with your cloud platform, mainframe you cannot host it in the cloud. That is the
Yes.
reason companies stopped building the applications having dependency on the mainframe. They are going with the serverless architectures. They are going with the event driven architectures. They are going with the multi tier architectures. They are going with the microservices architectures. They have come out of this old technology called mainframe. Now you are learning AWS. You cannot apply your AWS knowledge on the mainframe. It's a waste. You're going to
Yes.
learn DevOps. You cannot apply your DevOps knowledge on the mainframe. Forget it. Let's say like you learn data engineering. Data engineering is none of use for you in the mainframes. So the example which I took is like comparing your milk with your biryani, highly uncomparable events. Now the same thing, that is what you are doing it. So what I want to suggest you is, you have to throw away your profile in the market, and you have to create your profile in such a way that out of your 10 years of experience, 7 years you keep it as a data engineering if you are learning it. You keep it 7 years as a DevOps engineer if you're learning it. You keep it 7 years of experience as a cloud engineer if you're learning it, and keep remaining 3 years as your whatever you want. You want to keep it on mainframes, you keep it. You want to keep it as a fresher, you keep it. Whatever the other stuff, let's say like you are on bench for 1 year, you keep it. No one cares. But if you are keeping your profile 8 years on a mainframe, and you are showing 2 years on data engineering, like you said, like no one cares about your profile. Why they will give you 10 years of experienced salary, let's say like a 25 to 35 lakhs salary they need to give for a 2 years experienced guy who is having 8 years of old outdated technology knowledge, which they don't need it. They don't give it. So think in a way that you should be having experience on the newer trends, not on the older trends. So older trends, if you start stressing it out, they will see you as an old guy only, not a new guy. Okay. So keep in this way, Chandan. So you have to come out of your mindset, right? Do not try to apply something which you cannot apply to your current domain.
Yes.
It's a waste of your time. If that can be possible, then people might have done that a long back itself. Why IBM is going to lose a customer? Do you think like IBM guys are IBM architecture team who are selling this product to the customers are unaware that they are going to lose the crores, billions of money? How cost that product is? If you want to purchase one power server, they will charge you at least 30 to 35 lakhs. And maintenance, cooling, data center team, installation team, maintenance team. So it's a huge cost. Mainframes itself is a huge cost, where companies don't want to invest that much money, because people are living in cloud. They don't want to live again in the on-prem. Okay, think of it, Chandan. I am not discouraging. See, Chandan, as a trainer, my main intention is like making my students to opt for a right technology, to learn right ways of learning, so that your career will be good.
Yeah.
If you guys are sitting in a sinking ship thinking that this will not sink, it's an assumption, but the ground reality will change. But when it sinks, you should be having a tools to float. If you don't have, then that sinking ship will take you along with that. So think of it, change your the way how you are currently there, right? So don't be in that. And there is a one more thing, I would like to highlight, right? See, as the technology becomes a niche, the demand for your technology also will go, and the salary expectations also will go off. So in the market, you cannot demand anymore. So you will not be in a demanding position. You will be in a taking position. Whatever they give, you take it. At one point of time, once you grow your experience, so they won't be ready even to give you a job. So 10 years is enough. How long you want to work on same domain? Not boring, huh, Chandan? Doing
Yeah, it's
same work again
boring,
and
but
again.
yeah,
Huh? It will be too boring,
obviously.
Chandan. If you
Yes,
ask
yes, yes.
me, right, after doing DevOps for so many years, from past 7 years, I'm training up. I'm having experience in it, training itself for 7 years.
Oh,
Out of 15 years, from past 7 years, I'm teaching this domain.
okay.
Okay, so I am also bored.
Yes,
So
yes.
hence I am finding multiple ways of applying my knowledge onto different platforms. Like right now, I'm exploring on data. I'm exploring on ML, machine learning, how we are going to apply that data, our DevOps knowledge on the ML platform. Because you should have something, otherwise, why company will pay 40-50 lakh salary, Chandan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you should be always in a competing mode. Gone is gone,
Yes.
happened is open. Think, learn, improve, grow. Okay, guys, any other doubts?
No, sure. So one thing I understand is instead of being very good in one tool, it's good to explore multi tools, I guess. Right?
Yes, it's always market is forcing you guys to have a broader knowledge. It's always, earlier days the knowledge is very deep. Means like if you are taking a MS SQL, you will
Mm.
be dying with MS SQL
Mm.
only. Even if I ask
Correct.
that guy, can you write some query in a MySQL, he will say MySQL. Oh my God, I don't know. I don't know, man. You just go and check with the MySQL guys. Now that is no more, no? If I say like a
Mm.
DB guy, he will handle MongoDB, he will handle MariaDB, he will handle Postgres, he will handle MySQL, he will handle MS SQL, he will handle Oracle. So those days are gone, right? Those are no more. Same thing with the system administration work as well, right? Let's say like a development team. If you ask any developer earlier, he will stick with only backend. Means like Java, 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 Java. If you ask him, okay, can you write something on the CSS in the Node.js? Node also is a backend, right? Can you write it? He will say, more Node.js, too much. I don't know. I can't do. But now you have full stack. Starting from your UI, backend, API integrations, card integrations, and then your authentications, authorizations, everything guy is doing, right?
Mm.
What changed? You have to adopt. Otherwise, no future.
So suggestion
Think of
one
it.
thing, Shan. See,
Mm, mm,
I was not completely into development, not completely into support. I worked for multiple roles, like starting from network engineer to what you call the support engineer, and then developer. I moved into multiple things. So I was not, I meant to say, expert in one thing. So this DevOps will suits me with all these experience. Or do
That's
you
fine.
think I should go in the ETL line,
See,
complete ETL?
here I told you, right? What is the prerequisite I have written here?
Yeah, no experience required or no knowledge, prior knowledge.
Only thing is, if you feel interesting, you join. It will be useful for you. Okay. Forget about the domain from where you are coming. It doesn't matter for us. See, ultimate goal is a job. This is what we are targeting for the students to have. And definitely they will have if they follow the guidelines. Because, see, with the 7 years of IT experience, especially in the training domain, right? I analyze markets. See, since it's a global market right now, so we analyze all the global markets. So I analyze UK, I analyze US, I analyze the India market, I analyze the Singapore, I analyze UAE. I have to, because otherwise I cannot prepare a global content. So this is how it is. This is what the demand is. In simple terms, whatever US demands, you have to learn it, Srinivas.
Yes.
Now you go and ask anyone who is living in US. Or else if you don't have any contacts, you just get in touch with some Indian who is living there in LinkedIn or somewhere. You just ask him, what is the market right now? He will tell you. Okay. So now the same expectations will be there because we'll be getting projects from them, right? If they are getting a candidate who are doing wonders, the expectation will be the same. Otherwise, why they will give project to you? So then Indian market also start looking for a candidates who are having good knowledge on data engineering, who have good knowledge on pipelines, who have a good knowledge on the cloud, who have a good knowledge on integrations, who have a good knowledge on the optimizations, who have a knowledge on infrastructure build and the deployment. All these nonsense things will come. It's part of a game. Either you follow it or you quit it. So competition is there. Be ready for the competition. Okay.
Thank you, Shaan.
No issues,
For
sir.
the
No
good
issues.
workshop and also for the lot of patience in explaining our queries.
No, sir. It's part of my work, sir. It's part of my work. I'm here to that. To give the information, right? Glad that you guys have openly asked, which is good. We should clear such kind of things. Otherwise, that question mark will be there with us all the time.
KSR
Okay, guys.
is in Bangalore, right? This institute is in
I think Mahesh. Yeah, Mahesh, can you please address that if you're available?
Yeah, sorry guys, what your question?
No, this is in Bangalore, right?
Yeah, it's so okay. You can say Bangalore, but all our lessons are from online. Okay.
Online. Yeah, okay.
So we can't consider like it's from Bangalore, Hyderabad, or else yes.
No. If it is in Hyderabad or in our location, no, so we can come and meet our trainers.
Okay. So we will sit in a Bangalore actually, but frequently we will come to Hyderabad as well. We can meet in a next meetup in Hyderabad. Mostly in a Madhapur, my friend's office is there. It's in a real estate company, so we can meet there if need.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank
Okay, guys. Then yeah, from my side, I feel like the session is useful for you. Okay, so let's connect some other time with some other session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah, Mahesh, please add if something is required.
Yeah, sure. I will take care. Yeah.
Mahesh, can you like to share the demo class link in our chat?
Demo. Okay. That will be in our upcoming sessions. I will share in the our group also.
Okay.
Link and done. So I will confirm the date and all. I will release that.
Sure. Thank you.
Mahesh, can you drop your number in the chat so I will get in touch with you offline?
Sure. It's a 99.
1 second, let me note it. Yeah, 99
1696
1696
1234.
Thank you, Mahesh.
Yeah, Mahesh or Deshdorai.
Yeah, hi. Tell me, sir.
Sir, I would like to know this. When there is still not yet confirmed the dates, batch
Mostly
starting date.
23rd we are planning, but I just need to check some slots availability.
Okay.
So, mostly 23rd. If it's missed also by this month end, for sure we'll start.
So duration, sir, minimum?
Course duration will be 4 months. It will go for 4 months.
Okay. Till May end. Okay. So because okay, any architect batches, sir? Are you planning any architect batches?
Architect level for now, it's no. Some
Okay.
more concepts only need to be added. We will plan as an add-on for in future.
Okay.
So honestly, DevOps we starting after a couple of years. Previously, we have only for the kind of corporate runs on the US people. We are wrap up with 45 days that kind of. But with all the subjects, we are restarting again after 2 years.
Okay.
So now we are coming with a better plan, with a better thoughts and a better trainer. Okay. So we need to be continue the legacy. We have, as of now, we got some good name in the market, right? The quality of training, we are not compromising in the duration.
Yeah.
So even though some people are interested to complete the batch within 2 months, but we are going with a complete pack.
Yes. Yeah.
I think last batch which is happened, we didn't cover these many topics in that, right, Mahesh?
Yes. Yeah, we are not. At the time, only AWS.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, not a multi-cloud.
Mahesh,
Okay.
one more time your number can you give?
It's 99
Hmm?
1696
1696.
1234. I'm giving in a group chat. Okay.
And the fees, Mahesh, do you know the fees?
Fees is around 27,000.
It's a one-time payment.
Yeah, one-time payment. We can discuss. I just need to check with the Shaan also one thing about this Azure. If any, how much it's going to be charged usually. If it's a 4 people, we can able to restrict that additional transaction. If possible, I will only provide that access to you instead of using your credit cards. I just need to some clarification on that. I will check with him.
Yeah.
If it's
One more
just a
request.
1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees per student and there is no additional charges by mistake, or it won't happen. If that kind of opportunity is there, I only will bear for that.
Yeah, Mahesh sir, one more request.
Mm-hmm.
For this Azure, so the Fabric is again trending, right? So are you?
No.
Fabric inculcating
is from analytics point of. It's not about Azure or AWS.
for this, sir, the DevOps point of view.
No. That's what Fabric is trending for analysis, not for deployment related.
Even I'm working as a freelancer now in project US and Canada-based clients, sir. I'm working. Already the kickoff has been completed, supposed to complete it, but they postponed to tomorrow.
That is now into the analytics only, right? Not that also only using data analysis and data scientists also not yet started completely using.
Yeah, but we are working on data engineering part of it. We are getting the data through APIs.
Yes. Data engineering, we are using already Fabric. Our recent batch multi-cloud data engineering. That is with Fabric only.
No. Even I'm recent passed out batch, sir, already.
Okay.
This July. Okay. So I'm already started working as a freelancer.
Oh, great.
So I got it and Fabric on the Fabric.
Okay. Yeah.
So we are using the Azure Blob Storage, receiving the data through APIs.
Okay.
Using the Azure functions and storing the data into Blob. From there itself, using the Fabric to transform and analyzing all this stuff.
Yes.
So no, this is a part of it. So I thought to how if we are implementing DevOps for this, I would like to.
It's more into the analysis side, right? We'll look into it. If it's needed DevOps people also, for sure we can make a workshop on that one. Anyway, Fabric workshop, that's what we taken a separate Fabric workshop last time with almost 15 hours.
Yes, after that only I joined as a freelancer.
Okay. That's good to know. Like it helps you. Okay.
Yeah, I texted the same to you and Santosh as well. That so part of it I would like to continue for this DevOps, and parallelly I look for, because right now I'm working as a freelancer. I'm getting a lot of time to prepare and then enhance the skill set. Then only I would like to jump into the MNCs.
Great.
Is where because of transition in the sense, obviously we need to learn a lot of things to keep the resume at least 10 plus in the sense.
Yes.
This is the reason Azure completed, and right now I'm working on Fabric in real time. The course totally on Azure and attended the Fabric workshop. Now I'm working on Fabric as well as Azure. Real time.
Thank you. So I'm very happy for you.
Yeah, parallelly I'm preparing for this DevOps. So because the evening 6 to 12 p.m. is the working hours. As a freelancer to work with the team.
Okay, good.
So this is how again they are looking for the full end-to-end. Starting from architect as well as DevOps activities also they are looking.
That's what. So now companies are expecting another software company, not a software employee. They need all you.
So even I asked them to convert the 5 hours to full 8 hours, but they didn't respond me anything. So even I'm getting the time to because again still the market is still stagnating, so still it will take some time. Meanwhile, I would like to
Yes.
cover these skill set. This is what I'm thinking. Parallelly, I'm looking for DevOps and architect as well.
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, sir. So rest about I would like to discuss in one-on-one through call.
Sure,
Okay.
we can discuss. Huh?
Yeah, thank you.
Tomorrow morning we can discuss.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Anyone have questions, guys? Chandan, Brahmaya, Bharat, Sridhar.
Mahesh, then this entire practice, we need to have our own laptop, and then how many things we need to install on our own, or how many things we will
No,
have?
everything we will guide you. Mostly cloud only. You need to use your credit card. That's also it's a free of cost only. It won't cost you until this course. So Shaan is promised for that. He had some tactics how to utilize. Mostly the first 2 rupees it will be deducted and it will be reback. So for that you don't need to spend any additional amount. And all other tools also it's a free of cost only. We will take care about that. We will guide you how to install and how to work on the environment.
Okay.
Yeah. Laptop should be, we need a good personal laptop.
Okay, that we have.
Yeah, yes.
And Mahesh, classes will be on only weekdays or weekends also?
6 days a week.
Okay, Sunday
Monday to Saturday, except Sunday, all 6 days.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Because to reduce this lengthy durations.
Yeah, got it.
Mm.
Will take so much time to.
Yes. So if you are spending extra 1 day, so it will reduce almost 20 days, 25 days. If it's only 5 days a week, it will be extended until 4.5 to 5 months. If it is 6 days a week, 4 months we can finish it.
Yeah. Can you please share the template if you have any template?
Yeah, sure. I will share.
In the group?
Yeah, in the group I will share.
Thank you.
You are there, right, in the Dataops? That.
Yeah, I'm there in WhatsApp.
Sure. I will share it.
For me, I need some information about freelancers. Like, can you share your number? So I will contact you later.
Yeah, you can approach me, Chandan. Later, I will give it to him. Here, maybe it's not a good idea to share his contact number directly. Okay, you can approach me. I will check with him first. He was comfortable, then for sure you can approach him.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions, guys? Hope all good, guys. We can meet very soon, mostly by January, this month end only. I will inform you the batch timings, details, and that, so you can join.
Mahesh. Yeah, Mahesh. Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mahesh.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Happy weekend. Only half day is left.
Yeah, full.
Yeah.